Good morning, everybody. Today we have gathered a group of intellectuals with probably the same mindset, same thought process, aiming towards one thing: to how to improve upon, or rather streamline the organ donation process in our country. And with me, Chloe is there from Spain. As we all know, people from Spain, they are the global leaders in the brain death certification, organ donation and procurement programs. So we have been lucky enough that they agreed. I was following up and pursuing them for last almost 6 months to come to AIIMS and deliberate with us. I won't take much of a time. The only thing I want to share with you, in this course we have a total of 50 participants. In fact, we were told by them we should not have more than 40 to have a good interaction, but then they permitted for 10 more. And the most interesting part of this course, I would say, as a organizer, as a co-director with Chloe and Marty, is we have representatives from each and every subspecialty which you can dream of in this country or any part of the world. We have a total of 19 people from anesthesia, neuroanesthesia and critical care medicine. We have 3 people from pediatrics and pediatric neurology. We have 14 participants from neurosurgeons. Neurosurgeons are always considered to be the formidable lots, resistant to organ donation program, not pursuing. But here we have a group of 14 people, and they are all heading the departments in various hospitals, different part of the country, and different AIIMS. The representatives and the senior people have come. The idea of having people here was to have the decision makers. That is why we did not encourage senior residents to register for this course. We wanted the people who could change practice in their respective institutes. And other than that, we have got representatives from NOTO, the National Organ Tissue Transplant Organization. We have got representatives from SOTO, one transplant coordinator, one OT matron, one hospital administrator, and then pediatric surgery we have got 2 people, and then one from the plastic and reconstructive surgery. So overall it looks like a very balanced group of participants, I would say. And now I just will hand over to Chloe to introduce about the course and about our team and to take it further, please.
Thank you very much. Well, it is a honor. We are really happy to be here among all of you, as our colleague Dr. Gupta said. We are very lucky, no, to be here in India, surrounded by all of you. And this is the beginning of a big adventure for you, because disease donation means to change the mindsets, not about the population, about us first, and we'll have to spread it all over the hospital. So it is a big challenge, a new responsibility that you are getting, and we really hope, I mean, we are here not to give lessons, but to all together build up this disease donation in India. So please, shake a little bit your prejudices. We are here to discuss. We want you really to interact. That's why you will be divided. So tomorrow or during today, we will give you a special identification with a color, because you will be part of a group. And today it's going to be about more theoretical. Yeah, it's theoretical, but we took some time for the lesson so that we can discuss all together. And tomorrow it's going to be hands-on. Okay, so you will have to put in practice what you have learned today in small groups. The faculty that has come here is not only from Spain, because Spanish model is good for Spain. Yeah. What is good for you is the Indian model, or I would say not even the Indian, no? Because for us India is like a continent, and we understand that you are so different from a state to the other, that we will have to adapt totally the practices into your reality. So for that's why we have come from Portugal. So now we are going to introduce all ourselves, yes? But just we have from Portugal, from Barcelona, Catalonia, Spain, from Italy. So it's about putting together all the practices and find out what is the best for you. So not taking longer than that, please enjoy, learn a lot, and take the opportunity to know each other if you don't know each other yet, because it is the time to know what your colleagues are doing in other parts of the country, in other hospitals. Okay? So, saying that, okay. So I don't know if we have a microphone to pass it over the participants. A mic, a hand mic. Well, I will start since I'm the only one with a mic. My name is Chloe Ballester. I'm a medical doctor, and I am in charge of donation. I was trained to be in charge of the disease donation in the hospital. Now I'm in the DTI Foundation, working in the I'm leading the international cooperation programs. So we do cooperation programs all over the world, and we came the first time here in 2002. Until then, we have come in some occasions, but we believe that now you are more mature to start in a real way the disease donation. So we are really looking forward that. Maybe, Nuria, if you want to introduce yourself while we are waiting. So from your side, we would like to know who you are, what's your background, and what do you expect from the course. Okay? Nuria, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. My name is Nuria Masnou. I'm an intensive care doctor working as a donor coordinator neurotransplant. I'm in the dark side all the time for the last 20 years. So now I'm in a small region because I come from a transplant center. Now I'm in a small region developing the same thing that you are trying to develop here. So we are very close. I'm very small in the world, but we are very close. So I think you enjoy, and you can use our effort to develop the Spanish model in my region to you. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is Eduardo Souza. I'm ICU consultant in Portugal, in the city, a small city, very small city, in a very small country, of course, named Coimbra. We also engaged with the Spanish model, the so-called Spanish model, and it's been a very successful model for our country also. Of course, adapting to our own reality, but it's been very successful. This is the second time I'm in this country. First time I came for a similar course in the state of Goa. It was a very interesting course back then, and I hope this will as well be very interesting. I'm looking forward to it and to meet you all within these 2 next days. So it's a real pleasure for me to be here.
Anyway, my name is Deepak Gupta. I am professor of neurosurgery at AIIMS Delhi. I think, like you, I am one of the person who was not very much deeply into the subject. I'm just a new kid on the block, 1 year old, I would say. You're not much behind me, but I think we have made some changes, and I hope that you will learn what we have learned and put it in practice in your place.
Thank you. So let's continue with the international faculty.
Thank you, Chloe. My name is Massimo Cardillo. I come from Italy, from Milano. I spent a large part of my career in Milano Hospital in donor coordination and transplant immunology. I am a medical doctor. I am an hematologist. And in the last 4 days, I was appointed in Rome by the minister as the head of the National Coordination Agency in Italy. We had a long cooperation journey with DTI for the TPM education course, and also thanks to this cooperation, donation activity increased a lot in Italy in the last 20 years. So I am very happy to see that this project has also come to India. So I really hope you will enjoy this course. You will see that it is very involving. So you should and you will surely interact for the good results of this course. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. And then we move to the participants.
Sure. Good morning, namaste. I am Anna Teresa Mazzeo. I am an anesthesiologist and an intensivist. I work in Italy, in the south of Italy, in Sicily. And since I was a resident, I always have been very interested in managing and detecting potential organ donor from the ICU till then the trivial part, and I will be very happy to share with all of you my experience in this area. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So let's start. You just stand up so everybody can see you.
Hello and good morning to everybody. I hope I'm audible. Yes. I happen to come from J&K region of India, and I am a neurosurgeon by training, and I am heading the Department of Neurosurgery as a professor, and this is something which is new to our region, whereas in South India it is a well-established way. We are still learning, and I think we have a lot of potential. As a working neurosurgeon, I know how many potential donors we have and how much invaluable resource we are losing every day. That is my motivation. I want it to be converted into real donors, so that so many people who are in need do not lack this resource. And this is invaluable. It cannot be compared with any amount of money. So I would like everybody to enthusiastically participate and let us convert into a real donation, and the recipient would always be gaining a lease of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Professor Amlendu Yadav. I used to be anesthesiologist. Now, currently, I am full-time intensivist in the center of Delhi, and Dr. RML Hospital. And our hospital has taken up this program already, but my motive to come here is how we can improve it. That is the whole purpose of me. I have attended many other programs of this way. We have progressed, but we want to improve the speed of the this donation programs. That is what I expect from this program.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Professor Khongwantabam Vyas. I'm a neurosurgeon. I'm Professor Khongwantabam Vyas. I'm from Manipur. I'm heading neurosurgery department there in Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Medical Sciences, Imphal. That's the capital of Manipur, which is just near the boundary of Myanmar. My motive for attending this course is like, we have just started in our state, Manipur. We have just started transplantation program, both in private sector and public sector. It's just few years back only. It's more of a living donor program only. So it's very new to me, this particular course. So what I'm here for me to learn, then to see whether it can be incorporated in our state, Manipur. Thank you.
Hi, good morning to one and all present here. I am from Rajasthan, Chittorgarh, and I have completed my 12th this year only, and I have interest in donations and that all. So I came to gain some knowledge, and I hope that get that knowledge. Thank you.
Morning everyone, myself Aryan Mathur, working as Manager Organ Transplantation at Mahatma Gandhi Hospital, Medical College, Jaipur. So I am here to learn some new skills to improve our program. We are doing around 300 kidneys per year and 50 liver transplants per year. So I am here to learn new skills. Thank you.
Hi, good morning everyone. I am Vimmi Rewari. I am a professor of anesthesiology here at AIIMS, and I am involved in liver transplant as well as the ICU. And I think all of our purpose of attending this conference is to improve our donation rates and learn from the Spanish model, I think.
Good morning, one and all. Myself, Major Manju Yadav. I'm working in Command Hospital, Pune as a OT matron and have keen interest in learning in procurement program. That's why I'm here and hope I'll do my best. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Himanshu Prabhakar. I'm professor, and my background is neuroanesthesiology and neurocritical care. I'm here at AIIMS, New Delhi, and the idea of attending this workshop, which was, I would say, encouraged by Deepak, was to know all the nuances of organ donation, and hopefully in future we will be joining hands and taking it forward. Definitely. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Indu Kapoor. I am additional professor in the Department of Neuroanesthesiology and Critical Care at AIIMS. We often manage brain dead patient in our ICU in trauma center. So I am really look forward to know more about pediatric organ donation and organ donation in elderly patients. Thank you very much.
A very good morning to all of you. I am Dr. Charu, working as neuroanesthesiology here at AIIMS. So over the years, last few years, we have seen the rate of organ donation has improved over the last 5 years, but it is still not as good as the Spanish model. So my motivation is to learn how differently they manage these patients and how they convert and convince the patients and the relatives for organ donation. Looking forward to the program. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dr. Chandni Sinha. I'm an anesthesiologist and additional professor in AIIMS Patna. So I belong to the part of the country where forget donation, people are not even aware of it. So my whole purpose was to come here to learn and might be go back and at least make people more aware about it.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Umeed, Professor of Anesthesia from the northernmost part of India from Government Medical College, Srinagar. We are taking the first initial baby steps in our learning of the transplant of organ donation. Yeah, we run an active renal transplant, but actually live donors. But we want to take the first steps, and I think this is the ideal program to start it with. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Chavi Sani. I'm working as professor in the Department of Anesthesiology at Trauma Center with Dr. Deepak. We have a system in place, but we need to streamline it and learn more from the Spanish model. That's why.
Good morning. I am Dr. Dhruv Jain, Assistant Professor in the Department of Anesthesia. I am looking forward to learn about the donation process and some aspects of the Spanish model in which we can incorporate in our setup.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Jitendra Meena. I am Assistant Professor of Pediatric Nephrology at this institute. So we kind of deal with the kidney transplant in pediatric population. So overall purpose of attending this workshop is chiefly to familiarize the donor procurement process. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Prashant Johari. I am an additional professor of child neurology here at AIIMS. So the purpose for me is to come and see and understand the nuances of pediatric organ transplant. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rahul. I am additional professor in the Department of Anesthesiology. So I am here to learn how to communicate and encourage the people or the relatives so that more organ transplantation may be done. And the other thing is I want to learn or update myself about how to take care of brain dead organ donor. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Samuel Kawa. I'm a consultant neurosurgeon and the Director of Clinical Service of the Ghana Health Service. I deem it an honor to have the invitation from Professor Gupta, a very close friend, to participate in this course. And I'm actually leading the formulation of policy for organ transplantation in Ghana. And there's no better place than to be in this particular moment on earth. And as they say, one earth, one family, and one future. And I just look forward to learn from each one of you because we are yet to put in the policy and see what to do. And then also invite you, we'll be talking about neurotrauma in Africa. We're looking at the past, the future, and possibility of collaboration with Indians in all areas, what we can do to change the world a little bit. Thank you so much, Professor Gupta.
Get used to this name Sam here for next 2 days. He is the man responsible for separation of conjoined twins in Ghana last year. And welcome, Sam.
Good morning, all.
I am Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, Professor and Head Neurosurgery at RML Hospital, Delhi, which is high volume center. And we are having a serious transplant organ donation program at our hospital. But somehow it is not getting translated. We are doing brain death certification also, but it is not getting translated into a lot of donation. And heard a lot about a Spanish model and was curious about it. And last 2 years in AIMS, because of Dr. Deepak Gupta, a close friend of mine, and he has done a lot, and the donation rate has improved here. So my main purpose is to how to translate into more of donation at our hospital. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. I am Dr. Saurabh Sehgal, working as an additional professor, Department of Anesthesia and Critical Care at AIMS Bhopal. Basically, I am an intensivist, and motivation has been like this is the most neglected part on my side regarding organ transplantation. So I want to learn it, and motivation has been my neurosurgeon, my friend Adesh. Though he said I am doing it, then I said let's do it. So good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Adesh Srivastav, Additional Professor of Neurosurgery at AIMS Bhopal. So last month we got a call from Deepak sir, and he said that he wants to streamline the process all over the country, and is looking for people who can take lead in their parts in their institutes. So I am very thankful to sir, and I really look forward, because India does do a lot of transplant, but those are majorly living transplants, and we are actually lacking in disease transplants. And being from the neuro side, we know there are so many potential donors that are there. There are such a lot of resources lost just because of lack of awareness. And once we have probably with this and sir taking the lead, we have our national guidelines which are incorporated into state guidelines, and then probably we can have a proper streamlined process so that whenever an opportunity arises, we will be able to make use best of it. So thank you, sir, and thank you, everyone.
Good morning to all of you. I'm Dr. Rajneesh Aroda. I'm heading the Department of Neurosurgery at AIMS Rishikesh. And also I'm a part of the Brain Death Certification Committee. Professor Deepak, I thank you for inviting me here, because our hospital is a relatively new center, and we are yet to start the kidney transplant program in next few months only. So for me, it would be really an opportunity to learn and implement the practices which I learned from here. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Come here in the center so that people can.
Yes. Very good morning to all. I am Dr. Saravanan. I am a neurosurgeon working in AIMS Rishikesh. So I am also part of Dr. Rajneesh's department, and we are taking initiative to start the donation program in our hospital, and it would be a very good opportunity to learn from here, from the Spain model, and I'll enjoy this couple of days. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Arindam Chaudhary. I am a professor at the Department of Cardiac Anesthesiology here at AIMS. I am involved in heart transplant programs, and as always, we do a lot of heart transplants. But I have a curiosity, what is the background part of it? So I just wanted to know the nuances of organ donation and how we can better and improve our donation programs. And I would be happy to contribute in the future in this direction. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I am Dr. Preeti Varghese. I am the Joint Director of SOTO Goa. The association between DTI Spain and Goa has been since 2017. But somehow COVID came, and then again COVID came, and then COVID came, and then finally it did not somehow materialize. And everybody speaks about awareness. But largely, after 4 years of spending time in SOTO Goa, one thing that I've realized is awareness needs to be in the medical community, and that apathy from the medical community has to be addressed more closely than reaching out to the public. The public are quite aware, but somehow we don't do our part, and that is what I feel is the problem in Goa. somebody told me that, that the only way to be part of a successful transplant program is either I change my state or I change my country, which neither I want to do. I want to bloom where I am planted, and I want DTI's help. And thank you, Dr. Deepak, for allowing me to attend this session.
Welcome.
Good morning. I am Dr. Anjan Kumar, additional professor here at AIIMS. So here everybody would agree, including Dr. Gupta, that there is an adult program already in place. But what we are looking at is to initiate services in pediatric liver transplant. So recently we have moved to a very nice center, augmented our infrastructure, and very soon probably we'll be also initiating liver transplant services in collaboration with our GI surgery colleagues. So excited to be here. Probably we'd be in the recipient side at the end of the day, but good to know the background that we will be having. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Tushar Arora. I joined my MCH here in AIIMS in '96. And during my residency also, we had started going towards this direction. Dr. Nandi was always wanting us to declare brain deaths, but somehow, the things were not that fast at those time. And so over the last 27 years, this topic has been close to my heart. But as everybody here feels that conversion rate, we have to crack that riddle of how to convince the family. And I am sure that all of us would be discussing. We are all very lucky to have emotional people around us, because neurosurgeons are more, driven, and we now are being balanced by people who want to teach us softer skills as well. And I am heading the department presently in a private hospital, and we've got a lot of potential. Every month I'm not declaring officially, because as we all know that in India, we are not able to write down brain death, but we do write brainstem reflexes absent. So that is an indication that the patient is brain dead. But unfortunately, as we all know, that the law doesn't allow us to write brain death. That also, I feel, in due course of time, Dr. Deepak, leadership, we can be able to get in some law which can make us write down. And as we have in Kerala, I think, that we can interrupt the ventilator. That is not possible. So that will be a great step. And there's so many other fine arts, fine things which we need to learn to handle the family. Because being a clinician, I know that I am the most important person who can get the family converted. So I realize my responsibility, and I thank everybody from Spain as well. I belong to a state, Punjab, who are people who are brave, who are emotional, and I think I can compare them with the Spanish people. So I think I have a lot of things to learn here for 2 days. I really thank everybody. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Aradhana Nazareth. I'm professor in Department of Anesthesiology from Sikkim Manipal Institute. Currently, I'm looking after the ICU. And about this workshop, I came to know through the neurosurgeon of our institute. And though our institute is not a transplantation center, they are in line to start it. So she asked me go attend it and learn how to go about it. So I have come over. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Dr. Colonel N.S. Chhabra. I am probably the only administrator here in this group. I am the head administration and additional medical superintendent of Central Referral Hospital, Sikkim Manipal University, Gangtok. Now, Sikkim state is yet to start this organ transplant, and what a better place to learn as an administrator to facilitate the same in my institute, or maybe in collaboration with the government of Sikkim, we can pull off this program there. So that was my motivation to come here, and I'm looking for a very, very educative and program and a learning process. Thank you, Dr. Gupta.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Anita from Jammu. I'm professor in anesthesiology, and we have started live kidney transplants in our center, and till now there has been no deceased. I don't know, there's a last moment hitch where the relatives, they pull back. I don't know the reason. And in spite of all the motivation we try, there still has been no diseased transplant in our center. And we have a SOTO center also in our institute, and I plan to enjoy and learn a lot in these 2 days. And thank you for inviting me here.
Good morning. I am Dr. Priyanka Kashyap from AIIMS Bhopal, Assistant Professor Neurology. I have come here to learn the skills of brain death certification, and I thanks Dr. Adesh, my fellow colleague from AIIMS Bhopal, for inviting me for this course. Thank you.
We have one more administrator.
Good morning, everyone. And first of all, I would like to welcome everyone here, especially the DTI team. I'm Dr. Archana from NOTO, National Organ Tissue Transplant Organization. So there are two purposes to come in this training program. First, I myself definitely want to learn because I believe it is a science. At the same time, it is an art also. So it's a combination of both of that, and who can do both of the thing at the right point of time, they will be able to lead, because it's not only the conversion, it's not only the donor party, it's your hospital also, because until unless all the people who are in line to implement this program, not convinced, not coming forward, you will not be able to do that. And the second purpose to come here is to see our workforce, because NOTO is the national organization in this program. So I definitely want to know that who are the passionate people here who are coming to attend the training, so that with you people we will take this program further in the country, as we are already doing very well because people like Dr. Deepak Gupta and others. So when we have such a huge workforce, we will definitely change our dynamics from disease. Presently we are doing a good number of living transplant, but we are aiming to do the convert it as a disease donations. Thank you.
Something about you,
Hello, good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Takashi Araki. I'm faculty members of this conference. I'm very honored to be able to be here, and also that I appreciate all you have done for inviting us for this wonderful meeting. Actually, I'm doing the organ procurement simulation training in Japan, especially for pediatric populations. Our country has a very difficult history of organ donation. Probably we could share that point of the very tough time of our country's history of providing knowledge and the skills of diagnosis of brain death and organ procurement in our country. I'm very happy to be able to be here. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Nakagawa. I am from the United States. I am a pediatric intensive care specialist. I have been in practice for actually almost 35 plus years now. I'm getting old, huh? My primary interest as an intensivist is really working with a lot of neurosurgical patients, trauma patients, abusive head trauma, and also specifically in the area of death by neurologic criteria, circulatory criteria, and ethical issues. I do a lot with organ donation transplantation. I'm also an assistant medical director for organ procurement organization in the United States. We have a very robust organ donation program in the United States, as well as transplantation program. So I'm very honored to be here and hopefully share my experiences with all of you. Thank you.
So for all those guys who wanted to learn the nuances of pediatric transplants, organ donation certification in children, the two gentlemen sitting at the corner, extreme corner, Dr. Thomas Nakagawa from Jacksonville and my friend Dr. Takashi Araki, they are the pawns. You need to catch hold of them. They can make you change your practice, and they are the leaders in the world, let me tell you that. Others to introduce, please. Mr. Batra.
Good morning, everybody.
I'm Dr. Mukesh Bhaskar, Associate Professor Neurosurgery, SMS Medical College, Jaipur. We are here for learn new and basic concepts of organ donation, as we working as the Northeast Asia biggest department of the neurosurgery, around 25 faculty and 40 residents. And complex procedure in government setup, so how we make the simplify and streamline. This is the basic requirement for the as our department.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shivangi Saha, and I am an assistant professor in the Department of Plastic Surgery at AIIMS New Delhi. So, while other organ transplants have established programs, and most of the surgical disciplines, even at AIIMS, have a very established organ transplantation program and processes, we at plastic surgery are yet to establish a program for hand and face transplants. And my intent for coming here is to be part of this team of people who are motivated to increase the awareness, increase the donations, as well as establish processes and systems under guidance of the other departments who've already established such programs, and then eventually start a face and hand transplant unit with the other faculty members of my department. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. B.L. Bairwa. I am Associate Professor in Neurosurgery, SMS Medical College, Jaipur. I think in India, in Jaipur, use circle in name of the organ donation circle. And in the circle, they highlighted the people, named the people which organ donated. And in the night, there is a well lighted these people name and like patient's heart, kidney. So in this circle, some motivated slogans in front of SMS hospital. And I think our department, neurosurgery department, is well established in the organ donation people. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm MCH Trauma Surgery resident from AIIMS Patna. So before coming here, we were already planning, my HOD Dr. Anil sir, Dr. Anurag sir, Dr. Maji sir, we already were planning for organ donation in our faculty in AIIMS Patna. In trauma, there we are doing neurotrauma. So we have a lot of potential candidates, patients for this organ donation, the brain dead patients. So we here with my friend, my colleague, we have come here to learn everything, about this organ transplants, so that we can go there and start their organ donations. So thank you, all of you.
So good morning everyone. I am Dr. Abdul Hakim. I am a trauma surgery resident at AIIMS Patna. So we are in the process of starting transplant unit in our department, and we are here to learn the basics of organ retrieval and how my main motive is how to convince the patient's attenders for organ donation of the deceased. So thank you.
Good morning everyone. I am Dr. Shantanu, faculty in the Department of Neurosurgery in AIIMS New Delhi. I have some almost 10 years of experience in this organ donation program, but the main difficulty what I have faced is to convince the family. We done everything, but at last they deny. So what I have realized that as soon as I tell a patient or a relative that regarding organ donation, they always suspect something is wrong. So this mindset has to be broken. So I think this is a very good platform, and a delegation should go to some people who can influence the community, the community can rely upon, like Prime Minister of India, so that he can give a message and the people can trust, because within 10 days of hospital stay, they cannot trust that much on us that they will donate their relatives' organ to us. So it should be a national movement, and it should come on TV or any media so that they get convinced that what is going to happen in the hospital regarding organ donation is not a thing to be suspected. They can easily trust on us, and so this is the biggest hurdle I think for converting potential donors to actual donors. So I want to learn from the Spanish Chinese model, how they convince the attendance. This is the most difficult part, I think, in our country. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Kokula Praneeth. I'm assistant professor in neurosurgery. I've been working with Dr. Deepak for last 1.5 years. I could understand this process of organ donation is much more complex and difficult than our routine neurosurgical procedures, and it needs a multidisciplinary approach and cooperation from family and other departments. So it's a long way of learning. I've been through the online course of DTI. I just wish to interact with all the faculty and learn more.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Dr. Soringam. I'm from Manipur. Since last 8 months, our institute, that is Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Medical Science, have started organ this renal transplant. And so far we have transplanted around 26 total cases. And in last 8 months, there was incidence of like 2 potential disease organ transplant, but last minute rejection disagreed by the family. So we are working on this area to come out more on a disease organ donation. So I'll be looking forward to learn more in this course. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Something about me. I'm Dr. Sanjay Agarwal. I'm Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, Professor and Head, Department of Nephrology. I'm here since 1985. So I'm handling renal transplant since last 36 years now. And involved in NOTO, also in many government policy related to transplant, including the Amendment Act as well as the rules and the guidelines for the recognition of the hospital for doing the transplant. And we have our own registry of hospital base, and we have done 3,200 transplants in this hospital, and we have database of all the 3,200 transplants.
My chief, Professor Kale.
Good morning, everybody. This is a welcome step forward. I think it needs a big push, the transplant program in AIIMS as well as in the country. And this is, I think, a good first step in that direction. Thank you.
Yes. So we have someone also that is connected. I think some of you will know him, is Marty Mañalik. Marty Mañalik has been a pioneer of disease donation in Spain. He was the first anesthesiologist taking care of this in Barcelona, and he's the president of DTI. He has come to India many times, and he loves this country. Unfortunately, he couldn't come, but he's connected. So, Marty, I don't know if you hear us. I'm sure you do. If you want to introduce yourself, and then we put your presentation. Thank you. Is it working or yeah? Marty, you're muted. Well, maybe to give you some time, Marty, to be connected, here, Marty, now we see you.
Hello, good morning. My pleasure to be here with this meeting. Thanks Dr. Deepak Gupta to organize together with all the friends, and I think it will be an important day today to start developing more organ donation in India, because all you here will be the key people to do this job. And thank you for the invitation, and it's a pleasure with all the Spanish and Portuguese faculty. We'll try to share this with you. The key point, why Spain is here leading? You will ask, why Spain? This is because the professionals that start the donation, the neurosurgeons, communicate the bad news to the families, and people from ICU, anesthesiology, leader of the project. That is why Spain is in leader today in organ donation, because still this is doing by anesthesiologists, ICU doctors, neurosurgeons, emergency. This is the key point of Spain, and we are lucky to be here with you today. Enjoy the course. Thank you, Chloe.
Thank you, Marty, for connecting at 4 o'clock in the morning in Barcelona. It's a real pleasure. So now we will put the presentation of Marty to put us in a framework. No, while we are here, we were discussing a little bit what's happening in the world and how to develop this activity inside the hospitals by the doctors. No. So thank you, Marty. You have recorded it, and now we will display it.
Good morning. Nice to be here in this meeting to talk about our expertise in the organ donation and namely transplant recruitment and management. My name is Martin Mañalik. I'm an anesthesiologist involved in the disease donation and transplantation for many years, and also Garcia Mobility Foundation. And 38,000 citizens. And it's a new practice. 35% of those 8,000 is from a DCD. It's a new source of donors that now is developing in some countries. Well, our mission in DTI is try to improve the disease donation worldwide and to improve transplantation and try to achieve this million of lives. Well, this is some data that we collect. We call self-sufficiency. When a country can identify 1% of the death is a potential donor, and with a conversion rate of the 50%, 0.5% will be utilized in donor. When we look, for example, at Spain, we have 400,000 deaths, but we have 2,000 real utilized donors. That is 0.5% of the donors. And for this, Spain have achieved this self-sufficiency. In countries like Iran, for example, is doing well, different culture, also the same number of deaths, but also 1,000 donors. But it is still good. We move to other countries like Argentina, with this 300,000 deaths, have 600 donors. So like Germany, one of the rich countries in Europe, with close to 10 million of deaths, 904,000 deaths, only 900 donors, 0.099. And here we have India with 10 million of deaths every year, and today have 500 donors every year, that is 0.5. If we can identify more of this death as a potential, then will be more utilized, and that will be the goal of each one today here attending this. Well, this is Abelardo's history that we created many years ago as the ranking of donors per million of population. And we see that Spain, after the pandemic, have achieved 46,000 donors per million of population, and again the leader, because the states, I think, have been 44 the last year. And India is happy that it's here in the ranking, and it's growing year by year, but we'll see. As much disease donors you have, of course, more kidney transplant you can perform from the disease. The same for the liver, no? And it's not the same to utilize liver transplantation for disease is one kind of problem, or from liver. The same will be for the heart. And talking about the living, in Spain also are doing living
in the transplantation, like 7 per million of inhabitants, and India is doing like 6. And some countries worldwide doing the maximum, that Israel, Turkey, South Korea, Saudi Arabia, Netherlands, but the disease donation is not well developed in this country. Well, for that, the conclusion is the source of donation for transplantation in Spain, mainly in blue, is donors after burial death, in red is donors after circulatory death, and 15% is by living. In the States and UK is similar because not enough disease donation, DVD or ECD, also there is 30% of living. In China, we have looked a lot of development in disease donation, is close to 60% of the transplantation, and 40% remain living. While in India, we know that is the average of the country, but there is some region that is completely different, that have 20 or 30% of the transplantation is also from disease, depends on the region. Well, this is because in health we have created a new vital cycle, and the society accepts donation, and when there is a system to organize the donation, called the procurement, to organize the retrieval, a system to sharing, you have the motto, then we can do the transplantation. And of course, we have to guarantee the good quality and follow-up and survival of this procedure. This part, transplantation, is excellent, is well developed. We have excellent professionals here in India, nephrology, surgeons, etc. But the part still is in red. We need to create more systems, more resources, and more support for this. How to organize the model of donation? Well, in the past, it used to be the transplant teams are ones who motivate to have the donors. But then, in the States, they have created like an independent organization outside of the hospitals. It covers an area or territory, they call it organ procurement organization, and they try to organize the procurement system. In Spain, since 1985, we create inside of the hospital, and we call it TPM team, Transplant Procurement Management Professionals dedicated to organ donation and independent from the transplant team. So in the hospital, like other departments, there is one department who is a hospital procurement unit for organs and for tissues. Well, the task of the transplant procurement is a manager who procure for transplantation. It's not only the transplant coordinator who coordinates the logistics, is one who changes the practice to improve it. And then is to identify all the potential cadavers who can be donors, and then to help in the allocation of these organs and tissues. Well, in 1987, this guy who was taking dialysis tell me, Marty, how should be the TPM? And we thought that the head, of course, an anesthesiologist should be an anesthesiologist. So he was the first one doing this job. And maybe the heart would be intensive care. And maybe it's true that people from anesthesia, people from intensive care, is where they have the management of the critical patient, and after death, they could be the potential. This is the key point. So in each hospital, in our network in Catalonia, we have the transplant procurement manager figure. What is he doing? He is a medical specialist with support nurses. It's one single person or a team of professionals, depending on the size. It's full-time dedication or part-time, depending on the hospital. And the responsible for the service is the hospital medical director. And what is his objective? To detect all the possible disease donors in the hospital, to guarantee the procurement of the highest number of organs and tissues, to guarantee the quality of these organs and tissues, and to promote donation and transplantation. And this is the key point. That is what changed the practice in Catalonia first in 1985, and in Spain later in 1990. Well, so we start a few centers only in Spain, and now 185 hospitals have some time of the TPM as teacher of people dedicated, like Miriam Asno here in the course, or other professionals, or Eduardo Sousa, for example, Well, this changed the practice in the hospital. The hospital don't do only treatment or education and prevention of the illness, also organize disease donation. This is one. The vision of the hospital. And second, our colleagues, our health professionals, believe in the process and refer all the deaths for donation. Second, who supports that? As the Minister of Health have money, pay the money to the regions, and the regions, similar to here in India, with the Noto, Roto, and Soto, have to pay the hospital for two kinds of issues. One is for procurement, and one is for transplantation. And from this hospital procurement unit, maybe we support other hospitals in the area who have a few donors. They have some once a year, 5 or 6, we can go there to organize all the positions to do the procurement locally. Or if not, we can go to the hospital or private center and share this potential donor to our university hospital and organize here the retrieval. There is several combinations. The process is that. The process starts from the detection of the donors, and not always today are inside of the ICU. We can identify outside of the ICU, in the emergency area, or even in the streets when we do the uncontrolled visiting. And this is all the process, the donor evaluation, the death diagnosis, inform the family about the news and approach for the donation, organ allocation and organ availability. All this happens in the ICU, and we need a good maintenance. Then we will meet with the transplant team at the time of the retrieval and the operating room. And how many times that happens? Well, this is some orientative figures that will be more lectures about that. But you have to think that 5% of the hospital death could be a potential donor, or 10 or 15% of the death in the ICU, 8% of the death in the emergencies, many times not registered. We visited many emergency departments in India, and probably it's more here, but it's so cloudy to here in IM centers, very complicated to start this process there, but the donors are there, and outside of the hospital in our case. Well, with Francis Delmonico, Beatriz, and other colleagues, we create this critical pathway for donation. What it means? Because when we have a possible deceased organ donor, is a person who have a circulatory failure or have a disgusting brain injury, and they probably will die. When they die, we call them potential donor. Could be DVD, brain death, or could be PCD. And after that, we follow all the process. We call eligible, when his death is legally declared and clinically is eligible for donation. When we have the consent for retrieval, we call actual, and then this donor goes to the operating room for the retrieval. But we consider finally utilized when at least one organ from this cadaver has been retrieved. And in the center, there is all the problems that can happen. Failure in identification, proper medical security of the donor, problems in the permission of the family, etc. We have all the issues that the TPN have to solve. And remember, today we have this pathway of the DVD, and its potential, eligible, actual, utilized. Maybe we will take this in this course. But also, today, in some countries, the BCD, donation after circulatory death, also is important. But always TPN is running. Well, this is the kind of the TPN, possible identification of the donors, death diagnosis, donor management and organ viability, family approach and communication, and finally the organ retrieval and distribution. In the future also we can talk about the donation after circulatory death, living donor or tissue retrieval. Well, this is our task, like the Sherlock Holmes, identify the potential donor. Where are they? In all the ICUs of our hospital, we pay regular visits to them, but also in other hospitals. And we may call hospital development. These are an agreement, frequent visit. We like early donor referral to maximize the family consent. Hospitals around that we visit regularly, maybe every. Second point is the diagnosis of death. And that is something not easy. This is a perfused brain. Universal organographia. When there is a brain, is not perfusion, that is clear. But if no perfusion, the body and the person is dead. We can start with call clinical diagnosis, and here we have the experts to do, and also in the country and in the family. Why to maintain a cadaver? We need beds for the patients who will survive maybe, but these cadavers have many organs, and to convince the ICU anesthesia, or maybe to have a dedicated bed to maintain is an issue to and the TPM will assess the donor viability to guarantee the no transmission of some infections or neoplasias, etc. And also it will check the viability of the organs to inform to the transplant teams to accept the organ. And this is the time which you can approach the family and understand the situation. That takes hours, it's longer. But when they are convinced that the relative is not possible to be alive, some of them accept the donation. And we start with a very high number of refusals in the 80s and the 90s, maybe 40, 50%. But today our average is like 17% refusal in Spain. Even we have presumed consent law, always we approach the family. Well, we have to fulfill all the legal and ethical issues, of course, the same that you have in India. And finally, to organize the retrieval with all the team, the anesthesiologists, nurses, perfusionists, and so on. And who will get the recipient? And then here we have the noto, another of the roto, and we have here the donor hospital, the recipient hospital, and the allocation unit. And we can organize the logistics for this. Sometimes difficult in India, how to transport a heart inside Delhi, or the traffic, and so on. Well, let me show that this is the etiology of death worldwide. We have 55 million people die every year. But the main etiology of death is by cardiovascular diseases. And main is for ischemic cardiopathy. And that is in the streets. And this uncontrolled ECD, not much in practice in many places. In our hospital, in our country, it is. But I think that will be the large source of donors in the next decades. But today, the cerebrovascular accidents, many of those who don't evolve to brain death, are considered we call controlled ECD. Of course, the traffic, encephalic trauma, and so on today is a lower number, and for us in Spain it's like only 5% of the donation. Well, here the donors are not only in the hospital. You can find people outside the hospital who have died or have a cardiorespiratory arrest when this body is transported to the hospital. And finally, after the international practice of resuscitation, death is declared. Why not we can start some kind of preservation of these organs inside the body? And that will be allowed us to retrieve if all the procedure is done. The same is in the ICU. We have patients who have a bad prognosis that will not survive. We can withdraw the treatment and will be a candidate for the control disease. Okay, here's the case that we declare death in our emergency local. Then here with a probable stay, has a person in the family by phone, because if it was in French, this case, case of in French. And what happened here in the family? Refusal that when the average, I tell you, is 17, but when there is by 10% when there is with a cardiac arrest. So the family understand more the death than brain death. So brain death refusal is 16, but death is only 10. Well, with Ricardo Valero, we did research and we published this 2000, we call normothermic visional perfusion. That is necessary to improve the viability of these organs, for the kidney and also for the liver, for don't damage the biliary tract. And the ischemic solution to the systolia and to this damage of the ischemia is to apply the normothermic perfusion. It's like our battery in the mobile, how to charge. By change the metabolites from anaerobic to aerobic again. This is the cases with the uncontrolled by surgery. You can place some cannulas to the aorta and to the cava vein here. On the left side you can put the Fogarty to make more selective perfusion of the abdominal organs. And here's how the body looks. This is a dead body but inside of the abdomen the organs are perfused and now have to check viability. And the same, but these are control cases, even we can do by Challenger, because the heart is beating and we can see, identify more easily the vessels. So that will be the case in the ICU or the operating room, depending where you do the procedure, with the body, dead, diagnosed, and perfused, ready for it. Today we are lucky to have some machines who can help in two issues. One, in to assess the viability of the organs. And second, maybe to help him recuperate some of the ischemic damage or to evaluate these organs. No? That is the case of the kidney perfusion machines or in the liver. You can see how they produce bilirubin or not, or how this heart is beating, and they allow us to travel for more hours and to see how it's working. And the same from the lungs. No? We can reperfuse these lungs and check the viability. Well, this slide from the IROLAT in red shows that some countries do DCD worldwide, and every year is increasing. And Spain also is leading this number with this 12 donors per million population from DCD. Later is States, and Netherlands also doing many, and also in, here in Belgium and United Kingdom. Well, look at that slide from Spain in the 90s. In blue, we did, and we studied in Hospital Clínic Barcelona, the uncontrolled DCD, donors from the street. One day here in the 2011, we accept to reload the treatments in the ICU. And then when they start to use the controlled DCD. And controlled DCD now is very important. It's 42% of the total donors from the Spain, and have been 900 cases last year. A very important source of donation. And now here the uncontrolled is a few, but mainly today is controlled. And that allows us to do this number of transplants. No? So this transplant is not only kidney, it's kidney, it's liver, it's lung, and also it's heart and pancreas. So it's more than 1,800 transplants a year, last year for this source of donation. Well, what is the most important key in our model in Spain is the training. The Minister of Health allows resources mainly for training. And many have been focused in health professionals and many in specialists. We're not focused on, we do the society, the mass media, but the main resources have been for professionals. And here is a campaign that we do in Europe with an organ for all the countries to promote organ donation for the health professionals and for all the stakeholders in the health system. Well, DTI in this time was have educated more than 18,000 people since 91 from 13 countries. From India also, since 2002 we did the health training in India. These people do the intermediate course, people attend the workshops, and also some ones attend the Barcelona Advanced TPM, and a few did also the master. This is all the courses that we did since 2002, in the very first time, that at this time was not disease donation at all in India, it was only the living. Now, also doing some disease. We did the first time in the CASH meeting here, from Ghana in Baitan. We did with the ILBS also 2 courses. Then we moved also to Goa, from Maria Paula and Ana Franza and other colleagues. Having also here was in Kerala. There's one also with the CASH. Professor Rana also was the president of this congress and the TTS together with many ICU. And the 2 online. Our platform online, we are flown in English, a big advantage. 2 years ago, when we had the pandemic, we did, thanks to the Eurofins, also had the discourses, once in Kerala and once for many other regions. Our relation with India have been long. Since 2002, we have been attending many meetings and shared our experience, expertise, we learned from. And by coincidence, in October 2014, I was in India, And the Minister of Health, one of them, the Dr. Policies, having visited our foundation DTI, you can see here Dr. Oreste, Israel Rosselló, Francesc Martí, people of our staff, to understand what is DTI, how DTI can help you. It was the edition of the book, and now you have a new edition. Well, the status of the seed donation, this is a slide from Vivek Pute, well, it's expanded in many in the south. It's initiated here in some Resin, and also in Delhi, but it's initiated or still not initiated in others. We can work, Let me show what is the TPM effect. No? As much people have been educated, and might increase the number of donors. And that is what in Spain, we started in 91 with 42 people trained, and now with thousands of people, and the number of donors continue increasing because we have this now. That happened also in Italy, with Maximo Cardillo, with Portugal, and Slovenia, in Croatia, and also in Asia, in Thailand. Thailand was the country in Asia with more donors per million population. And we learn from them because they create different models, but always inside of the hospital in Iran, there is an organ procurement unit. Or in China, they create an organ procurement organization. And now in the Emirates, Middle East, have no donors, and now they have regularly one donor per week. And that's what happened. No? In Iran, they have 14, 15 donors per million, more than Germany. In China, they have achieved 6,000 deceased donors a year, and also in the Emirates. Well, just to finalizing, the quality will be very important. We need a system to continuous improvement. We have to assure the organs and tissues quality, and also that all the procedures technical, ethically, and legally well performed. And how much costs this? How much costs this unit? How much costs this organ? How much costs transplantation? We know that. The donation after brain death, to have a kidney or pancreas costs like 7,000 euros in my hospital, or 9,000 for liver and for liver and heart. And one DCD donor whole with the preservation, perfusion, the machine for the kidney, totally costs 14,000, and we are doing transplant of 2 organs, an average for each donor. Well, the results, what is the performance then of this procedure? Well, because we know that this is the European registry of dialysis and transplantation. Here's all the countries in Europe, and Spain is a country doing more kidney transplant per million of inhabitants. When we go by centers and regions, our region, Catalonia, Barcelona, is doing 108 kidney transplant per year. That means that from every year, from all the patients who are chronic kidney disease, 7% are transplanted before dialysis. And even more, the total, the 10,000 patients we have, 55% are transplanted. And that saves money, improves the quality of life, and also the survival compared with the ones who are in dialysis. Well, the survival of these organs is excellent. Here you have here the data of the patient, of the graph, etc. And let me show these few data also from our region. This is 2022 organ transplant in my region, kidneys, liver, etc. 1,300 transplants. This is the figure to remember. What is the patients in the waiting list? 1,000, 1,000. So our waiting list is flat. So even at the end of December, was 34 people waiting for a liver, and 20 of January was only 22. We have enough organs for the patient in the waiting list. And for the first time also, the origin of these donors is that the majority, 54%, was by DCD, and 45% was by DVD. And what is the main source of donors who achieve this in our region? Look at what happened here with DVD, have decreased a little, is 30% of our donors. DCD in blue have increased, 36, but living also have remained 33. And this is the total number of donations in Well, and this is the hospital. Here is at the top of the hospital. We don't do transplant, but they have donors. Josep Trueta de Girona, as Miriam is now here with you, 24 donors per year. And this is the hospital who do donation and transplantation, and also my hospital clinic last year was 64 donors, but mainly DCD and less DVD. Well, then Spain in the last year have continuously increasing the donation. Why? To have the TBM experts in the hospital, achieve 46 donors last year. The number of transplants is more than 100 per million of inhabitants, because we did 5,000 organ transplant. In Spain is less than 50 million of inhabitants, kidney, liver, heart, lung, pancreas. And this is also the patients on the waiting list at the end of the year 22 to have this figure. Totally 4,746. That is 1 year before was a similar number. And the same for pediatrics, 66. So this is show 66. Well, the survival of these organs at 1 and 5 years of the kidney, the liver, heart, is data comparable with international. In this new vital cycle, if Spain have 46 donors, do more than 100 transplants. If India have a few donors, can do less. The goal, our dream, since the beginning, and I have many friends here in the audience, is to think that we need more organs for our patients. The organs and the potential donors are in the critical care areas, not in another place. Here, and you are in a nice center here, with Gupta and all the team. And it's not the transplant teams who will solve that. They have to be busy in the ICU, not us for the organs, but in the ICU we have to be these expert specialists, the TPM, in charge of. This way we can facilitate to the recipients enough organs for transplantation. Well, thank you very much. My pleasure to be here with you. And I hope we can have some discussion in the live through the online communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marty. Well, that's the beginning. Any comment, any reaction on what you heard? Because as you have seen, this is not only a challenge, it means that you will have now also the role of creating a unit inside your hospital to be dedicated on organ donation. So you will have to convince, not the families. We don't convince the families. We talk to the families and we give them proposals for the end of life care. But what we have to convince is our colleagues. Okay, so comments? Yes?
Hi Marty, very good evening, morning to you. I'm Deepak Gupta. I wanted to ask you, what is one message you will give to us which may help change in practice, change in the numbers in our country? What do you think is lacking in our country which we really need to work upon?
Well, thank you, Dr. Gupta, for the question. I think that is a very important issue. No? The most important, I think, have been comment here for the guy from Goa. We don't have to focus only on the public. We will not change the mind of the public. That will take millions of years to change the mind. But we can to change the practice in the hospital. And Dr. Coevaliste said the formula. Each hospital should have an organ procurement unit. And the ones who have to manage or deal with this unit is the one who are in this auditorium. You select the excellent people. We need the neurosurgeons because many of our patients came from you. We need the anesthesiologists because these potential are in these units in the ICU. And we need people from the emergency. Then this is a new practice in the hospital. There is not budget for the cadavers. Cadavers goes to the funerary home. And now we need to create a new small structures in the hospital to manage all this new practice from the neurosurgery, from the ICU until this potential evaluated goes to the operating room. Someone mentioned family is the issue, family is the issue, family is the issue. But if the family understand clear that the relative is dead, and the information, the bad news during the evolution of the patient, and the family have a trust with the professionals, and who approach the family is part of this professional team, not outside people, then the chance is more higher. Second, don't worry, as at the beginning you have only 20 or 30% consent of the families. By practice, by learning, by years, then this consent will grow. That happens to us in Spain. We don't make a big campaigns, no big television. We don't spend money in that. But today, all the scientific professionals of the neurosurgeons, ICU doctors, emergency anesthesiology, all the fellows of these specialties, before to be specialized, they follow a TPM training course similar to that. So everyone in this clinical practice is aware that some one patient die, I have the process of donation have to start. They start. Well, you will see here in the auditorium a model of Coimbra, my friend Eduardo Sousa, that when a patient dies in the unit, anyone who is there start the procedure. If that could happen in India, that someone die in the emergency area, in the ICU, whatever place it is, and they say, no, now is my second or my next step is to refer this donor, evaluate, and so on. So, Dr. Gupta, it's difficult to implement, but it's easier for the doctors. It's a new task, new practice in the hospital, and you are the right people here in the room. You are in the nice center. I visited your center some years ago, and well, have all the support from Noto, from everyone to start.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
A very good morning, Dr. Marty. This is Dr. Aarti Vij. And I'm so happy to see you early in the morning, 4 a.m. Really speaks about your commitment. I was asking your team that I'm missing you, but seeing you is very nice now today. Very beautiful lecture. We have met 20 years back and we have been in touch. Today we have made some strides, some progress, but I have one question. We in our country have quite a bit of system now laid up nationally and in hospitals as well. And our act, our law also has made an amendment which is very important, that all brain deaths in the ICUs have to be mandatorily, legally to be notified to the TPM units or the transplant coordinator or ORBO in our case. But across the country we are not seeing that. We are fortunate that Dr. Deepak Gupta in our center is taking keen interest, and that has really helped us a lot. He notifies, he takes a lot of interest. But across the country, all my colleagues will say this is our biggest bottleneck. What should we do to improve this, the first step of the whole thing?
Yes, Artivik, we met you 20 years ago in the first TPM training course here in Delhi. I remember, thank you. And thank you, you continues for so many years involved in the issue and insisting to do that. And your question is very, very important. We know India. And we know the profile of your transplant coordinators, and the name is transplant coordinators. And these people, they need to have the referral from the unit. But people from the unit, people mainly in this room, anesthesiology, ICU, neurosurgeons, if they are not motivated, trained, or they don't feel part of his job, they will not do, they will not refer. And today it's quite impossible or difficult for these coordinators to go to the ICU, social worker go to the doctor to ask for some support. I think this is the main problem, that part of the system in India is well placed with the transplant coordinator, the social worker, for the logistic of coordinated transplantation, mainly for living, because many of those start doing living. But from disease, my advice, Arti, is to have to create the manager who procure for transplantation, who organize all the difficulties all the steps who are in the process. And the fourth, the more important, is the referral. And how to change the mind of our doctors. It's the doctor who will decide to refer or not. And that don't happen when the heart stops or when the brain is already brain death. This is evolution of the patients. You see in the ICU, in the neurosurgery, which patients will have a bad prognosis or bad evolution. And this is something that you have integrated. You have to care this family, you have to care this patient, and finally to refer. So it's very, very difficult to implement that, Arti, because many of the doctors in India don't trust, or so they don't follow, or they don't feel that they have to do the job. But that is what happened to us in 85 and 90s. I repeat, Spain is not really because the Spanish population is different, not because the legislation is different. Probably the health system is different because anyone in the society could be transplanted for free, and that makes a big difference also for us. No? But the key point is that we have 500 ICU people dedicated to the donation. It's in the ICU, in the emergency area. William Masnol is ICU doctor, Eduardo Sousa is ICU doctor, I'm an anesthesiologist, etc. Ana Marcelo is also an anesthesiologist. Should be in the hands of these people to start the procedure. How? Again, doing training, education, recognize, compensation for the hours of extra job maybe. Many of these issues, but the key point I showed us slides is in the ICU. In the ICU, you need to have the transplant procurement managers. And the coordinators is excellent to help in the logistic between the retrieval, between the selection of the recipients and so on, to support the families. Well, this should be a teamwork between these coordinators and the ICU. But you will find the formula. You are very, very active and very clever, Arti, and you will find together with your colleagues. Sure.
Anybody else from the audience? Yeah, and Dr. Samuel Kaba, he's from Africa, from Ghana. He wants to ask you a question.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at it from practice to policy and not from policy to practice. After many years of your experience in practice, if you were to recommend for policy formulation, what would you recommend for a good policy for beginners where it will make practice easier?
Well, if I understand your question, our policy started in this way. In 1984, the government of Catalonia said to all the hospitals who want to do transplant, you will be not allowed to do any transplant if you don't have a doctor responsible for organ donation. And that is the reason I'm here today. So they put as a policy in the country, and 7 million of inhabitants, if you want to do transplant, you need to be a doctor. I'm an anesthesiologist, there was request, oh Marty, you are in the emergency area, you are in the ICU, whatever, you have to do the job with cadavers. My answer was no. And as many people may be seen in Ghana, in Africa, or in India, after 6 months, in October this year, finally the medical director said, Marty, this is a request of the government to the hospital, and I start part-time. So for me, the best policy that you can do is that in the region, the government have to make mandatory that. Second, of course, you can have a budget, because the hospital always are out of money, and a budget to support was the salary, the time on call, and today is a good career. So the people who work as a TPM in the hospitals in Spain, they are well paid. Well paid means no extra pay, but they have salary like surgeons and nephrologists, others for the job. It's not a secondary job. So drive with a cadaver and try to identify if which organs are valid and can be a graft for others. This is a very big responsibility, it's a quality, etc. No? and then for Ghana, for any place, with Dr. Aristeos, who knows very well Africa, we recommend the same. Please make a pilot. Make a pilot maybe here in the AIMS hospital, that between some anesthesiologists can share, be on call on duty one day a week or whatever. We organize a formula. Maybe only during the working hours, maybe in the weekend. You can find the resources, no? I don't know if I answered your question, doctor. And training is the other training.
Yes, to involve the ICU people from your country and to train them and to motivate them, no? Well,
sorry, let me explain you one issue. When we started in 1995, not all my colleagues were supporting me. Not all. I have 3 ICUs in my hospitals. Some ICUs want to collaborate, others no. Others was the door, it's closed. But maybe from 10 colleagues, 2 refer the donors, others not. But it's a matter of time, it's a matter of time. You cannot start that all will be on the road. But if some are on the road, year by year, then you will improve. Sorry, Chloe.
No, it's important, no, that we don't start from the top. We need to work, but for that you need to be motivated and to know what you do, no? And always try to improve. That's why quality also is very important. Any more question or comment? Okay, so now we will go to what happens actually in India, no? What happens in the hospital and from the national level. So we are going to start by Orbo, and for that we have Dr. Arji. So you can use that. Here you are. Which one is? This is the programs in AIMS? Okay. No, it's here. We can do it here. Which one is this? This is.
Sure. Because I feel like walking around. Sure. You sit on the chair. A very warm good morning to all of you. I'm so delighted to see so many experts from different parts of the world and my colleagues from AIMS and different parts of the country, and congratulate Dr. Deepak Gupta for putting together such a fantastic group. I will today talk to you what happened at AIMS, a little bit of history. I see my very senior colleague Dr. Agarwal. We have worked for almost 22, 23 years together, holding hands, crying with each other when things are working, joy, fighting with each other, taking out frustrations. But I'm so glad and happy to see that you're here. And please add to whatever I'm speaking information. If you could add, that'll be very nice. Next. I'll just like to take you through a little bit of history of AIMS. AIMS, for my delegates from across the world, is like a temple or like a Mecca. It's just the ultimate in this country, AIMS New Delhi. What AIMS Delhi does, country follows in medical science. And that is quite, I will be taking you through that. We started a very active cornea transplant program in 1965, followed by kidney in 1976. Heart transplant, the first heart transplant of the country was done at AIMS, 1904. The heart wall banking also started same year. Liver transplant started in 96. Active, I'm talking about active program, not like random 1 or 2. And pancreas, the first pancreas of this country was done at AIMS in 2004. And the bone banking, active bone banking also started in 2005. When I say bone banking, deceased donor bones, not the surgical remains. Very important milestone in our country, 1994, the Act on Organ Transplant was passed, and the rules were made in 1995. The very first year Act was passed, we also did our first heart transplant. And I'm very happy and proud to share this is the first heart transplant done in our country right immediately after the passage of the Act. And Mr. Devi Ram was alive. He stayed, for 20 years post-transplant. And in the year 2003, actually our government started thinking about having a nodal agency which will push this organ donation program in the country. And finally this facility was handed over to AIIMS New Delhi, and we established in 2003, and ORBO is the first public sector facility that was set up in this country. And with the broad objectives of encouraging organ donation, ensuring there's fair and equitable distribution, and that each and every organ is utilized optimally. So what we did, while the Act considered organs in that time, and the mandate for this facility department was to promote organ donation, in the very first year we realized that we cannot separate organs from tissues and whole body, because anybody who wants to pledge and donate may want to donate anyway. So we expanded our scope of work and we included whole body donation, tissue donation, while Act at that time there was a separate Act for tissue, not the Organ Donation Act, but we still kind of made a one-stop shop. And we set up our country's first donor registry for brain death donation way back in 2003 itself. At that time there were a lot of challenges, which some of them we have overcome, but I just want to show you what were the things. At that time the awareness on brain death was abysmal, almost negligible. And in fact other tissue donations were also very negligible. The only thing people, if they knew, was cornea donation in this country. So it was a major task in front of us to educate general public, but like Marty and all the experts say, more importantly, our own colleagues, medical professionals, paramedical professionals. And even now I would say that that's still a bit of a challenge left. Another problem was that, can we launch a national program aggressively? We kept thinking with the government plans, and we said, can we, because our country is very big, huge geographical area, but the transplant activities were very limited at that time. I'm talking about like 20 years back. And if you launch a massive awareness program and massive transplant donation, then it may backfire. So we had to go slow. Next. As you know, because it's a legal aspect and our Act mandated that there has to be clearance from the police. There has to be clearance from forensic medicine people. Forensic medicine people were not enthused to come in the middle of the night, be available in the operation theatre to give you a permission to go ahead with retrieval. So this was a very big challenge at that time. Presence of police. Why would police come or leave all their crime related work and just come and interview your potential donor and give you a clean chit? So we had to educate police. That was another challenge. Socio-cultural issues, you imagine, because in our country, the way we, after death, there are certain culture, there's certain customs, there is ashes to be immersed in Ganges, and there were a lot of things. Then there were myths. People thought, if I donate this, because we believe in rebirth, most of the population, I'll be born without eyes, I'll have no heart, and I will have a compromised life. So there were big, huge challenge there. Even bigger challenge is geographical distance. Now there is one transplant center in one state and in the other state, and this transplant center doesn't have heart transplant facility. Maybe in a state there is no heart transplant facility, but there could be a donor. Now what happens? Within 4 to 6 hours we have to transplant. So we had to look at that, which meant we had to involve multiple agencies, multiple ministries to bring together things for a smooth launch of the program. The biggest challenge that we had was that in our country, health is a state subject. Biggest. So you cannot, and this is the challenge we ORBO faced, because we were the nodal facility at that time for the country. And from ORBO, from AIIMS, we wrote letters to every health minister of the state, every health secretary, every director general of health services, asking them to depute a nodal officer so that we can form a national network. We did get response from some, we did not even get response. I'm being honest. And it went on for a year, repeated request with the help of the government of India. Still, we were not able to do that. And the reason was, you are an institution. We were a hospital while we had this mandate to do national networking, but we were still an institution. And why should I listen to All India Institute directive? At that time, the ORBO itself felt that there is a need to have an independent organization. We need an autonomous organization which does not belong to any ex-hospital, and that is the organization which can carry on this national networking, national registry and allocation at the national level. While at Delhi we formed a very good network of hospitals and allocation criteria in our state, but it was becoming very difficult nationally. And that's when the proposal was also initiated from ORBO's side to have a national independent autonomous body. The seed of NOTO, if Archana is here, I don't know if she's sitting here, I want to tell you today, long back, I think just before the amendment of the Act, that seed was sown. And Dr. Agarwal is also with me to support that thing, that this was only. So Dr. Agarwal, myself, we have had several marathon meetings in the ministry, core groups were made, and we all gave our views on amendment of Act, and all those difficulties that I'm telling you, challenges, were taken care of. Now we have a robust, in my view, a very good Act. Maybe 1 or 2 amendments may be required further, but we have a very friendly Act now, which took care of all the issues that we faced as challenges. And a national organ transplant program was made, which has helped, which did not mean only promote organ donation, which also took care of prevention of organ failure. So I think very well drafted national organ transplant program. And our institute and some of our experts have been working very hard with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to contribute to this cause. Now, that's about a little bit of overall journey. Then of course NOTO came into being. Archana will tell you, we had state level organization, we have a big website, Dr. Agarwal is the chairperson of that website, you can ask later. We have a national registry, we have a national waiting list, regional waiting list, which Archana will cover. What is happening at AIIMS? Quickly. So AIIMS has all these facilities. We are the only institution in the country which has all the 3 tissue banks and every organ transplant possible except for intestine, which already is in the process. ORBO at AIIMS is the nodal center or nodal facility of this mega institution for the Government of India, and we are also responsible for licensing, renewal, registration with the competent authority. Next. Very active, all the 3 banks, tissue banks are very active, very successful, with outstanding, excellent results. Next. Yeah, this is also part of the history and the journey. Right in 2003, we said we need to develop guidelines which are accepted by the experts across the country. So we started a series of national consultations to form these guidelines by experts. The first one, which was the most important, was to draft a medico-legal guideline. What is the responsibility of treating physician? What is the responsibility of the hospital? What role clinician plays, what role transplant coordinator plays, what is the role of the police, and what is going to be the role of the forensic expert, so that it is laid down and everybody knows what they have to do. So this is next. Then we had another consultation on tissue donation. You see, what we felt is, if a certain hospital or institution is retrieving a tissue or an organ, it has to be acceptable across country for every expert. So what is important? Screening criteria. So let's start with developing a screening guideline acceptable to the entire country, all the experts. And then we had everybody, and we had collaborated with the ministry, we had consultants from private sector, we had consultants from government sector, from teaching hospitals, everyone. So about 30-40 experts would sit down and develop. So we have those guidelines which are accepted. Then we also needed all the experts would agree, important is to have this potential, brain dead donor needs to be screened so that the effort and the resources are optimally utilized. And this screening criteria has to be acceptable to every institution, every expert. Again, we had a national consultation, we got experts from each specialty. If it was heart transplant, cardiologist, pathologist, cardiac surgeon, similarly for every organ, and then we developed a screening criteria for each organ and each tissue. All these were submitted to the ministry, and there is a consensus on that. Next. Now, as I told you, when our act got revised and we had put forward our challenges, one of the challenges which I asked Dr. Marty also, and despite the amendment of the act, we are still facing, which is the referral, which is very individual. There are spikes that we get. Somebody gets motivated in the neurosurgery or medicine or neurology, and we then start getting donors and referrals. So there is a need to be a system in place where there should be a mandatory notification. That's what we told the parliamentary committee when I myself was called there to give my views, because I had spent so many years and the difficulties that I had, and I said, yeah, the work starts from here. The first thing is, let us know if there is a potential donor. So the act got amended, and we have in the act mandatory notification. All deaths have to be reported. All potential brain death donations, cardiac donations, this was for organ donation, have to be reported to by the treating physician to the transplant coordinator or TPM, wherever TPM is, or ORBO in our case. And following this, our director issued a circular as well. So there was a circular which was issued. It was made mandatory. Next. What we also did was, as I told you in the beginning, that we didn't think we could segregate. We also had a registry. So our potential donors, when they were dying, they could have died with cardiac death and wanted to still give their bones, heart wall. So we can't say, no, we can't help you because we only deal with this. So we also started another thing. How do we improve the culture of the ICUs? So we started a system at ORBO to have a rotation posting of critical care nurses, depending on how much they can spare, minimum 6 months or 1 year. So a critical care nurse gets posted in ORBO. They run around the clock helpline. This is not a separate post created. This is a posting for the critical care nurses. And they are trained in the whole process. They help. In the middle of the night, if there's a call, they will go. To ensure that we change the culture, we said let's include cardiac deaths. So at AIIMS, it's not only brain death. Any death has to be notified. So through our IT system, whenever the resident in the department fills up a death certificate for a cardiac death, that notification comes. So for cardiac death, we are covering 100% deaths in AIIMS and its centers. 100% notification is coming. Our nurse coordinator goes, sees the screening criteria, talks to the family for tissue donation, because we feel let's create a culture in the institute. And brain death, we are still depending on the referrals. These nurse coordinators are very well trained. They take daily rounds of each ICU, and you may have visited the trauma ICU, some of them. We also have, in addition, not only nurses, long way back we said we need to involve anesthetists or intensivists. We have done all these things that need to be done. And for trauma, we have Dr. Chavi sitting here. She is in charge for so many years to look after any potential donor, identifying, maintaining the donors, getting the donor screen. And similarly, we have Dr. Girjarath. I don't know whether he's sitting for our neurosciences center. So we have like he says, the intensivist in the ICUs. We also have nurses available round the clock to help these intensivists in case there is a donor available. We also train these nurses in brain death management. It's not only screening, it's also to provide assistance to the bedside nurse in the ICU, because she may have more work, and the treating physician or the bedside nurse may lose interest in, the patient which is now going. So we said we support, we send. So from ORBO, that nurse goes to help the resident doctor and the next please. So this is a format of organ donation referral form that we have developed in-house, which for every death is being filled. This data is available with us. Next. So this is a kind of census we maintain for a potential organ donor. As I told you, every day a round is taken of all the ICUs. And the data that with the help of the resident doctors or our anesthesia in charges of the ICUs, we are filling this
This data we already have captured for last 5-6 years when we started. We are doing everything possible to see how it makes a change. So very interesting things like you said. I also feel that a little bit more input on donor management, a little more concise, which I'm sure you will be handling today. That is also one of the areas which needs a lot of focus. Because if we have a potential donor which is so few and we have a one referral, I feel very passionate that one referral we should not lose. So, these are nurses. We need intensivists to be trained to help us in that thing. But now, the first one, socio-cultural issues and other things have really flooded our awareness and education training programs. We realized very early, first educate your healthcare professionals. So we had series of training programs to train our anesthetists, our physicians, everyone. These are structured. Then we said, okay, who is by the bedside? The senior faculty is not by the bedside. They will come for the rounds, it's our resident. Let's train them. So we requested the director that in institute, we should be the first institute in the country to make it mandatory for every resident of all India Institute to get trained in organ and tissue donation and brain death declaration. And so it started. And we started this mandatory training for the resident doctors. Each one has to come. It's a one-day program. We sensitize them. And it's not that I am sensitizing. We have neurophysicians, we have neuroanesthetists, the clinicians, and the legal team. Everyone, they're sensitized about that. And then there's a little bit of test, pre and post, how much they know in this one day, how much their knowledge is improved. We also have made it mandatory. Okay, so now we have made it mandatory for BSc nursing and MSc nursing course to have this seminar. And we are the only institution in the country, and we are autonomous, we are an autonomic university, so we have included a session, a program on brain death declaration and organ donation in our MBBS curriculum. So every MBBS student is sensitized. It's not in the university curriculum in other places, but AIIMS has. Next. Now, as I told you, police plays a very big role. So very beginning 2003 onwards, we are regularly having training programs for our police officials. And we make sure that we have the station head office and the Deputy Commissioner of Police included, along with sub-inspectors who are actually the investigating officers of the cases, to be getting sensitized on this. Next. Then, organ transplants, deceased donations are so rare and so few, but we want all our residents to be very well trained in retrieval process. So we have started the cadaveric multi-organ retrieval workshops. Then another thing, now like Marty also mentioned, most of the transplant coordinators in India are medical social workers. We did identify that they are having problems. Probably they are not that empowered to just get inside the ICU and tell, even if you teach them clinical bit, but it's just hierarchy that they can. So we said it's important, along with Noto, we said let's have a brainstorming session, let's just identify what are the issues. So we keep doing these things, we have done that, COVID came and then we couldn't address some of those issues, which we will. Next. Some happy things. Challenges, how we manage challenges, but there are some good stories. These are some of our heart recipients, which is, all this is worth its while despite all the frustrations and the fights when you see these patients. And there is this Preeti girl, she works with me. She's now 22 years post-heart transplant. Rest, I don't have so much time, but I could, narrate beautiful stories next. This is the first lung transplant. We have been trying for a long time to have a lung transplant. As you know, it's very complicated. You need to put, I'm sorry, it's just me because I couldn't find any team. I would rather not be here. He has put, he's responsible. I would rather have all these thoracic departments, CTVS department, cardiology, pulmonology, the entire team of nurses, they've worked very hard because when you're doing first time, we needed their picture here. Next. This is also very interesting. I am Aarti, and we had a first split liver from donation AIMS in Delhi. I don't know. We claim that this is probably this was first split liver in the country, because I didn't get information from anybody else. And one of the recipient was baby Aarti. So she came to meet us at Orbo, which was very delightful because it's the same name. Next. For us also in the public sector, this is in 2004, first interstate sharing of organ. So donor was AIMS and UP, Lucknow SGPGI, recipient was there. She's the recipient. And liver was retrieved here, flown on a chartered flight by our head of the Department of GI Surgery to SGPGI, and it was transplanted. There was very heartening, because it's always good to see these first time things happening. Next. This is another thing. Both these boys, they are first and the second pancreas kidney combined recipients, again done by AIMS in the country. Now of course pancreas transplant is happening, but this is joyful. That guy is eating chocolate. He used to like eating chocolates, and he came back and he says, I'm having chocolate. It was delightful. Some of the kidney recipients, next. Bone recipients, next, yeah. Heart wall, jaldi le. Cornea, yes, this is common. This is important because you see, to give credibility and dignity to the program, when people like these come forward, you may have heard their names. These are very eminent people. Late Shri Vishnu Prabhakar, late Shri Nanaji Deshmukh, they all donated their whole bodies at AIMS, and we are privileged that we could take them and keep, and our students could learn on such eminent people. And I'm very happy to share this, because there used to be shortage of whole bodies for training our students, and when we started our registry and there were elderlies who when would pass away, then families would call up, and we would call up anatomy, and there came a day in 2008, then it got a call from anatomy, will you now stop, because we don't have space. So then I approached Delhi government, and we said, why don't you form a network of hospitals? And there was an NGO, it's called the Richi Dedan Samiti, which was working on organ donation, and we told them that we will inform you when we get a donor, and you give it to the medical college which needs it. Next. I'll quickly go through it, because these are some of we also celebrate Heart Transplant Day, because first heart transplant of the country. You can see the health minister and the prime minister on the left side. Then you see the president of India, APJ Abdul Kalam. We got their blessings, because it next. This is also interesting. I'm sharing for all the women that there is once we got approached, the CRPF, the Central Reserve Force of Police, is a very big force, and for my foreign friends, India is the only country which has a regiment which is only women in this police force, only women. And they have a woman officer and the whole cadre. They wrote, that time our President of India was also a woman. She is a woman, I mean she's still there. So they wrote that she's coming, and N Block, the whole regiment wants to pledge with Orbo. So this was a very landmark day. All women day is celebrated now, but this was long time back. Next. So tied up with a lot of government organizations. Next. We had support from ministers all the time. Next. Some of the other healthcare organizations we have tied up over the years. Next. Another thing came in, like I'm short of time. Okay, so quickly. We also addressed children, corporate sector. Next. The various NGOs we tied up with. Next. Religious bodies. This came up. So we did approach. We did get a very positive response by the names mentioned here. So these are some of the training programs. We also in India felicitate our donor families. So we do hold those programs from time to time. Next. This is important. Social media came in, so we developed some movies, little 1, 2, 3, 5 minutes movies with the real donors, family, and real recipients. So they are no actors. I would encourage you to go on YouTube and see Orbo spots. These are real people. There is no actor in there, and these are very beautiful. Make you cry also. Next. 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 Yeah. Next. So this was also, we said, okay, let's, we need to create this thing. So we were the first one. We started making hoardings. So AIMS, there's a hoarding in trauma center, big, huge hoarding with our donor's name, and we make a quote on them. This is least we can do for our donors. Next, next, next. All these activities next, just to keep the things alive. Next, we're finishing. Aage chalo. Also a book was made, next. A book was, we also published a book with the stories of real donors and real recipients, and now that book is available as e-book. It's called Tribute to Life. YouTube, if you go on YouTube, you can see it. And we also have a website which was created way back that time with facility to download the form and the stories of these people. Next. Thank you. Next. This has all been possible by a team effort. Our staff at AIMS, my officers, my clinical colleagues, this has been a journey. We have stood by each other. We have, like Dr. Agarwal said, fought also with each other. But this institute, all the experts have worked together to bring it where it is today. Thank you so much. Any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Congratulations. It's really amazing the work that all the work that you have done and the achievements, no, also. And really, it's really, and this is why in this institution things happens, no? Because you need to have engines that are behind and that they are pulling or pushing, I don't know, but somehow to be there. And now so we will, if there's any question, any comment, if not, maybe we can hear the Noto. You will stay here? And you will stay here, okay? And now we will get the point of view from the institution, no? From the national competent authority that has been so well explained, no? That there is a need of getting this competent authority. There are different levels: the national competent authority, the hospital, and then the population. And now we would like to hear you, so that you can explain what the Noto is doing.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Agarwal sir, and all the people who have come from all parts of the country. So as you all know, I am Dr. Archana, consultant from Noto, National Organ Tissue Transplant Organization. I think at this stage of training, you all should know what organization or what structure we already have in place, because we all start working in the hospital and we don't exactly know how to go about it. So there is already a structure because of our seniors who have worked so hard in the past and made a structure standing, which is implementing this pious program across the country. So I'll take you slide by slide. It's a national organ transplant program which is under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The objectives is to bridge the gap between the demand and the supply, to establish new organ and tissue retrieval and transplant facilities and strengthen existing units, to monitor organ and tissue transplant services, and to train required manpower. So under NOTP, to implement all the objectives, Noto was established. These are the points, like networking organization at a national level Noto, then regional level ROTO, and state level SOTO. Digital online registry was intended to be implemented by the Noto. Donated organ is a national resource consider. Awareness activities, dedicated website www.noto.gov.in. Then Indian Organ Donation Day, toll-free number is there where you can call 24/7. Financial support for new transplant center and retrieval centers and strengthening of old is available with that. Establishing biomaterial centers, financial support for transplant coordinators in medical college and trauma centers, financial support for maintenance of donors as well. And then financial support for post-transplant immunosuppression, training and capacity building, international cooperation. This you all know that how it came into, how the bill, the committee recommendations, and then bill was introduced, and then THOA and THOTA amendments. THOA came into existence in 1994, then THOA was amended in 2011, came into force with effect from 2014. Transplantation of Human Organs and Tissues Act 1994, Transplantation of Human Organ and Tissue Rules notified also in 2014. Role of NOTO, Network Organization, maintain and update organ and tissue donation and transplant registry at respective level. With this, I would just like to tell you that we are trying so far since 2013 to have this, but we do have from support from some of the states, but yes, it is still not centralized, so we are working to make it centralized, and it will be only possible once all the states will get data from the hospitals, and then they will give it to the region, and then the region will give it to the NOTO. And for that we are working on for the new website also with the National Health Authority, and it will be soon coming up. Allocation criteria is available on NOTO website. It is very important. I would definitely request all of you to go on the NOTO website and check, because recently also there are few changes which you might be seeing in the newspapers or social media. So these criteria are very important for listing the patient and also for the allocation of the organs. This is the NOTO verticals where we work: research, networking, awareness, coordination and allocation, registry, organ pledging, data bank. This is how NOTO, ROTO, SOTO is, and then under that transplant center, retrieval center or tissue bank. So wherever you are working, if you are working in any hospital, make sure your hospital is registered with the NOTO. As I said that we have a regional level centers, so we are covering across India with the 5 regions. In West we have our regional center in KEM Mumbai. In South it is in Tamil Nadu Government Multi-Speciality Hospital Chennai. Then in Kolkata it is IPGMER Kolkata. In Northeast we have our ROTO in Guwahati Medical College Guwahati, and in North it is in PGI Chandigarh. This is our national, regional and SOTO organization. In this we have few more SOTO coming up which is not yet confirmed, but yes, they are in process. So presently we have our presence in 20 states and 5 regions, so total 25. We are aiming to have 36 SOTOs and ROTOs in the coming years. So that means in every state and UT there should be a SOTO. Functions of ROTO, as I said that there was a mandate to have that. So monitoring and surveillance of transplantation activity in the region, collection of statistics to operate various schemes for organ donation, donor health checkup and safeguarding population, organize and conduct training programs for the region, creating awareness for disease, organ and tissue donation, organization, intersect oral meetings and advocacy workshop for the region and state, dissemination of information, technical guidance and support. We do provide 24/7 technical guidance if there is anything you want to know, like donor management or organ allocation or anything. Functions of SOTO is also similar to that. It's just that it's focused on state level. Maintain wait list of the patient require or need transplants. Facilitate multi-organ retrieval from the BSD donors and coordination from the procurement till transplantation of organ. Formation of organ and tissue retrieval teams. Matching of recipient and donor and organ allocation as per policy in the state. Collection of data on donation and transplantation. Dissemination of information to hospitals, organizations and individuals. Follow-up of the post-transplant patient and living donors for assessment of graft rejection survival rates. IC, training activities, collection of data from the hospital. Now I'll show you the current statistics of 2022. But before that, I would like to tell you that this system which I have told you, that NOTO, ROTO, SOTO is already there, and it is working too hard to make the system more robust and simplify for you. So I will request that kindly adhere to it. Once you start in your organization or in your hospital, make sure that what happens now when we start a transplant program, because nowadays I get a call from many of the institutes who said, ma'am, we are going to start a transplant program. Definitely, you are more than welcome to start a transplant program, but make sure that before the transplant program, you should set up a disease donation program. Don't look towards other hospital for the donation. You have to make sure that donation is also working in the same level as the transplant. Otherwise, all facilities are ending up in doing the living transplants because they are not concentrating on. That is the very important part. When you have a transplant surgeon and every expertise in the transplant part, make sure the disease donation will be, and that can be only done by motivating and encouraging your neurosurgeons, intensivists, ICU departments. So they are equally important. So whenever you go with the proposal, make sure that, and yes, all the financial provisions are there. Dr. Anil will be coming in the evening, so he will be telling you more about it, but yes, financial provisions are there that can be definitely done. Though our system is not fully digitalized, but whatever is done so far, still it is working, and you should make sure that when you recommend any patient for the transplant, that he or she should be registered on NOTO. With the NOTO registration, I would also like to say that don't recommend patient to go and register in every state. What happens? Doctor only say ki you go and register in other state also, so there will be a probability of getting the organs. No, he will disqualify, because having more than one NOTO number is not what we recommend. Yes, if the person is in one state and if he wants to move to the other state due to any reason, he can definitely take a transfer. For that, he needs to give an application to the respective hospital, get a NOC and intimate it to NOTO. His NOTO ID will be transferred to the respective hospital. So there are provisions, it's just that you need to look into it. And also, as we are moving towards one nation, one allocation policy, so also I would like to say in this forum that most of the states don't have any allocation policy presently. Only few states do have. So what the allocation policy is there on the NOTO website, it is made with this intent only that all the people across the country will follow that, so that there will be similarity. Because see, we are intending toward the central registry. So if registry is not same, and if our criteria of allocation is not same, we will not be able to achieve the aim. So allocation should be at every level in the same criteria, and the criteria are very well defined. Once it is digitalized, it will be easy and simplified also. This is just to show you that how we are progressing. Total transplants, so we have broke the records of so far from 2013, NOTO is in established. So this year we have done 15,561 transplants. Total living transplants in this is 12,791. Domino liver transplant is 5, it's again highest. Number of disease donations 904. So after COVID we are again back and we are very much near to our highest target, that is 930. This year with you people we aim that we must cross 1000. Total disease transplants 2,765. Total disease transplants and number of disease donors. See, this is the difference in 2016 versus 2022. Total disease donors were 930, this year 904. Total disease transplants 2,265, and in this year 2,765. Average transplant per donor 2.43, and this year it is 3. How many organs can we how many lives we can save from one person? Anyone? 8. So if not 8, at least we should aim at 5. So once we are taking a consent, we should not restrict that my hospital have only the kidney transplant facility, so only will take a consent for the kidney and cornea. We should always take a consent for all the organs and motivate the person to donate, because see, if one person is coming forward, let's make possible 5 life possible. Yeah. The rest of the organs will be allocated by your state level, state organization or a regional organization or national organization. So there is a proper network and a coordination, you don't have to worry about it. So one more thing, once you have a BSD declaration in your hospital, and if you have a verbal consent, don't wait that we'll see that we have a recipient of the same or not. first inform your state level organization so that they will start working. Definitely priority will be given to the hospital who is generating the organ if it is a transplant center. But what happens, sometimes the hospitals start working on their recipient list and calling, and in due course of time sometimes they lose the donor, or the donor gets demotivated, or they are only able to use that organ. That's the reason I'm saying, once you have a donor, be it brainstem death, and if you think he is giving only the verbal consent, you are not very sure also, please intimate SOTO, because if in case he refuses, there is no harm. But if he is if he want to go further, there will be a big time or much time with the SOTO to coordinate and get allocated all the organs.
Ma'am, we in our hospital, we have had 3 potential deceased, but even after verbal consent, they dropped the idea. So at that time, what should you do? Like you are saying, after verbal consent, we can start the process. But then at the last moment, if they withdraw, then what should we?
If they withdraw, in that case, you can also withdraw from your state organization that we haven't received the written consent, so we withdraw the alert. But yes, alert should be given. Why I'm saying, because there are difficulties you might face in donor management. There are difficulties you might face in convincing the person. There are difficulties you may face in medico-legal thing. He might have one person to sign, near and dear, maybe not that which we would like, that the next of the kin. In case of a husband, wife, or wife, in case of wife, there might not be husband, there might be children, so you might not be very sure that who can sign. In all these things, it's not that we only help in the organ allocation, we help in donor management, we help in a medico-legal part as well, and also networking and allocations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So this is what if we are not able to increase the number of diseased donors, we should at least increase the number of diseased organs. In that way also we will be able. Yeah. Diseased donor kidney transplant. This is a living donor kidney transplant, which is around 10,000. Then again liver transplant, 761 this year, and living liver transplant is around 3,000. Heart transplant 250, lung transplant 138. Even in Delhi, our 2 important hospitals started. One is Medanta, and obviously AIIMS have done, I think, 2 lung transplant. Pancreas 24, kidney and pancreas 22, small bowel 7, I'm sorry 3. Number of diseased donors. Telangana is the highest with 194, then Tamil Nadu 156, Karnataka 151, Gujarat 148, very small state, but very good number and a very good disease donation program in the state, then Maharashtra. Five states, number of living, obviously Delhi is always high in the living transplant, then Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra, Kerala, West Bengal. Number of diseased donor transplants in 2022. Telangana this, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Gujarat, Maharashtra. Thank you.
Where is it? Well, any question for her, please? Here it is. Yeah, the lights. Yes.
I thank you very much. I'm a neurosurgeon practicing for the last 27 years, and I personally declare patients brainstem death. Now the first question is that up till morning I have the concept that we cannot write down brain death on the file. Now that's the first question. Is it still there according to the law? Can we write brain death on the file?
Yes, you can.
So that's me being a senior neurosurgeon from AIIMS. It's still not clarified whether we can write down. Personally speaking, I always write absent brainstem reflexes so that it's not legally brain dead, because I have that concept till now that India doesn't have the law which allows us to declare a patient brain dead so that we can proceed for organ donation. Now, when it changed, I want to know that, which year that concept changed, and why is it that I am not aware of it? Very strange thing. That's the first query. The second thing is that, you know, for a family to say yes, the first thing is, like, I would like to compare this with a child donation. Earlier, in 100 years back, the child used to be donated from one family to the other, and that used to happen legally. Any family was allowed to give the third child, fourth child to another, childless family, and it used to be happen in a very legal, in a very happy sort of way. So I still feel that that sort of emotions still pertain. And you know, I have a hospital where we have live donors, we have renal transplants, live renal transplants, and we have so many dialysis patients roaming around. In fact, my OPD is just opposite to nephrologist's OPD. So my waiting area is common between dialysis, nephrology patients and neurosurgery and neurology patients. And I often have common patients, people who are on dialysis, they have neurosurgical or other problems. And yesterday also there was a dialysis young man who was in dialysis for the last 4 months. I was talking to his father. So he said it's very cumbersome to come thrice a week. And then people are also aware, and we are also aware, that dialysis is just taking care of the urea creatinine. And Dr. Sanjay would know more. The rest of the things, you know, if you compare dialysis with renal transplantation is the actual kidney. And all the other functions of the kidney are restored once the kidney is there. So even doctors are not that much aware. They feel if the patient is on dialysis, oh, it's a fine alternative to renal transplant. But I am not very sure, but Dr. Sanjay would confirm that a dialysis person's average lifespan is 4 years. That's what my concept is. So we are told that dialysis is there for 4 years. Patient would either die of MI or die of strokes. And unless and until he gets a renal transplant, he is destined to doom in 4 years or 5 years. So my purpose is that this particular family should be the first, the concept has to change. The recipient, the story has to start from the recipient. Now this gentleman, he would like some brain death person to donate, and that is from the same community, the same culture. And I am sure that tomorrow another gentleman of his age has a young death, and I make them face each other, and they start talking with each other, and they request, yes sir, your child is already gone, why don't you give your child's kidney to my child? It will be an act of benevolence. And I'm sure that 50% of the job, and then you can have some community leaders coming in and saying, there's no problem, why don't you do it? Your child is already gone. You are going to cremate him 3 days later. So, but the moment this thing comes, oh, if I am also the father of a child, and Soto and Noto is intimated, and now comes PGI, because my area is handled by PGI Chandigarh, and now they say that if you give consent, then we not only take your kidney, we also take your liver, we take your intestines, or we can also take other organs. We are going to utilize it for the maximum persons of recipients that we have.
Sir,
so immediately, I'll back off. I said, no, my child is not for anybody. It's for me, to decide that I only want my kidneys to be given to this particular family. So, this is what my concern is.
just to see, directive donations is not allowed in our country. So if someone come and say ki in living it is there, but in disease it's not there. So if tomorrow one person is die and he say ki meri give my one kidney even to my own family and all, it's not at all allowed. and there was only one case, I believe, and that in that also court and everyone was involved. So directive donation is not allowed. The second thing, as you are saying, ki if they are giving a cornea, if they are giving kidney, and if you start saying ki you give a lungs, heart and all that, I would say just that how you see the things. If you restrict your vision to the thing you want, then you won't be able to. And our aim is not that, to get one kidney for one person. For us, whole India, because Noto is maintaining a registry, it's a centralized registry. We are looking across the country, everyone. I'm not looking just next bed patient. So that's the reason I'm saying, if you're able to get convinced, if one person is coming forward one step, it just you have to pull. Don't push. Pull. Yeah, yesterday I learned from her. So yes, recently we had one donation in Max and the patient party was only ready to give kidneys. Yes, I asked the MS and other people on doctors to communicate with the patient family. They might have a reservation and they didn't agree, so we respect. But yes, we need to work on that. We should not. It is what happening in most of the eastern part of our country, that they do only have a kidney facility, so they are only asking kidney. They are not asking liver and all. But you need to see that might not be in your hospital people are dying because of not getting a liver, but in other hospital they are dying on a daily basis. So being a doctor, being at a national level, we need to think in a larger perspective, and also if directive donation will start, then there won't be any transparency and all. So that's the reason centralized registry is there. People will have trust that if they are donating organs, it will be given to the patient who are waiting. It's not to the richer or influencing people will get in between.
The first question regarding brain death.
Yeah, brain death is legal and you can definitely write. We are now trying to push it in the quality parameters also and in the licensing also, so that it will be made sure. It is already there in the rule. I don't know if you are not able to see, but it is, the soft copy is there on Noto website also. You can definitely check, and I would request all of you to keep on checking, because there are many changes happening. Even in coming days we are going to have a unified definition of death also, so there won't be any this thing that brainstem is only for the organ donation or that not. And people, yeah, no, sure.
There is a ruling, there is a memorandum which has come from the director of AIIMS that it is mandatory. It is mandatory for all the practicing ICU doctors to declare, to certify brain death. It is a part of your duty. If you are working in the ICU and if a patient dies, it is mandatory for you to certify brain death. And you must counsel the family. The most important thing for all the people sitting out here, let us first of all decouple brain death certification from organ donation. Never ever talk about organ donation in the first go. Let the family accept. Let them ask what next. Let them ask, let them understand the irreversibility of the situation. That is the most important thing. So if you write brainstem reflexes are absent, that means you yourself are not very sure about the brain death of the person. If the doctor is not sure, how do you expect the patient to understand and accept it?
Thank you.
One clarification I would like at this stage. See, we have institutional brain death certification committee, or a team which is supposed to certify a brain death. Clinical brain death is one where the clinician knows that there are no brain stem reflexes. That is on the bedside examination of the patient. But we till now are not writing is at brain death, because that qualifies as a legal statement, and then your process ensues from there about organ donation and everything. But as one individual clinician, is it okay to write down in unambiguous terms that it is the brain dead patient, unless you have done all the protocol for certification of brain death?
No, you got me wrong. There are 4 persons in the
This
committee.
is for Dr. Tushar also.
Okay, so there are 4 persons. One person who is the primary admitting person certifies and says the condition is irreversible. You know, you have a look at the, we call it a give. I'll give it in my talk. Give is like GCS less than 5. Patient is intubated. V is patient is ventilated on a full support, and E is pupil fixed dilated. So if you have these give parameters in your patient, that means, and the CT shows irreversible evidence, he is likely to be a potential or a possible donor. So one person does that. then of course the 4 persons in the committee, the second person could be a neurosurgeon, could be a neurologist, could be an intensivist, could be any person. Third person is again one person from the hospital appointed committee, and fourth is a medical administrator. So all those people have to do series of tests 6 hours apart, and then they write brain death. Patient is brain dead. But the irreversibility of the condition, you can very well say it out and you can write it down.
Yes, we can only write it down that there are no brainstem reflexes and the patient doesn't have any efforts of breathing, and there is no on stimulus, there is no movement, or there is no gag reflex or cuff reflex. Those are bedside clinical examination findings. So, but you would not declare it on a file as an individual that it is a brain death certified case. No, unless the committee does it for your institution. Thank you. Yes.
For brainstem death, you need to follow that criteria. But yes, if you follow the criteria, definitely you can go ahead and write. It's not that organ donation is coupled with that.
Yes, one comment here.
No, maybe the point is, one thing is the clinical determination and the other is the legal one. You need the legal one to proceed with organ procurement, but if not, as a clinical, you have to decide if the guy is brain dead or not. You have to do all the exploration and you can write that. You cannot make the determination if you don't want. That's one thing, but clinical things are an issue and the legal one are others.
It's not appropriate for us to declare legally as brain death unless you have done that certification through the committee appointed for the institution, for that hospital.
Just one thing I would like to add, because there are so many confusions, that for brainstem death, doing brainstem death, you don't need the consent of the family. That is again one thing which neurosurgeons or intensivists have in their mind, that we have to go. Because see, if you go and tell all this procedure to the family, definitely they are in grief and pain, so they might not agree. So it's that you can definitely go ahead with that. You don't need the consent. It's not legal yet. Okay.
Yes. Well, maybe because of a purpose of time, I just wanted you to say something because from the comment before, and then we move to the coffee break, because if not, exactly.
No, I don't know how much time you will give me, because it is such a complex topic of organ donation that number one, to clarify that saying that average dialysis survival is 4 years is absolutely wrong. Annual death is approximately 5 to 10%. We have hospital patients in our hospital who are surviving on dialysis by 18 years, 16 years. The longest dialysis survival in the world literature is more than 30 years. So don't go with the idea that dialysis survival is minuscule. Every patient who comes with end stage, we always say that yes, transplant is the best option, dialysis is not the best option. But that doesn't mean that the dialysis is that poor option that you should not. Second thing, I will say that you commented that you are not aware of whether the certification of brain death is mandatory and the hospital. So you see, I will give you example. Even in this hospital, the transplant is being done since 1972. And just 10 years back, a faculty of this hospital asked me that if this hospital does renal transplant. So how much person is aware is, I should say that that is his degree of alertness, is that how much he wants to be aware. There are many things has been said in first 2 lectures. I do not want to comment critical, but I am one person who is probably considered very much critical, whether it is NATO or whether it is All India Institute, whether it is Ministry of Health. Because my perception is, unless you know your limitation, that yes, I am not the best, there is still a scope of correction. Unless you don't have that feeling, you will never improve. Now 1994 Transplant Act was passed, and we are running in 2023, which is 29 years, and we are still arguing what are the guidelines and how to improve the organ donation. That itself shows how much in the two things which lacks in organ donation and transplantation in the country. is absence of system in many areas and a gross incoordination in places where the system exists. Now in so many places, right hand doesn't know what the left is doing. Whether you accept or not, when we speak in front of the health minister, these are not taken lightly, and then obviously the person who is speaking is criticized. But the fact is reality. Many of the things, Dr. Aarti has gone or he is still there. You must have listened half an hour, I mean don't take it otherwise, you have listened half an hour talk of Dr. Aarti. But have you got any idea that how much is the number of transplants since the ARBO was established till today? Have you seen any slide of that? Have you seen any hard fact that how many donations were approached and how many has been done? Anybody who can give me that he got the idea that okay, what ARBO has done in last 30 or 25 years. But you must have seen pictures of ministers and bureaucrats and school children. But what is the hard result which a common patient of end-stage renal disease wants? These are the facts. And whichever hospital is saying or whichever center is saying that they are doing so many of organ donation, just ask me how many organs come from their own hospital. Say if All India Institute has done 40 transplant disease kidney last 15 years, you ask out of 40 how many came from this hospital. Now if 25 came from other hospital, then the receiving hospital has no credit that they have done 100 disease donor transplant. Credit is who donated, from which hospital organ came, that is. So that we should, so this approach of organ stem, brain stem death certification came into the 2014 rules mandatorily, not only defining the brain death, but the family also has to be approached. That also is to be noted. And how many family agreed and how many didn't agree, that also has to be noted.
Exactly.
Because the basic aim of doing this was that you can audit that what is the potential in that particular hospital for organ donation. That was the aim, and this is part of the act.
Well, yes, we will. I think, Professor, you did an excellent summary. The pressure is on you, as you have seen, because you need the umbrella, no, of NOTO. You need organizations, you need the ministry. But where are the donors? The donors are.
So you see, NOTO is there since 2013. I mean, it looks irony. I is in charge of the registry of the NOTO. Still, people in the NOTO need to be explained what actually registry means.
Well,
I mean, 11 years we are here. No, sorry, I am critical because you see, I feel really sad from 2013, 23, 11 years we still do not have a registry which can be developed in a year's time. So we should think actually where is the fault. Unless you think where is the fault, you are not going to correct it. If you think that everything is fine, then fine, then there is no scope of improvement. You see, why I am emotional? We see hundreds of patients in our clinic who are crying and don't have an organ in a nuclear family who are medically fit to donate. And they ask me that if I don't have a sibling or the father to donate, it means I should die. Now I have no answer. And it's very difficult to run the nephrology OPD where 80% of patients are end-stage renal disease waiting for the organ transplant.
Thank you so much. Bottom up, maybe, is something that we should think about. Maybe we will have the time to discuss about each of the parts. And, well, let's go for a coffee. Everybody needs. If not, we will be in brain death, and it's not the aim. We will give you a little bit more of time because we were already running out. So let's say that at 11:15. Yes, we meet here sharp because now things start to be very serious. Okay?
Next hour.
If you are not able to scan the code, yes, you can. But in case you
If not,
cannot,
you
it
have the
can
number
happen.
there.
Here you go to this menti.com and you use the code 829704A.
It's okay.
Okay? It's just
Fine.
a code, so don't worry.
So, 6.
Yeah. We let some time.
Yeah.
Slide changer.
Okay, for this one? Yeah. Okay, perfect. It's working? Okay.
22?
Ah.
Yeah. Afterwards, if you want, we just put it another time.
Yes. No, it was on the top, so we can start if you want.
Exactly.
Yes.
I'm not able to connect. No? So just go to menti.com. Menti, so www.menti.com.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Don't worry. You just say okay, and then afterwards you will get. Yes. Okay. This is. You have now different options. Yes. What kind of donuts? Yes. You have to take your inside. So you go to Explorer. You don't have Wi-Fi. Okay. So yes, you need Wi-Fi to do that. You need to have internet. Okay, so okay, we discuss with what we have. Exactly. Don't worry.
But we need someone more to answer.
Come on.
Because only one is too poor. So what you tape will be in the screen. Okay?
Yeah, maybe you could share the password with everyone. Yes.
Okay.
Now, perfect. Okay. The brain is very another interesting always the same. You know this kind of donuts, okay? Living life.
We can distinguish between deceased, brain dead, deceased donor, DC donors.
You have to go to menti.com and then use this code and then you will get this. You will get this page where you can write down. Wait for next. You just vote and then.
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
We are just using it to know what you think in an easiest way, okay?
Yeah. Instead to have the micro, we have that. Okay. Okay, what? 27, so we can stop.
It's great, yeah.
Okay. You know about disease donation? You don't explain me if someone there after circulatory death, there is one, cardiac death arrest. So we have this kind of donors. We have brain death donors. We have living. And we have organ and tissues. Don't forget tissues. I know this is something that you have in the brain, in this institute, but it's not the normal everywhere, so it's important. We have organ and tissue donors, living and deceased. Okay? Can you move to the next one, please?
Just to clarify,
Uh-huh.
brain dead donors
Yes.
are disease donors?
Yes. No. They are deceased. We have deceased. It could be brain dead donors or DCD donors, donation after circulatory death. Okay, but for me and for all the community, we will see after, this is a deceased donor. And some of the concepts you have are in that line. You have to be convinced that brain dead is dead. Okay? Where can we find our donors? What do you think?
What you want. Where can we find donors? You have to decide where. So you can write down all the options you believe. You can write it on a paper or something. Yes, don't worry. I'm sure what you would answer would be here. If it is not,
Yes.
you say it loud. I see you. Exactly.
Oli? Oli, I see you. So you have to be like the big brother. You have to control every part of the hospital. ICU, emergency department, neurological stroke unit, neurological floor. Everywhere we can find a donor. That's the different perspective that you have to have now. Okay? The next. Who is responsible to identify and refer a possible donor? We have to add here NOTO, but we don't put.
Interesting.
No, not all.
Wi-Fi you can connect to it. It is hash 4G or 5G, something like that. Just check it. I'll tell you once everyone is connected. Could you find hash? Okay. 98 10 33 63 44 98 10 33 63 44.
You missed the first two. Well, doesn't matter. We will be again. It's just to know what's the situation. Okay, we have 31 answers. I agree with you with the treating doctor. You are responsible of detection and alert the transplant coordinator. The TPM, if it was in place, but it's our ideal model to have someone who is dealing with donor detection. The hospital manager, I have to say that they don't use to alert us. It's a pity, and sometimes they don't understand what we do exactly. So there is a field to do there. You have to explain them the need of what we do. Is in the line that you said. Someone is pushing in the hospital to achieve the program. And the nurses, you need the nurses too. And I have to say, for example, in my hospital, tissue donation is in charge exclusively of nurses. They alert, they make the family approach, and they retrieve the cornea. So all the program is based on nurses. And it's working, because between them it's easy the communication. Okay? The next one, please. What will you do to make something active to detect? Because if you are waiting in the desk, it's very difficult to have some donor and to detect. We will talk all the time about proactivity. That's our standpoint. Okay? It's important that people in the hospital knows who is in charge of a donation program. It's very important. Okay? If they don't know to whom communicate, it's very difficult that they start the process. So they need to know you are the one who is dealing the program. So the fifth is important too. You have to do all the other things. You have to go to the ICU and see what happened. You have to go to the emergency department and see what happened to the stroke unit every day. Because if they see you, they have in mind that, oh, I have to think about organ donation. Okay? And you have to train. And you have to train one, twice, and every time, every year possible, you have to repeat the same thing, but at the end, they catch the idea. Okay? I don't know if we have another one. Which are the biggest risks with organ transplantation? What do you think? This is more clinical. The responsibility of the risk is from the transplant coordinator, because if you don't accept such a few risks, you don't have any donor. So for that it's very important to know about clinical aspects of the organs and clinical aspects of the recipient, because maybe an organ could not be useful for a recipient but could be useful for another one. So you have to bear in mind that you are working for different kind of people, and maybe it's not the ideal organ you want to have, but it's an organ that it's suitable for transplant. Okay? We will talk about risk and how we deal with risk as transplant coordinators. I think it's the last. No? It's finished. Okay. Okay. Can you change? Okay. So we are now with, it's important for us. The title is very long, donor detection, identification and clinical evaluation. And every time they give me this title, I said, okay, my God, an hour and a half talking about all the things that we do every day in our job. But we have to do it, and we will go step by step. Okay? You can interrupt me every time you want, because it will be more fun and more easy. And it's important that you don't have doubts when you go out this morning. Okay? So you have to wear new glasses. Okay? Not this, special glasses to see donors in the hospital. Okay? Because you know the transplantation is the most important thing that we do. It's the shiny part of our job. It's the best treatment, we know. It's more than 40 years that we are performing transplant, and it's useful. But in some cases it's cost efficient. In renal transplant it's cost efficient. In lung and heart is less cost efficient, but it is. And you have that, you know that there is a different distribution around the world. Marti shows us the slides this morning. We will go back on that. As I said, transplantation is paramount, but the most important thing, you know what it is. Yes? You know? What do you need to have a transplant? Yeah. Okay. We need the donors, and we need to detect donors, because if we don't do our job, nothing is possible. So this is our trip this morning. We will have some data about the donation around the world, and especially comparing, not for comparison specifically, but just to be aware of that. Donation as a process. You have to have in mind that this is a process, a continuous process, and every step could be a problem. What, how, when, and where, and who make detection. The TPM profile, what's supposed to be in the future with me, and the donor evaluation. So the data about the situation in the world. This is majority, we will talk about deceased. I will have only 2 slides about living, because the purpose of the course is to increase deceased donation. And this is the situation in the world nowadays. As you know, Spain and US this year is the first in the world with the major activity with deceased organ donation. And we use 2 types of deceased organ donation: the DBD, donation after brain death, and the DCD, donation after cardiocirculatory death. As you say, as you can see in Spain, we are having a change. We used to be, or you used to use DBD donors, DCD donors, no, sorry, DBD donors, and now we are moving to DCD. But this is a change of the culture, and this took us more than 10 years. It's not easy. It's not just a moment we don't have donors because DBD has decreased and we have to change to DCD. It's not. We have to change the culture of the professionals. Let me.
I'm not clear about the difference between the two. Can you elaborate on what is DBD donor and what is DCD?
DBD is donation after brain death.
Donation after brain death?
Yes. It's the blue one. Okay? The blue bar is DBD. And DCD is the yellow bar.
That is?
Donation after cardiocirculatory death.
Which we can call as cadaveric
No.
donors.
Cadaveric are both. Yes, because to be brain dead.
We want to call brain dead patients as cadavers.
No, brain dead means that the patient is dead, unless, but the heart is beating. At the very beginning, they called non-heart beating donors and heart beating donors. They changed this terminology, and we use donation after brain death, donation after cardiocirculatory death, because you can define death in 2 ways: loss of neurological function, loss of cardiac function. But both are cadaveric. And that's very important, because if we don't have clear that someone with brain death is dead, for example, you won't remove or you won't switch off the ventilator. And you have to do that from a deontological point. So it's very important to clarify cadaveric by neurological criteria, by cardiocirculatory criteria, right? Well, we have a lot of prejudices with DCD at the very beginning, and we thought that we only will retrieve kidneys. The reality is we have changed the way that we manage this patient at the theater. We use normothermical regional perfusion, and we are retrieving all kind of organs, even heart. So it depends of the resources that you have and the teams how they are skilled, but it can be equal efficient than a brain dead donor at the end. But you need to train the people who is in the theater.
There must be a drastic difference between the success rate of DVDs versus DCD.
There could be a what?
There must be a significant success rate, higher success rate in brain dead donors as compared to.
It was not. It's the same. We thought it will be. But with normothermical regional perfusion, the outcomes of the patients are equal. You cannot distinguish one or another. In fact, at the beginning, when we approached the recipients, we explained them that it could be a brain dead donor or a DCD donor, because we understand at the beginning that the DCD will be less good as a graft, but it's not. But we need to know, and we need to do the things to learn.
Yes, I am going.
Mostly probably will be because of some cardiac ailment. So in that case, how can you also retrieve the heart?
No.
And also successfully transplant?
The issue is brain dead today, but okay, let's talk about DCD. No, the fact is you can perform DCD in different kind of patients. What you have to define if he is terminally ill by heart, by lung, or by neurological situation. Then the doctor in charge in the ICU or anesthetics or whatever decide not to continue with the treatment. So the point to start a DCD process is that the doctor in charge has to decide is the end of the road, and he will apply vital support limitation. Okay. If that is not decided, it's impossible to build a DCD program and a DCD process. So they make the decision, they alert us, then we start to check if it's feasible to perform a DCD process. And when the family agree with the vital support limitation, then we talk about organ donation. And instead to perform the vital support limitation in the ICU, we do it in the theater. Okay. But the patient could be a heart illness, a lung illness, or a brain injury. The important thing is without support, he will die. Then. But the most tricky thing and the most difficult, and for that it took a long period to implement that in Spain, is that ICU has to take the responsibility to decide vital support limitation, to explain the family, and then we can start with the organ donation process. Okay?
And the patient is declared brain dead. The family don't have. What then? In India, you can't take out the ventilator or you can't stop the life support.
I think it's a misconception, because if it's that, you have to remove the ventilator.
No, we can't do it in India, I think.
So
DNR, but for that we have to have consent of the family again.
Actually, the government policy out here is that we do not remove the ventilator until unless the patient goes into a cardiac arrest. We continue with the same, and there are a number of regional discrepancies that do not allow us with donation despite we optimize the patient to the level of getting the organ retrieved.
Yep.
So that is a
But
problem in India.
If you cannot switch the ventilator and you have so young people in the ICU, it will take 48 hours, the cardiac arrest, because brain death is...
Even longer. It takes 5 days. Many by the time the organs are optimized to the level that it takes 5 days or 6 days, by the time the patient goes into an arrest and the family accept it as a part of a death. So accepting the brain death in India is one big issue which is coming, and the regional misconceptions are the another factor which we are facing at a large scale.
In India, what is death actually? There are meetings going on to define what is actually death. And for general public and for legal point of view also, brainstem death is not death, accepted is still. So you cannot take off ventilator if the diagnosis of brainstem is death is made and patient doesn't give consent for donation. You have to continue the ventilator. What you are saying, there are so many patients who need ventilator and this patient is unnecessarily being given. But that problem is still not solved. So what is actually definition of death? Government of India still hasn't made clear. So there are still meetings with Law Ministry and the Ministry of Health is going on, but it's not clear.
But only one point. For the family, it's impossible to understand a clinical situation of brain death. That's obvious, because it's the same situation that it was before you perform the test. So the first thing we have to do is to agree between us that brain death is death. If not, it's impossible to convince anyone about that.
And then I really would like to understand how in India brain death is not equal to death, but then you authorize to take out the organs from someone who's in brain death. So this would mean that we are doing vivisection, no?
That is a political issue.
Yeah, from a clinical point of view, does anyone here thinks that brain death is not equal to death? Please, I mean, it's not, we are not here to do an audit.
No.
Is there anyone that believes that it is not the same?
The amendment of the THAO Act in 2011, after that brain death is legalized in India.
After the change of the act.
The THAO Act was established in the 1994 in India, and in 2011 it is amendment. There is amendment, in that amendment brain death is legalized in India.
The definition of death has been changed.
There you can say that the death can be described in the two ways. One is the cardiac death and another is a brain death.
No, you have to talk one by one, please.
No, you. So it's so.
No, the heart is beating. The
So,
patient is dead.
Health is a state subject.
Difficult.
In Kerala, you can withdraw the ventilator because there is a law. Okay, so as of now we don't have it. But regarding brain death, of course it's all legal. We all have accepted it. There is no second thought about that. Unofficially, people go to the extent of withdrawing supportive measures. Let's say if a patient is on vasopressors, there is no indication of continuing a patient on ventilator when he is brain dead. You're just entirely extending the agony of the ICU and some patient is waiting. But as of now, I think each of us has to respect the state law, whichever state you are. Let us say if I'm practicing in Kerala, I will withdraw the ventilator. My state says so. Okay. So as of now, you have to just agree to one point. You know, everybody sitting in the audience has to be on the same page. That's the whole idea. We as neurosurgeons, neuroanesthetists, we were trained about the Glasgow Coma Scale, GCS. Why was it? Why did it come? It came so that everybody speaks same language. We are on the same page. So at least 50 people in this audience, we should be on the same page and we should say brain death is death. That's what I'm saying repeatedly. Unless and until we are convinced, how can we convince somebody else who is outside this hall? So just one small announcement. There is a book on brain death certification and organ donation transplantation, and I will keep some copies for that book. It's free of cost. It cost me 4,500 rupees, but for this audience I will provide free. But I would recommend that each center should pick up just one copy. Let's say if there are 3 persons who are coming for one center, you could pick up one copy. We will provide, just put down your names and we will be providing all the questions which you have asked. They are there, and there is a pre-test, and I think in the pre-test also the book was there. So all those questions are already there, answers.
Okay. No. See, you have a lecture of brain death. So that is the situation of the transplant. Okay. Again, Europe, Spain, and US are the leaders. And for organs, you are here. You transplant liver and kidney, but majority is living donor. Okay. We are in different situation. So the proposition is to move to deceased organ donation. Okay. I said before that it's a process, and it's important to have in mind that this is a process. You have seen this slide before, and what we do to maintain the activity in Spain is change our mentality every time. We start in the very beginning, Matthias explained us, with donation after brain death, and it's very difficult for our families to understand this issue because the heart is beating, but we explain them that someone is dead. But finally, they trust in us, and we can do the process. But it took a time. It's not the first time we do that. We have family consent. We have this rate, 17-20%, and it's still there. And we have to respect someone don't want to be a donor. And every time we have a plateau, our organization design a planification and push us to improve in certain areas. I will show you the areas. We have COVID as everywhere in the world, and we fall down, and we are now restarting again, and we are including new things in organ donation. We have donation after brain death. We have DCD, which the last year was 50% of our donors. Is too much because we started in 2013 when it was legal in my country. It was not before. And last year we have a new law. It's euthanasia law. Someone can decide when to die, and these patients too are becoming organ donors. But it's something new for us, and it's very difficult to deal with that situation because it's completely new. You are talking not to the family of the deceased person, you are talking to someone who asked to die, and you have to help him to die. So try to think what is in my mind when I do these kind of things. It's feasible, yes, it is. So the thing is, if we are convinced we are doing a good thing and a good job, we can afford every kind of circumstance. That's very important. So we were the best. We're not. US is the best. That's important. And what is important in our country is that we are all convinced that we have to achieve self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency is very difficult to achieve. I have to say that it's impossible, because if you have more organs for transplant, the surgeon will transplant more people, so the waiting list will be there. It's very difficult to define which is the ideal self-sufficiency, but if you can reduce the mortality in waiting list and you have a thin waiting list, I think it's very good practice. The other thing that we do from the beginning of this century is to introduce organ donation in every end-of-life care of the patient inside the hospital. That means every deceased person in the hospital was checked as a possible donor, organs or tissues. But we offer to all the families this option if it's reasonable. Okay?
Sorry for interruption, but you said end of life process.
Yes.
But won't they mean people who are, very having a lot of morbidity, lot of comorbidities? So that doesn't affect the organ.
You have, as I said at the beginning, you took more risks regarding the patients you have in the waiting list. My waiting list for kidneys, for example, is people over the 60s and 70s. So if I have a donor of 65 or 70, even 80, I will try to get this organ for this kind of patient.
But by and large, end of life means going more for palliative.
No, not only. Palliative care regarding oncology is specifically tissue donation, cornea donation, sorry. You can retrieve cornea from oncologist patients, except if they are in metallurgical situation. But in the other situation, in the stroke unit, in emergency, every time that there is an end-of-life care, they alert us, and we check if we can use the way of the brain death or the DCD donation. Okay? And the other thing, it's important to have in mind that we help people. We help the families in Mourning to go to this situation that is very difficult. Okay? As I said, our organization set us some plans. In the 2008, we start with what they call Plan 40. 40 means 40 donors per million population. That was our target. And all the transplant procurement management has to go in that line. And they ask us to improve in brain death determination improvement, to improve in ICOT practices. We will talk about this the third day. ICOT means intensive care organ, intensive care to facilitate organ donation. That means to admit someone in the ICU only of the purpose of become a donor. And that was another change that was very difficult for us because, as you are familiar, we used to be familiar to talk with the families when brain death was declared. And they asked us to start talking about donation in the emergency department, in the stroke unit, even before the patient was intubated. And we said at the beginning, we cannot do that. And we are doing that. And a third of our donors come from this kind of donation. So we can talk about all things if the family trusts in us. Okay? Trust is very important here. In 2008, we start to talk about DCD type 3, but it's not in the law in that moment in our country, so we cannot do anything. But we start thinking on that because it's a need to increase the pool of organs. Then we participate in the ACCORD study, and some totems change because our colleagues in the ICU used to say that our patients took a long time to evolve to brain death, we use so many resources, and so on. And what we see is that the length of time that they need to evolve to brain death is maximum 72 hours. So we could use this resource because the result, it's very important, it's a need. Okay. And now we are with this plan. It was 50-22, and now that means we need 50 donors per million population, and we are specifically in the area of the euthanasia because it's a new thing for us, and it's a new approach for the transplant coordinators in the family approach and the person approach, and for the teams because it's not the same someone who is living and will be a cadaveric one, that someone who is still dead and we only perform the retrieval. So we have to learn how to deal with all that. Then we have a problem with pediatrics, as all parts in the world. So we have to improve donation in pediatrics and to start some process on DCD, because there is only 1 or 2 in all around the country. So it's a line. And to start the collaboration with private health, because the majority of organ donation and transplant is in the public health system, and we need to enroll private to detect donors and to share the organs with the community. Okay. So, focusing on brain death, let's try to define that. We know it's a process, and that is a classical process of brain death. And you have different steps that are crucial.
Sorry, before you move to that, I just want to ask, what has been the influence of the private sector in all this when you consider people, culture, and social and religion? And you get people coming in at the emergency right there, and you tell them that, oh, you try to convince them that they should come in for donation. In my setup, which might not be too different from India, we are very religious and we have a lot of thinking about things. So I come there, let's say, and I want to know about the private sector. I mean, for those who could not hear me first, the influence of the participation of the private sector in these kind of things, especially talking to people right from emergency upgoing. People might even think that, oh, when you get to this hospital, the first thing they do is to tell you that they have to take your organs out for somebody else. That's one. Two, for the end-of-life care, if I heard you right, would you be giving the organ to a person like 75 years old? And what has been the experience, especially if they have to take immunosuppressants while they get the organ? Thank you.
We have this kind of recipients, and they need less immunosuppression, because much older you are, less suppression you need in big terms. No? And regarding private system, in my region we don't have experience yet. They have some experience in Barcelona with Tecnon and these clinicals, and they don't have any difficulty with that. Because the thing is, in my country, because the organization of the health, every transplant process will be done in the public system. So if someone who is in the private insurance needs a transplant, will come to a public system. So it's understandable that all organs go to the same place. No one in the private field make transplant. That's easy for us. If they do transplant, maybe would be more difficult, but not with the actual organization. Okay.
In India, there's a lot of private. I mean, in a few other states, people from the private sector, they are contributing to the organ donors, especially in Gujarat. There are lots of donations which are happening in the private sector, and yeah. Tamil Nadu also, yeah.
They do the surgeries in the private hospital.
Both retrievals and donations, they are happening.
Mm-hmm.
That's why India is very heterogeneous, actually.
Sam wanted to make a point. I just want to clear that. You want to talk to who? Mike. Thanks. Actually, in private and in public, like in the government hospitals, there's little difference. Like Sam was touching on that point, that in private hospitals, suppose the message goes out that the moment you bring your very serious case, even though he is a potential donor, and there is 99% chances that he is going to become brain dead in another 1 or 2 days, but even then, suppose I see the patient and I start talking right, maybe within 6 hours or maybe 12 hours, because I am sensing that this patient is going to become brain dead.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a very tricky situation. It's a difficult situation for us. So then message goes out that this person is something to do with organ donation also, and that trust, somehow, especially in private, the trust is not as much as what they have in AIMS or in PGI.
No, it is the same in the government sector also. People do not trust you easily. When you talk about brain death, one thing they do not accept, secondly they do not trust easily. It is same whether it is private or it is public, and that is because of the religious triad which is in our country. That is.
There was a question in the quiz actually, yesterday's quiz, that touched upon that point, and I was wondering as to what your correct answer would be. That question was something to do like which is the best moment to touch upon donation to such a patient.
So,
and the options were right at the beginning, or maybe once you declare the patient brain dead. Those were the options.
But there is no model. You have to do your own model, and probably in Kerala was one model, in Goa another, and here another, because people is different. So you have to know how is the people you are in front. Yes?
Psychology is the same.
No. I have in no.
It's common everywhere.
I would like to add one point. There was a study conducted that when will you start your donations or things like that. Basically, it's a change in the mindset of the general public. So they said if you start teaching people at school and in colleges, it takes an almost turnaround time of 2 years for the person to absorb the concept of organ donation. So now if it's not that we are very good at working, we can always do the transplant. That's not the point. The point is reaching out to the public. So that's why what Dr. Deepak Agarwal has correctly done is first reach out to the top gentry, and then you go to the roots. So that will take another 2 years. So if I start off in any particular small state or anywhere, that public attitude will change in 2 years. So don't expect magic in the first 1 or 2.
Dr. Tushar, let us not chase the numbers. The best time to approach a family, in my understanding as of today, is when the family understands the person has died. They have to understand it, number one. They should also understand that it is irreversible. Once these two questions are there, give them time. Let them ask you, what next? Ab kya? The moment they start saying up kya, what next, that is the time you can open up the discussion. If you open up the discussion before, either you are sitting in All India Institute of Medical Sciences or you are sitting in Apollo or Medanta, trust me, you will have issues. The thing which I am addressing with Chavi and Paneet and other people is very simple. We are trying to address the knowledge gaps amongst the clinicians. The Government of India has acted enough for last 3 decades, 30 years since 1994. Numbers have remained less than 1,000. What is the main thing which I came to my mind was probably it's the knowledge gaps in these 50 people who are sitting in this hall. So if these 50 people understand what is brain death and what is the best time to begin the process and how to do it, trust me, you will be a game changer in your respective states and the medical college and the institutes. And we will not be giving any wrong messages here. The right message will go to each of you. Sir, ma'am.
So with a country like India, which is as diverse as possible, can we have a single national policy?
No, it's impossible for
No, we have actually a policy. See, you can't expect everything to be the ideal. What I'm trying to say is, let us work in the environment which we have, constrained or whatever you call it, it happens. Trust me, neurosurgeons, I'm a neurosurgeon myself. In the last 10 months, I must have taken 30 talks in different conferences. And the only thing which I talk about is brain death and organ donation. I don't talk about skull-based aneurysms or anything else. I just tell them, please let me speak on organ donation. That's it. Nothing else. And my motto is very clear. I want to talk about organ donation, brain death certification. We as neurosurgeons should be competent enough to certify brain deaths. That's it. If we do that, if you increase the brain death certifications number, the numbers of organ donations will automatically increase. Let us not chase, let us not think I have to reach 30 target, 50, 100 in a year. Please don't do that. Even if you get 100 refusals in a year, doesn't matter. You as a neurosurgeon should say at the end of a year, I certified 100 brain deaths in this year. That's it. The highest authority in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, I will not name them, I mean, people in my team, they were very skeptical to approach him, and their family came forward that we want to donate the organ of our sister, the lady, she died. I mean, people, so many people are there in a society who have already kind of given, consented for the organ donation when they are alive. Out of fear, we as clinicians, we don't approach. It's a high profile case. Doesn't matter. Just stick to the principles and the basics. The numbers will increase. Trust me.
So we're talking about brain death in these conversations, and I think the message that I would leave you with is that if you're having those conversations then, you've actually missed an opportunity way before that. And I think all of us as clinicians in this room know that when we admit a critically ill patient, we have a pretty good idea that they're not going to have a good outcome. I think that's fair to say. We know those patients that will do well. We also know those patients that probably will not do well. And that's the time we need to be having those conversations with the family and preparing them for the death of their loved one. Now, if their loved one survives, that's okay. We did our job. That's what we're supposed to do. But if their loved one dies, at least we took the opportunity early to prepare them for that, instead of walking in at the last minute and saying, this is what we need to do. All the care that we provide in the intensive care unit is a continuum of care, from the time that the patient is admitted to the ICU to the time the patient is discharged from the ICU. And it's up to each and every one of us to have those difficult conversations with families and prepare them for a less than ideal outcome. And I will tell you, at least in my world in pediatrics, in talking with parents, parents tend to be more altruistic than spouses. We have donor designation in the United States through the Driver's License Bureau, so that's all registered. Kids don't have that. But I will tell you, parents tend to be altruistic. And I have more parents come to me after those initial difficult conversations and tell me, if my child's going to die, I want them to be an organ donor. I want to donate their organs. So what that tells me is they understand the message that their child is critically ill and their child may die. And that's probably the biggest reason that people say no to donation, is because they haven't accepted the death of their loved one. So it's up to each and every one of us to prepare those families early in the course. And if the patient shows a different trajectory and they get better, that's great. We did our jobs. Now, people have criticized me for that, but it's like, if the patient dies, I prepared the family. If the patient lives, you know what? I'm the hero. Because I tell them, let's focus on trying to save the life of your loved one, not concentrate on organ donation. Right now, it's time to save the life of your loved one.
No, you do my job. It's fantastic.
No, I will only say one thing. Probably we are forgetting our primary aim is to save the patient. In an organ donation and transplant, that is fine. But unless you keep that in mind, that you want, your first responsibility is to save the patient. Unless that is fulfilled till the late patient family will never accept the organ donation. So the trust developed that when the patient feel that yes, for his patient, whatever maximum was possible has been done. Unless that feeling comes in the patient, your consent will never be yes.
Okay. I completely agree with you. The trust has to be built from the very beginning. What the people in emergency explain to the family has to be in line what we will continue explaining in the ICU. If not, the trust when the transplant coordinator arrives is impossible to build. So you need a process, and you need to understand that bad news have to be given step by step, and they have to understand. And the real clue of this is the question. When they ask, and now what? Or they start to talk about the patient in past tense, then they accepted is that, and then you can start to talk about donation. If not, it's a negative, sure. Okay, we will see that in the Breaking Bad News, but it's a process, but communication is the most important thing of that process. It's not about clinical skills, it's soft skills, what you need. Okay, so I think I have to finish because... Yes? Okay. Well, that's the clinical process then, and you have two specific points that are very fragile. Detection, if you don't do detection, we don't have process, and family approach. But as I said, you have to start the family approach from the very beginning, not talking about organ donation, building trust. Okay? And we talk about that, where we detect our potential donor. That's very important, and you have to go to this paper every time. We have to talk in the same terms. We have to use the same language to compare each other, because if not, it's impossible. So we are most focused on brain death donor procedure, and we are focused on potential. But the future for you is to be more active and detect possible donors. As Dr. Nakagama said, you know how will be the end of the patient when he was admitted, more or less. You know who will be recovered and who will die. So you have to make a line with this family and use the different approaches to define how it will finish. We don't talk about that because you know you are neurosurgeons, you know more than me, but these are our potential donors. Not only trauma, it's an issue. Anoxic encephalopathy is one, brain tumor it is, but the majority of time we have problems with the acceptance of the organs. Even we know that brain tumor, it's possible, it doesn't make metastasis, but the surgeon said, I don't want to accept the risk. So, but you have to try as transplant coordinator. A stroke hemorrhage for us is the major source of organ donors, and they are 60s, 70s. Okay. And where? You see this slide from Marti in a different way, but the thing is, we are very comfortable inside the ICU, but we have to move outside to look for our potential donor and our possible donor. So we have to visit emergency department, we have to visit a stroke unit, and when we find someone who has a poor prognosis, we have to include the option of organ donation in their end of life pathway. Here we have a concern, and we have been discussing about that, brain death, but if you are not convinced that brain death is death, it's very difficult for you to convince someone about this reality. So if you have concerns, you have to work about your concerns, and when you have a clear position, then you can talk with the family. And if it's not the moment, if you have not finished the criteria, if you can have some warning shots about the situation with the family, but it's not brain death still, so you have to explain that it will be in the future, but it's not. He will lose of the reflexes, so you have to prepare them for the final situation. We said in the survey that you have some problems with the donor management. We will be you have something tomorrow about that. But the thing is that the donor management is like communication. You have to start the donor management before brain death is established, because all the physiological things that happens make a lot of noise in the body. So you have to treat everyone in advance. And for the ICU doctors, this is a challenge. No, the important thing when you manage a brain dead patient is that he is not able to survive because he has tried to survive and he finally died. So you have to do the work that the survival brain used to do. So as an intensive care doctor, you have to be one step before. You know what will happen, that you have to do all the things to minimize the effect of what will happen physiologically in the body. What we know is as much beds we have and as much visit we do, better figures we will have. So if we have a neurosurgery in our hospital, we have more option for organ donation. If we have a stroke unit, it increases a bit. The number of beds of ICU, it's always an issue, but it depends of the sensitivity of the people who is working there. If they want to take care of the donor, they will have the bed. If they don't want to take care of the donor, they won't have never a bed for a donor. So it's again a cultural change inside the institution. You can revisit this. It's quite old. It's 2011, but it was done in Spain and it's in every language. But it's when we start to visit emergency departments as a usual part of our job. And we have to deal with our colleagues because they are not aware about brain death. Emergency department, the clinicians that are there know a lot of things, know how to recover a person, how to make a lot of things, but nothing about organ donation and brain death because it's something that happens in the ICU. So we have to move outside and we have to explain them how important they are in the detection. And we need to involve them, and now we have transplant coordinators coming from the ICU, that this is part of their job too. So these are the areas that we have to monitorize every day. And when, it depends on the country. Again, we have a model, but our model is changing every time. We have a need, and then we have to convince ourselves as professionals that we can do this new job, and then we do. But it's not a magic thing, it's not 5 minutes. It's a long trip, maybe some years, but finally we do. And the big issue, who is responsible of the detection? We have this question at the beginning, but we all are responsible of that. The transplant coordinator has to coordinate all these things and has to manage all the situation, but you need key persons in every area. They have to know more about organ donation and help their colleagues to be alert and to be aware of this kind of patients. The detection has to be as early as possible because all the changes, physiological changes, will become, and because you need to build this trust with the family. So if you are there from the very beginning as an intensive care doctor or as transplant coordinator, it depends of the center how we manage the tasks. Then if you are alert, you can start with the process from the very beginning, and it's better results. And you have to define your triggers. You know, Glasgow, you know all how it works. You have to decide if it's 8, if it's 5, or whatever. But it's a consensus. The emergency department people, the stroke unit, everyone knows that when they have a patient in that situation, they have to call the transplant coordinator. Right? You have to be the big brother. You have to know all the hospital, all the people inside the hospital, and they have to know you. You are the one who deal with deceased people. Okay, that's me, no? But they have to know you. And you can use different strategies, but if you are inside your desk, it's very difficult to have a good program. You have to know all the hospital, know all the people, train them every time. Every time that you have a problem or you have a process that you have detected some problems, you have to propose a new session with that group, and then this is a change in the culture of the hospital. All people think in organ donation, because at the end, healthcare professionals doesn't like when someone dies. If you put a new step that is organ donation, well, they have the feeling that not all things are lost. So it's quite positive for them to offer this option. And that's important, this change mindset. Okay, so proactive. So we have to be proactive. They don't come to us, we have to come to them. The donors and our colleagues, both things. And that is your skills. If you want to become a TPM, you need all these skills. Motivation and dedication, and you have to add resilience, because every time you are in the starting point, but doesn't matter, we will be there. You are responsiveness, that's true. You need communication skills, not only for family approach, but colleague approach. It's more difficult than families. I prefer families than my colleagues sometimes. You have to be a leadership. They have to trust in you. They have to trust that organ donation is a big issue and we are the champions, and you need to engage people inside the hospital. And you have to have very good pressure to, very good response to pressure, because you are always pressed for your administrator, for your director, for the head of the department, for the family, for the nurses, for the surgical teams, no? But you have to be there. It's true, huh? You know. So we will leave that here, because tomorrow we will have another session about organ viability and cases. So we will see that tomorrow, because we consume our time dealing with brain death. That's very, very important. And you need to clarify all these things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nuria. If there's no burning question, maybe here I see a one burning question. Okay, let's go, because afterwards you will have time with each of us to discuss in the workshops. So I think, well, we didn't cut the discussion because it was so important, but really we have to go on. So. Please?
Yeah, after this wonderful talk, I just have one burning question, as you said. In one of your slides, you have shown that early detection followed by early management of the organs. Yes. So you have to refer to the CCU. Now, I mean, I believe it is the intensive care unit you are mentioning, I mean, intensive management of the deceased. But in a resource-constrained country, as well as a developed country, I'm sure the ICU beds are always in scarcity. So how do you, as an individual or an organization, manage to convince as well as procure or reserve an ICU bed for such a patient?
I never have a reserve ICU bed. We have discussed that with the head of the department, and we don't think that is justice, let's say. But if you convince your colleagues that is an important issue, the donor donation, then they can help you. So for that, it's very important that you have skills and communication skills with your colleagues.
And interpersonal relationship.
I'm an intensive care doctor, and I have been in the transplant sector for a long time, lung transplant. And one of the things is you never can say that you don't have a bed for a recipient. That's true, because they don't want. No? Because if the organ comes to the hospital and the patient could be transplanted, it's their opportunity. So we have to force the situation. And you know how is your ICU, you know which patient could be discharged or not. And in 6-7 hours, you can have a bed, if you want.
Like for the potential donor, you mean to say?
Yes, the same. I said that I was in a transplant center because we have to agree between all of us that we never will say we don't have a bed for a recipient. But later, we have the same compromise. We never will say we don't have a bed for a donor. Because if we don't have donors, we don't have transplant. The point is, if one day, COVID situation, for example, there is no bed, no? What we do with the head of ICU is, if there is an excellent donor, we will manage to have a bed. But if I have one of 80s that I know that in that period no one will transplant, I don't do anything. I will make tissues. Do you know? So you have to balance the situation. You don't have to force anyone, because if I say I need a bed and it's my end word, probably this day I have a bed, but never more. So you have to balance every time the situation. And if you think that it's a poor donor and you will have kidneys or nothing, or then you said, okay, this time it's fine for me, I will try another time with a better.
So we need to convince our managers, and we need to let them know that there is a new vision and a new mission in the hospital. And the commitment of this board of directors is crucial to go on with that. So it was a very burning question, but very, very pertinent. So thank you. Let's move to a topic that we didn't talk about at all, the brain death, okay? So good luck.
Thank you. I think I'll need it. But first of all, I would like to make a deal with you all. Let's not discuss politics. Let's not discuss laws. Let's not discuss philosophy. Let's discuss medicine. We are here to discuss medicine. And a diabetic patient is diabetic in India, in Portugal, in Brazil, in South Africa, whatever. A brain dead person is a brain dead person in India, in Portugal, in Spain, United States, whatever you can imagine. So let's stick to that. Let's discuss medicine, because we are not able to change the laws, change the minds of the politicians. We can show them what we do, and if what we do is something useful or not. So let's stick to that, please. I had prepared a set of questions like the session before, but we are a little bit out of time, so I would. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, this is the only question I have for you. Okay, so you should do like the session before, scan this code, this QR code, and I would defy you to define brain dead using only one word. One word to define brain dead. I think it's pretty easy after all the discussion we've had here, and I'm curious to see what will be the word you'll choose to define brain dead. Okay, we have 10. Going up. Okay, so we can have some ideas. That is winning. but we have some other words chasing that. And pretty interesting. So, but after all, you're reaching the point I wanted you to reach. That. Also, we have there irreversible. That's pretty interesting too, because we'll get to that. But what I want, well, irreversible is getting the front, but I don't mind. But the message I want you to take here today, because we've had this discussion yesterday with the authorities, we've had this discussion here before, but the main message I want you to take is that brain death is death. So, are you all convinced of this? Does anybody have any doubt about this? Because this is the key point. If you don't believe in this, you cannot go on. You cannot proceed. Because if you don't believe in this and you engage an organ donation process, a DBD organ donation process, you would be committing a crime. Because if you don't believe, and you are doing it, so you must believe. And if you believe, you will be able to pass that message to the families of your donors, because you are the ones responsible for passing the good message in a way they can believe what you are saying. They can trust you. So this is very important. This is the key message. So, and this concept of that, this varies according to many societies. And here today, we've been able to testify this. In the beginning, it was all about heart beating and breathing movements. But of course, the medicine has evolved. And with the evolution of medicine, all the modern techniques we use, we could prolong life. And then we shifted our focus from the cardiac, the heartbeat, the breathing movements, to the condition of the brain. So this is very important. And once again, everyone, every healthcare provider, every healthcare professional must believe in this concept, because otherwise, well, this is it was not invented yesterday. This is very old concept. I will not waste much time in this, because we don't have time for that. But for you to know that since 1968, the Harvard Committee established the criteria that we still use today to declare brain death. So this was not invented yesterday. We are discussing something that has a long road, has already gone for a long road. So I cannot move the slides here, or can I? You have? Okay, fine. So as I was saying, the neurological criteria, they have not changed since 1968. And there are several principles that we must respect. The dignity for the death and their relatives, very important. We must be sure there's no chance of recovery, and of course that's paramount, because we must believe that. We are the ones who know our patients. As Dr. Nakagawa was saying before, when we admit a patient in our ICUs, we have a very clear idea on what's going on and how it's going to evolve. So we have to believe this. And you must be very sure that most of the countries in the world recognize this concept. So it's not something very odd for the most of the countries in the world. We have three main concepts of brain death. I would focus on two: the whole brain death and the brainstem death. I believe brainstem death is what you're doing here in India, also what we are doing in my country, in Portugal. The difference for the whole brain death concept is that in that concept we have to use an ancillary test to confirm the diagnosis. With the brainstem death, only clinical evaluation. So we can move on. We can skip the question. Okay, so what are the prerequisites in order for us to start our process? Etiology must be known and established as irreversible, as I was saying before. We must exclude any confounders, anything that may cause a situation that may be similar to brain death, and we must rule that out. For instance, CNS depressant drugs, neuromuscular blockers, disturbances metabolic and endocrine, etc., etc. Hemodynamic stability, normal. This is able to. Okay. This is able. So we have to rule out all these factors in order to proceed with our diagnosis. As I said, we have to use clinical examination, and in those countries who use the whole brain death concept, we also have to use the instrumental tests. Cases like India, like Portugal, we sometimes have to use the instrumental tests, but only on those cases in which we have some doubts about, or we aren't able to complete the whole clinical evaluation. So we have three mandatory signs: the Glasgow Coma Score 3, absence of brainstem reflexes, and the absence of spontaneous breathing. This is mandatory. Let's move on. So all the stimuli that we apply to our possible donor, we must obtain a completely absent response. So any neurological response, motor or autonomic, would exclude the situation, but that stimulation must be done in a particular area, in the area dependent of the cranial nerves. So if we stimulate a finger, chest, the foot, we may obtain something different. We may obtain some reaction. That doesn't mean that person is not brain dead, but we'll see that ahead. We'll skip the question. So this is the list of the reflexes we must check. I'm quite sure this is the list you have in your protocols. Let's not detain much time here. So this is a summary of the brainstem and the localization of the nucleus where we will be testing. So there is a logical approach for the brain death diagnosis, and that logical is from head to toe. So we will check the brainstem from head to toe, and we will start with the pupils. After we are sure that all the prerequisites that I mentioned before, that they are all present, we'll start with the pupils, and they should be normally fixed and dilated. Round or irregularly shaped pupils, they are compatible with brainstem death. Sometimes we have pupils that they are not in a round shape, very regular. That doesn't mean that we should exclude this situation, and that there must be no change in diameter with the stimuli. We are here stimulating two pathways. We are stimulating the second cranial nerve and the third with the light, putting the light on the eye, stimulating the pupil. So, as I said, no change in size, but we must be cautious, because we must make sure that drugs like atropine, for instance, that we didn't administer any of those drugs before we start our exam. And there is one reflex. Not all the protocols use that reflex, but I will talk about it a bit later. If we use that reflex, it's the atropine test. We must be very cautious and not use it before we test these reflexes. So in this part of the evaluation, we must make sure that we have a total absence of ocular movements, spontaneous or provoked. And of course, in order to establish that, we must be sure that we don't have any facial trauma, any condition that may cause that absence of movements, but in an artificial way, not due to the damaged brainstem. So we must rule out trauma, must rule out drugs once again, so that we have a fair examination. The eyelids, they can present in several positions. They don't have to be, the eyes don't have to be closed. So the eyelids can be a little bit open. We can have a look and see the eyes, so we don't have to expect a totally closed eyes. And moving down, as I said, from head to toe, moving down, we move to the corneal reflex. And what is this? The corneal reflex, we will be stimulating the cornea, and with this test, we will be checking the 5th and the 7th. And what do we expect with this stimulation? We will check the edge of the cornea, not the center. And we will not do that because we don't want to damage cornea. We must not forget that this potential donor is a potential donor of corneas also, and we want a good cornea to be transplanted. So always check on the edge of the cornea. And with that stimuli, we will look for blinking, withdrawal of the eye, tearing, reddening. Okay, so nothing of this must happen when we do this stimulation. About facial movements, I mentioned that before. When we stimulate the territory of the 5th cranial pair, no movement at all can occur, neither on the lower body, neither on the face. So, and we must check all this territory upwards, over here. So if we obtain any movement with painful stimuli applied here, we must stop all the evaluation and give it a little more time and do it again later. So we talked about this. Moving down, oculovestibular reflexes. We have a pair of reflexes that are checking almost the same pathways, which is the oculovestibular and the oculocephalic reflexes. With this reflex, we are applying a very painful stimuli to the ear conduct, because if you imagine what would be someone to put a syringe with cold liquid in our ear and inject that cold water, it would be very painful. Only once in my life I've seen a reaction to this. That was not expected, because that someone who in fact was not dead, and after the neurosurgeon started the evaluation with this cold liquid, we had disseminated convulsion, so seizures, because this is a very painful stimuli. Fortunately, all the other cases I obtained no reaction at all. And all those cases confirmed the brain death. So in order to perform this, we must open the eyelids, apply the stimuli, which is the cold liquid in the ear conduit, and we should wait 1 or 2 minutes, looking cautiously to the eyes of the donor in order to check for those movements. And we must do it on both sides. We should expect around 5 minutes before doing the other side. And another condition is to level the semicircular conduits. So we should raise the head of the donor around 30 degrees to level up in order to obtain the correct answer, the correct response, if that's the case. Okay, oculocephalic reflexes. We'll check the same pathways. And how do we do it? We hold the head of the patient, the donor, also elevating the head, and holding the head, we will make movements side to side in order to check what happens with the eyes. If that person is brain dead, we will obtain no response at all. And this is what we usually call doll's eyes. So, like a doll, the eyes won't move and will stick in the center position, and we move the head and nothing happens. So this is the doll's eyes, and another reflex, and we will be checking the 8th cranial nerve, 3rd and 4th mainly. Then moving down, we have another pair of reflexes also checking the same pathways. And the gag reflex, sometimes people do a mistake when they check these reflexes. How do you check this reflex when you are performing a brain death diagnosis? A volunteer, how do you do it? You do it this way? You do it differently? With suction. Okay. You put a suction cannula inside the tube, right? And you go all the way down? Okay. But that's for cuff. Exactly. You move the tube. Okay. I've seen a lot of people do that, but what are we checking if we do that? Of course, we can be checking gag, but not only. We could be checking also cuff reflex. So if we want to stick to the gag reflex, we should do it this way, like you have in the figure, because I understand the pathways are the same, but if we want to be accurate, we must do it this way and not moving the tracheal tube, and not, of course, putting the cannula, because the cannula will check the cuff reflex. Like this, like you have here. So this is the best way to check the cuff reflex. And those of you who take care of critical patients, this is a daily maneuver that we apply to our patients to remove the secretions. So whenever we do this, they cough. So this is a very accurate way to check this reflex. Okay, I mentioned before these spinal reflexes, and this is a very tricky situation. I've seen situations with the donor already with the brain death declared, the death certification issued, taken to the OR for the retrieval, and suddenly a leg raises, suddenly the arm raises, something happens, and people get scared around that. We must not forget that we are dealing not only with doctors, we have nurses in the circuit, we have the cleaning lady that might be on the corridor while we are passing with the donor. We have those people that work on the OR for the cleaning to bring stuff. They don't understand this. So we must not create any kind of doubt on those people, because they go outside and they will say, man, they were taking organs, but the guy was lifting the leg. What's going on? The guy was alive. Not even with anesthesia. He was alive. They were cutting him and the guy was moving. So we must take very good care of these situations. If we identify a situation like this, and believe me, I've seen plenty of them. I've even seen those that we call the Lazarus reflex, those guys that sit on the stretcher. So we must identify, we must be very sure this is a spinal reflex, and if this occurs, we must treat this situation. And what do I mean by treating this situation? I mean, give neuromuscular blocker before going to the OR, even if you have the family paying his respects to his loved one. You must not allow the family to see something like this, because you will induce a very tricky doubt on that person. So this is very important. If you identify a situation like this, you must treat it. I also mentioned the atropine test. In my protocols in my country, we don't use atropine tests. I don't know if in India if you use it. I think very few protocols use this atropine test, but of course I have to mention it because it's in the literature. It's a possibility also, and it's performed like it's described. I won't talk to you about any further about this. Let's skip the question. Okay, the question was, what's next? And what's next is what's written there. So we've been through all the brainstem. As I told you, from head to toe, we checked all cranial pairs. And now there's one thing missing, one mandatory thing missing, and which is the breathing capacity of that person. So we have, because I'm quite sure many of you have seen people that they lack all those reflexes, and when you are going to perform the apnea test, suddenly there's a breathing movement. Recently I had a situation like this. After 5 minutes of apnea tests, a sudden breathing inspiration, very vigorous, so nobody could have a doubt about it. So this is mandatory. And how do we do this? We must be very sure, and we must be aware that this is a very dangerous situation, because this might induce hypotension, hypoxia, arrhythmias, even cardiac arrest. And I've seen, last year I worked with DTI in the United Arab Emirates for 4 months on their project, and one of the trouble of their ICUs, they had a lot of cardiac arrests during apnea test, even during donor maintenance, but they had quite a few cardiac arrests during apnea test. And we have a few ways to overcome this situation, to avoid this to happen. Classically, the classical way that is described in the literature is this way. It's a very old strategy, which consists on pre-oxygenating, obtaining good arterial blood gases, and then disconnecting from the ventilator and waiting for the CO2 to raise until the cutoff that our laws demand. I mentioned here the 60 millimeters of mercury. This is not mandatory. This depends. Some protocols have different values, but this is just the most common values figures used. Okay, so you do this. You look very cautiously at your donor, and you expect not to see any breathing movements. Okay, as I told you, this is very dangerous, because you can expect anything to happen while you have this potential donor disconnected. So what are the ways that you can avoid these dangerous situations from happening? Using a different approach, and that different approach is using CPAP on the ventilator as a way to protect your donor during the apnea test. And how will you do this? You will, of course, pre-oxygenate. You will use the CPAP mode of the ventilator. I understand that some ventilators don't allow us to do this. In my ICU, fortunately, now I have ventilators that will allow me to suppress the rescue ventilation, but in some ICUs you don't have those ventilators, and after 20 seconds or 30 seconds the rescue ventilation will begin. But you have other ways to do this, like the CPAP valves, CPAP bags. So you must use something, some gadget, some device that can use the CPAP, apply the CPAP mode on your donor, maintaining the oxygenation and avoiding all those hazards that I mentioned to you before. And the objectives are exactly the same after that period. It can be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. It depends. It depends much on the basal value of the CO2 that you have. So that's why I would advise you to begin with the CO2 very close to the 45, to the high normal level, because that way you will take less time to obtain the 60 millimeters. So on these situations, I would recommend always using this. In my ICU nowadays, we always perform the apnea test under CPAP mode. We don't disconnect anymore. And we do that because the patient is much more stable during the apnea test. There are also a few tricky situations. Those ARDS patients, situations very unstable, with hypoxemias, severe hypoxemias, they won't even tolerate this CPAP mode, and on those situations you have another way to avoid the complications, which is allowing the CO2 hypoventilating, previously allowing the CO2 to reach a level almost next to the 60 of PCI2, and then you can have around 1 minute to disconnect or to apply the CPAP. Disconnect will be impossible, but to apply the CPAP in order to achieve the level required by the protocols. Theoretically, if you achieve a level of 60, that would be enough to stimulate the breathing center of the brainstem. So that's the rationale behind all this. So summarizing, I would advise you to always use the CPAP mode to perform your apnea test. It's much safer. Okay, so let's move on. Instrumental tests. I won't bore you very much with this. I'm quite sure you all know the rationale behind this. As in my country, you will only need to use these if you have doubts, if you are unable to perform the complete clinical examination. And in a simple manner, we have two types of tests. Those that demonstrate the circulatory arrest of the brain, and those who attest the absence of activity, of the function of the brainstem. In my country, and particularly in my hospital, we prefer to use those circulatory tests. And what we use usually is the cerebral scintigraphy. We have it in our hospital 24/7, so it's an available test, and it's easy for us to perform it. In your hospitals, perhaps the reality is different. Perhaps you have Doppler, perhaps you have angiography or CT scan. So all of them have pros and cons, but I won't detain much time on this. Just some pictures to show you what you can expect of these tests. This is an angiography, a normal one, and the right, the hollow crane. So you don't see anything inside. This is the scintigraphy, the same thing. When you perform this exam, you don't see anything inside the head. So this is the hollow crane again. The Doppler, the Doppler is something like a physiological evolution. So if you are used to perform Doppler in your ICUs, you'll see that it will evolve throughout the time. So when the intracranial pressure is raising, you will see the evolution of the Doppler. This is a situation like this. This is not a brain dead patient. This is someone with high intracranial pressure. As you can see, there is a peak, a systolic peak, and then the diastole is very low. And this will progress to a situation like this, with systolic peaks, with reversal diastolic flow. or this is another example, or only isolated systolic peaks. So this is a very good exam. You can perform at bedside, but of course you have to be skilled to do this. And if you are used to do it, you know that you have to perform it twice with some time apart from each exam, and you really have to be really skilled to do this. CT angio. I really don't like CT angio. Any of you perform CT angio? Yes? Okay, I'll tell you why I don't like it. I've seen many false conclusions with CT angio. I'm not used to see that with the scintigraphy, neither with the Doppler. I usually don't use angiography, even though I have that chance in my hospital, but it's easier for us to use the Doppler and the scintigraphy. I've seen many cases of false results in the UAE with CT angio. And the problem is that sometimes we see some contrast on the evaluated vessels, but the radiologist, he says, okay, there is some filling in the vessels, so I cannot say this is compatible with brain death, and the guy was totally dead. And then we had another conflicting result, because that CT angio has been performed because they usually use the EEG, but the report wasn't there on time, and then they went for the CT angio to rush things. But after that, they had a CT angio saying it was not compatible with brain death, but the EEG was totally flat. And the intensivist, I told him, okay, you can go on because this CT angio is not feasible, so you can proceed. No, no way, my friend. It says this, so they changed. Okay? Okay, we are finishing. So they went for a second opinion, but no way, they lost the donor. There is an article. Maybe if you are curious, I can show you the reference later, and that's very interesting because it's a figure. It's a lady with a water hose watering the plant, and the question is there any water inside the hose? Yes. Okay, the hose is our vessels, our carotids. Okay, there's fluid inside. Does that fluid reach the plant? Yes, small drops are falling on the plant. Okay, what does that mean? Is the plant alive? Unfortunately, no, the plant is going down. So this is just to tell you that sometimes those feelings, that small vessels feelings with contrast that the radiologist reports to us, they don't mean anything. And this raises the question that those who are interpreting the exams, they must be really skilled about what they are doing. Otherwise, they will confound us. They will bring problems to the process, and they will invalidate the whole process, like this one that I described. Sure.
So, CT, in certain cases, you have to have something. It's not working. It's okay. I'm audible. CT angio, you have got 4-point and 7-point FREPAS
I'm
testing.
talking about 4-point.
I'm talking about 7-point, which we do it here. Number one. Number two, it does not give you any false negative. In the sense, if a person does not have any flow in the brain, no flow in the brain, you don't see any vessel, it is a short evidence of confirmation that this person is brain dead in those cases. False positive comes when the patient has undergone decompressive connectomy. Okay? When the ICP is low in most of the cases who have undergone decompressive connectomy, you will see some stasis of the contrast. Now, why I say CT angio is a very, very good test is because while I am doing the CT angiogram, I also do a CT for the chest and the abdomen. So my retrieval team, when they want to see the condition of the lungs and the liver, they get it in the same go, number one. Number two, it can be done bedside. We have a state-of-the-art mobile CT scanners, you can do it bedside. Number three, even if you have to shift a patient, it won't take more than 5 minutes. TCD is a highly operator dependent technique. You have to have the expertise to do the TCD in your ICU and do it on a regular basis to gain enough confidence, number one. Number two, it needs to be documented. CT angio, it gives you black and white, picture in your hand with the reporting by the radiologist. Now, if a radiologist reports that 7-point FRAPA scoring test, no flow in bilateral A3 and A4. People always talk about A1 and A2. No. You have to talk about A3 and A4, M3 and M4. The problem is when you introduce a thing in your setup, your radiologist, who may be the best in interpreting radiology of other things, but he will be as naive as the house sitting out here. We have the best of the people in the country sitting here, but they are not so much informed about the brain death. Similarly, when you talk about the CT angio interpretation in a brain death person, your radiologist in the center may not be the best to interpret those. So you have to train them first. We gave them the scoring, we discussed with them over length, and now over last 1 year, we have been doing CT angios regularly, and per se, it is giving me a dual advantage. Dual advantage in the sense that my lungs, my liver are getting evaluated in the same go, and also one more advantage of the CT angio I am getting is because we do it just before shifting the patient. We have stopped literally doing so-called second post-mortem to the patients. I don't know what is happening in your country, but in most of the setups, what they do is, Dr. Chavi will vouch for that. You do a organ retrieval, abdomen is closed, the patient is shifted to the mortuary. The forensic medicine person opens up the abdomen and the chest once again, has a look, open up the skull again, and then the body is handed over. And it leads to almost 8 to 10 hours or at times even more than 12 hours of time wastage. And the family does not accept that. There are some religious regions in my country wherein they say that they want the body before sunset. Yes. So while we are doing the CT prior to the shifting, in the COVID times, so-called vitropsy, with the CT scan of the brain, which is done before is taken as an evidence of the brain death as one of the marker by the forensic medicine team. So there are multiple advantages we are getting from the CT angio.
Well, as I said, that will depend a lot on who's interpreting the exam, of course. That situation you mentioned, the craniectomies, that's an issue also for angiography and for scintigraphy. And even for Doppler, because it can bring us some difficulties in interpreting the exams. Those issues I mentioned to you was with the 4-point protocol, and of course those radiologists were not able to interpret that exam. But that's the point here, because if you have another way of doing it without people bringing sand to the machine, to the wheels of the machine, because that guy clinically was dead. CT angio said otherwise, and the EEG confirmed also that it could be that. So it was that.
Actually, EEG is likely to be more kind of a, it may give you very dubious results in an ICU setup. You may not have the electoral kind of EEG silence in the ICU because so many machines, gadgets are there, and you will always have some kind of artifact. So I think, I don't know, but in some centers in Europe, people are practicing EEG. But my understanding is, Dr. Takashi, what is your take on the EEG interpretation in the children and the adults separately? Because EEG again is something to be taken with a pinch of salt, to my understanding.
Hi. Well, I think in Japan it is still mandatory to perform the EEG study when we do the legal brain disease diagnosis. But I think it is still very difficult, and also that the most difficult part is that we need to emphasize that all the technicians to come over to this kinds of educational situation and let them know that how difficult to complete the 5-fold sensitivity of EEG tests. But I think that I believe that personally I believe that it is almost impossible for doing the every EEG test perfect. So then we need to exclude that the lots of artifact. So then technically meaning I personally I believe that we must change that policy of the confirmatory diagnosis, confirmatory test of legal diagnosis of brain death.
Well, let me tell you that I either don't like EEG, and we don't use it also. We use the perfusion tests when we need them.
In the United States, EEG is really falling out of favor. Part of that is because it doesn't test anything about it doesn't give you any information about the brainstem. All it does is give you information about the cortex. Now, electrical activity doesn't equate with function. That's just a fact. Basically, death is based upon loss of circulation. So if we talk about DCD, it's loss of circulation, not cardiac activity, but circulation. In neurologic death, it's loss of circulation. Okay? So as another example, if you are doing CPR and you see a rhythm on the screen, we don't all just get up and walk away. It's like, oh, we saved the patient. First thing you do is check for a pulse. Why do you check for a pulse? Because it's perfusion, which is based upon circulation. Okay, now your analogy about the flower is a good one, because you may actually have flow, but you may not have perfusion. And flow and perfusion are not one and the same. So now we're taking this to a much deeper level. Because if you have somebody who herniates, and you leave them on a ventilator for the next week, and then 10 days later you go back and do a flow study, they will have flow because all the cerebral edema has gone away. But that flow doesn't equate with function. All it does is just tell you that there's flow there. So from that standpoint, your perfusion scans are probably your better scan. In children, as Dr. Rocky has already mentioned, it's a little more difficult, especially in those kids that have open sutures, because they don't generate the high pressure. So our sensitivity and specificity for both EEG and cerebral blood flow studies are extremely unreliable in that population. Okay, about 70% for CBF and about 65%, I think, for EEG. But again, EEG doesn't tell you anything about the brainstem, and it's affected by temperature, medications, and a lot of other things. So EEG is really falling out of favor in the United States. I think that in the updated guidelines that will come out, you'll find that EEG is not any longer accepted as an ancillary study.
I totally agree, and that's why I brought up the topic of the flower, because I think it's a very good way to illustrate how things go. Okay, so let's move. And I would like to highlight another point. Brain death diagnosis is a clinical diagnosis. We are talking about exams. We have a big discussion about exams, but this is all about clinics. So first of all, check everything that we revise here. And then, if you are not able to complete the examination, of course, depending on the protocols, on the laws, etc., etc., so you'll have to perform the exam. But this is all about clinics. Okay, so let's move on. I'd like only to finish, to bring up, which is the time interval between evaluations. I understood from what you've said before that here in India it is demanded to wait 6 hours between evaluations, right? Okay, so in my country we can do the two evaluations half an hour apart or even 1 hour apart, because if the situation raises no doubts to us, if it's clearly demonstrated that this is an irreversible situation, we can do whenever we want both evaluations. Of course, we have some particular situations on which we have to delay a little bit. and that's what I would like to bring here. The hypoxic situations, they can be a little tricky. That case I mentioned to you about the apnea test after 5 minutes with the inspiration. It was a hypoxic situation. The hypothermic situations, of course, they can be a little bit tricky also. So on those situations, it will be advisable to wait a little bit longer between evaluations. The other cases that you should do it as soon as possible and not to delay much time. Okay, so we've mentioned these conflictive situations, the non-airtight cranium, depressors. About children, there are people here more capable than I to speak about children, and we can speak about that tomorrow on the practical sessions. Just about ECMO, one little thing. This can be defying. What you should do here in a very simple manner of approach is to decrease the sweep gas flow in order to allow the CO2 to raise, and then you can perform the apnea test the same way with using the CPAP, and expect the same results. This is a situation, I don't know if in your hospitals you treat ECMO patients or not, but this is one of the conflictive you do. Okay, and did you ever had to declare brain death in someone under ECMO? Okay. So let's wrap up because we are way beyond our time. Maybe if there are questions, we could leave them for the breaks and for tomorrow for the practical sessions. Okay?
Thank you so much, Eduardo. Well, we were talking about medicine, no?
Thank you for that.
No, but that was really nice. And as Eduardo was saying, tomorrow we will be in small groups with each of us. So this will be, you have time tonight to think about other burning questions that might come. So let's go for lunch. Yes. Let's come back at 2 o'clock sharp, okay? And we will try not to lose time anymore. But it was not losing, because really the things that Nuria didn't mention, she will do it afterwards. So, and it's good to discuss, and it's important not to let any doubt after the lecture. So let's go for lunch. The lunch is just here, no, Deepak?
Yeah. Everybody knows where the lunch is. You just leave this on left, you'll see nice fragrance coming. That's where the lunch is. My goodness, what it was a pity because I wanted to have more time. Hello? Hello?
Just out of curiosity, when patient that you went to on apnea test showed some breathing activity, right? What happened to that? Primary reason for this?
नहीं सब नहीं है हमारे साथ हम रहे ना हमें
So why did you take this patient after 40 minutes?
Neuroprotection target and systemic homeostasis target. Why? Because we had to keep that patient alive, restoring that functions that were compromised by the injury. Now that in front of us we have a person who is brain dead because we have done the diagnosis, we have just to focus on maintaining a potential organ donor. So the target of our mission as intensivist, as a neurointensivist, will be to focus on how better to maintain the organs, because from our job in the ICU, our job will be able to affect then the number of organs that we are able to retrieve, and also the quality of the function of these organs. So it's that is the moment in which our focus as intensivists need to change. Thank you. So, how can I move it? Okay. Can you tell how to do it this way? So this is actually what I just told you, and the other things that we have to consider, because it's extremely important, is that in the critical phase of transition from a catastrophic brain injury to the loss of the function of the entire brain, we will face with a cascade of events, and these events are pathophysiological events that we need to know that they will occur at the moment of brain death, and if we not manage this event will be responsible for irreversible derangement of function of organs that were well maintained in equilibrium till that moment. So only timely detection of these pathophysiological changes will allow a proper ICU management of this patient, in which we have done the diagnosis of brain death. And another concept that I would like to underline is that we believe that we lose potential organ donor because of not obtaining consent for donation. But as intensivist, I would like to let all of us know that there are other loss that we can have that are exactly related to our management if it's not properly done or timely done. So this would be the second loss for us, because first we lost the patient. He's already died, but we don't want to lose now the potential organ donor, so we have to do a good job. And I would like to say that when we have a patient who is died, and we know that he is died, even if sometimes the diagnosis is delayed, we know that he's died or she's died. At that moment, there is the risk that if you do not take care of the organs, then something irreversible will happen very soon, in few hours. So we have to be very careful and very timely in our job. So very shortly, I will go to these three parts: pathophysiological changes in the organ donor, how to manage the organ donor, and to underline the role of intensivist in maximizing the likelihood of successful organ procurement. This is what we will see at bedside. Anyone who knows how that injury will evolve in the case of a severe catastrophic brain injury, we will face at the moment of brain death that patient is dead because of some clinical signs that we all will see at bedside. It's the polyuria, it's the hypothermia, and all, especially the severely derangement in hemodynamic function. In a patient patient that was stable before, but now this patient is not anymore stable, and everything will happen very suddenly. And we know that this is a patient that is evolving to brain death. And in this table, we can see listed the pathophysiological changes that, as you can see here, are very frequent in a patient who died because of a head injury, of a stroke, of hemorrhage. Hypothermia is very frequent, hypotension, diabetes insipidus, and we need to know that there will be also pulmonary changes and cardiac changes, and very frequently also coagulation alterations. And the most important factor will be probably for the fact that it can have the hemodynamic changes. Hemodynamic changes can alter the perfusion and also the function of the organs. So we need to take care of them. And as intensivists, because almost half of you are intensivists, anesthesiologists, and the others are neurosurgeons that work with anesthesiologists, so everyone knows that the three main causes of hemodynamic instability may all be present in this patient. We can have a reduced preload due to hypovolemia and diabetes insipidus. If not detected and if not treated, it is one of the main cause of this important problem. We can have reduce the afterload, so this vasodilation that will be responsible for a severe hypoperfusion, and it's related to the evolution, rostrocaudal evolution of the death of our brain and brainstem, and we can also have an altered contractility, because as we know, some of these patients will have a neurogenic stress cardiomyopathy. There is a crosstalk between organs, and when we have a severe injury, or when we have a severe increase in intracranial pressure, we can have a functional, so reversible injury at the cardiac level, and this we need to anticipate, and we need to know that it can happen. We will have also the possibility of pulmonary changes. You know that the lungs are the most difficult to maintain, and because of possible aspiration, pneumonia, contusion. And don't forget that as intensivists ourselves, if we do not know how to well manage the ventilatory strategies of our patient, we will lose lungs also because of not correct ventilation. It can be a problem. We need to know that we have to use a protective ventilation also for the potential organ donor. Endocrine changes may occur, they may be also very frequent, and we need to know that in the case of hemodynamic dysfunction that cannot be corrected with fluid replacement or with normal levels of vasopressor, we need to think that we can have underlying endocrine changes that will affect vascular reactivity in that patient, and so this also can be corrected or addressed. Diabetes insipidus, you will see almost in every patient, and you can start from there the diagnosis sometimes, and of course the problem is that if you cannot detect in time, the patient will lose liters of fluids through diuresis uncontrolled, and so we need not only to replace the fluids, but also to give the hormone that is missing, and so we have to replace that. Loss of temperature homeostasis is part of the pathophysiology of brain death. When the patient has died, his temperature or her temperature will go down. This is happens in all patients. We need to know that the temperature need to be maintained normal. First, because we have to do the diagnosis, and the hypothermia is a confounding factor. So patient need to be maintained in normothermia for the diagnosis and also for the maintenance of the potential organ donor. So these things that we very quickly saw, they will happen suddenly. In some patient, we will see in few hours. In other patient, they can happen after 12 hours if we delay the diagnosis, but we just have to remember that as soon as the brain has died, all the connections with the other organs are lost. So the function of the different organs will be lost if we do not intervene in time. So the transitioning goals I just told at the beginning, just we remind ourselves that as intensivists we need to know that our goal now is maximize number and quality of transplantable organs. We need to save other lives, and we know that we can do if we manage better our died person. And among the different goals that you can see here listed, of course, optimal organ perfusion and cellular oxygenation is one of the most important, because the perfusion goes, of course, to all the organs, and maintenance of hemodynamic stability is one of the priority, even if not the only one. I would say that there are several guidelines, but probably this sentence that I took from the TPM book is one of the most important, because if you know how to do your job in the daily life, you will do the same job while caring with the potential organ donor. Just don't forget that there is a person there that is died, but his organs are still there, and you can help other people to live with those organs. So don't forget the patient in the bed because you think that the patient near is still alive, better dedicate to the other. No, please take the best of your resident and put with the best of your nurse in front of the potential organ donor and maintain that organ. So applying the principles of intensive care has been proven to be the most effective tool for obtaining a greater number, high quality of grafts. And hemodynamic instability, it's something that will occur very suddenly. First, after the initial Cushing response, you will then see how everything will become more difficult to maintain, and hypotension will be very frequent in the patient. I would suggest as intensivist that if we follow the guidelines that we usually follow, for example, for sepsis patients, and there we can find all the answers to our job, because we can see that the drugs will be almost the same, and monitoring also is the same. Every ICU has monitors that allows us to know almost everything of the hemodynamic response of our patient. So we need to know if hypovolemia is the cause, or myocardial dysfunction, or vasoplegia, or the three of them, and we can use monitors that can give dynamic parameters. You all are familiar with them. You are not familiar maybe using them in this kind of patient, but in the ICU we have several monitors that can allow a proper management of an hemodynamic unstable patient. Hormone replacement therapy is one of the controversial facts. There are several. There is a large literature. Not definite answer, but in the case you have a patient that remains unstable after proper management of fluids and of vasopressor, then remind that you can replace with thyroid hormones, and you know that also steroids have an important role for anti-inflammatory role in a moment in which inflammation is a big problem in the patient who has died. And of course, if the patient has diabetes insipidus, we need to treat them. So replacement of the missing hormone is something that we need to know, and we need to know that we need to repeat also the dose after some hours, depending on the response of the patient. Again, there are suggested organ donor goals that are physiologic targets, as you can see here, that we need to have at the bedside. So please, I would suggest for each of us we have protocols bedside for everything. As a neurosurgeons or neurointensivists, for sure you have an intracranial pressure response algorithm, and you need to have at the bedside protocols on how to manage these patients. Just remember that cardiac problems can be reversible, so ask to your cardiologist to reassess if you think that elevation in troponin or dysfunctional myocardium can be related to neurogenic stress cardiomyopathy, then reassess after a few hours. Do not discard the idea of possible retrieval of the heart, because it can be a functional alteration. Pulmonary care, I would like to underline how important it is. There are randomized controlled trials that recommend to use a protective mechanical ventilation strategy in this patient, and one of the mainly suggested strategy is to use 6 to 8 milliliters per kilos of predicted body weight. So remind that there is a formula to calculate the predicted body weight, to use the level of PEEP that is good for that patient. So this is also important, and use closed circuit for suctioning, and if possible CPAP for apnea test using the previous PEEP level will help. And after any disconnection, remember that recruitment maneuvers are essential to avoid the atelectasis and hypoxemia. And remind several changes in posture of this patient. Just to remind that there are techniques ex situ that will allow in marginal donors, so donors that are not perfect at that moment of the retrieval, that organs can be reassessed and further evaluated. And keep bedside protocols, and this is something that 1 minute I would like to underline. nothing end in the ICU, but the patient need to go to the operating room. And we know very well that a lot of things can happen during transport. So please maintain same level of attention and monitoring when you move the patient from the dead person from the ICU to the operating theater, because patient can be lost second time there. And usually retrieval happens at peripheral hospital sometimes, and so you need to know that you need to have a good care during transport, and you need to talk with the surgeons that are doing the retrieval of the organs, because you need to know that this alteration can continue also in the operating room. So communication with the retrieval team is essentially, and just last slide, there are studies demonstrating that if you are able to maintain donor management goal during the hours, that can be 6, 12, depending on the situations, you will be able to have a higher number of organ that can be retrieved and transplanted with very good outcomes. So transplantation depends on organ donation. A significant proportion of potential organ donor are lost also in the ICU for not good management, and this we need to avoid. And it's very important education and training, as we have heard all the day, to ensure that all the potential organ tissue donors are identified and afforded the opportunity to donate. So we have to respect also the willing of the family and of the donor. Can you imagine what happens to the family if that person who donated then cannot donate because it was not well maintained? That will be a defeat for the patient, and so we need also to better education and training, and to increase our research project in the area. Sorry for delay. Thank you.
I suggest to move now to pediatric, no? Then after the Indian situation, and then at the end we do all the questions together, okay? So for that, we have the pleasure to have Tom Naka from the USA that you already heard till now. So if you want, you can stand here and you can use that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Everybody's in a food coma. Are we good? Well, Dr. Mazzio did a great job setting up the stage for me to talk about donor management. So just by show of hands, how many of you are comfortable taking care of pediatric patients? 3. How many of you are comfortable taking care of pediatric donors? 0. 1. Excellent. Okay. All right. An N of 1. We like that. Okay, let's see if we can make this work here. So what I want to do is build on what Dr. Mazzio has already talked about. She's really given you a lot of the physiologic basis of what happens during the herniation phase, and the damage that can occur to organs following that. Really, it's a big cytokine storm, if you will, because there's a massive release of cytokines that cause vasoplegia, hypotension, and a lot of end organ damage that has to be corrected. Donor management is probably one of the most important things that we do in the ICU, but we don't do it very often. And the reason it's so important is because more than 25% of actual donors are lost because we don't have good donor management. So it's imperative that we look to try and take care of these potential donors and restore normal physiology in an effort to recover organs. Because if we don't recover organs, people die. So I'm going to spend the next few minutes talking to you about pediatric donor management. I have no conflicts of interest, financial conflicts of interest related to this. I will tell you that I am a pediatric intensivist. I'm also a medical director for HonorBridge, which is the North Carolina Organ Procurement Organization. So I do take care of adult donors as well. Now, my goals for this talk are really to talk about the physiologic differences in pediatric donors. And the physiologic aspects of what we deal with in children also pertains to what we do with pediatrics in general. We'll discuss important aspects related to medical management of the potential donor, and then we'll talk about donor management goals. So, optimizing donation, whether it's children or adults, requires a slew of people working together. It's not just the intensivist. It's not just our donation coordinators. It's nurses, respiratory therapists, social workers, chaplains, translators, our child life specialists who have to work to try and tell a sibling that their brother or sister isn't coming home. Our hospital administrators, it's a top-down and bottom-up working relationship. We all have to work together. And the importance of this is because donors don't occur very often in the ICU. In a big pediatric ICU, in a major trauma center, they may see 10, 12 pediatric donors a year. That's not a lot. And for our coordinators out there, most of the coordinators are adult trained. They may not see a pediatric donor for a year, sometimes even 2 years. So this is a group effort. Now, one of our mantras in pediatrics are kids aren't small adults. And that's very true. Adults may be big kids, but kids are not small adults. So there are anatomic and physiologic differences that we need to understand in children. And this isn't just for the donor, this is for children in general when we're dealing with them in a hospital setting. First of all, our respiratory system is different. The airways in children are much smaller. There's increased airway resistance due to those small airways, and you get a more compliant chest wall, less developed respiratory muscles, and that's why these kids develop these signs of respiratory distress, and they look horrible when you see them. This really scares our adult counterparts. We, in pediatrics, kind of look at it and say, okay, he's a sick kid, we'll take care of him. But you can see the suprasternal, intercostal, subcostal retractions in this child, and it's just because the rib cage itself is not as solidified. There's a lot more cartilage, and you see this collapse as they generate those big negative inspiratory pressures. Children also have a higher resting heart rate, and that heart rate decreases with age. And this is important because our cardiovascular system, whether you're an adult or pediatric patient, is the same. Cardiac output equals heart rate times stroke volumes. Now, you got a small heart, can't generate a big volume. The only way you're going to generate cardiac output is with a faster rate. And that's why we worry about bradycardia in children. So those drastic declines in that heart rate can significantly affect our cardiac output. Now, if we look at normal heart rate and blood pressure parameters in children, in adults it's easy. Keep the mean arterial pressure 70 or keep it 80. If I tried to get a mean arterial pressure of 70 in a newborn, they'd be massively hypertensive. So you can see by looking at this particular chart here that as the child grows, the heart rate slows down, and our blood pressures actually change. The blood pressures start to go up. A lot of this is just because of calcification that occurs and stiffness in the vascular system that can handle more pressure. So as the blood pressure goes up, the heart rate comes down. And this is important because it also dictates what we use as far as vasoactive agents in children, because some vasoactive agents may be more effective in the neonatal population than they are in, for instance, the older child. There are other anatomic and physiologic differences that we deal with. Kids have a large body surface area, so they lose heat rapidly. They get cold. If you've ever been in a pediatric OR, it's extremely warm in there. They do that because these kids lose body heat and they become hypothermic very quickly. They have limited glycogen stores, so they get hypoglycemic very quickly. Remember the ABCs, right? The ABCs of critical care: antagonize, berate, criticize. Okay. Airway, breathing, circulation, right? Well, remember D for dextrose in the smaller kids, because these kids will get hypoglycemic very quickly. And it's just because they don't have those glycogen stores in the liver to turn over and make more glucose. They also have limited catecholamine stores, so blood pressure is not always the best parameter to follow in a smaller child, because that blood pressure holds on to the very end and then it just falls off. It's not like the adult where you see a gradual decline in the blood pressure. Neurologically, kids are different than adults as well. Especially in the newborn and in that first year of life, the brain has a higher water content. It is not as gelled as our brain is, because the myelination process hasn't occurred. As myelination occurs, the brain actually takes on more substance and becomes stiffer. That larger subarachnoid space allows for more movement of the brain, and that movement of the brain is what causes the damage with abusive head trauma when kids are picked up and shaken. Okay, so kids are at much greater risk for that than adults. And psychologically, kids are different from adults. A 2-month-old can't wake up and tell you that his tummy hurts, right? So given that premise and understanding those physiologic and anatomic differences, let's talk a little bit about donor management. Now, tomorrow I'm going to be talking about challenges with brain death in children, and we'll talk more about some of the anatomic structures from the neck up. Today we're going to focus on really management of the donor, which is from the neck down. So there's a paradigm shift in the goals of therapy from life-saving to life-preserving. So we've been trying to save the life of this patient. We're giving lots of 3% saline. We're trying to dry the brain out. We're trying to protect the brain. We're doing all these things. What happens? Patients hypernatremic. We have run them probably at a slightly higher blood pressure. We're trying to maintain glycemic control. We're doing all these things in an effort to protect the brain. Now that the patient has died, we have to reverse that. So our goal really is resuscitation of organs, oxygen delivery to the tissues, hydration and perfusion, restoration and normal ventilation, thermal regulation, regulation and neuroendocrine function, and then continued support for the family. And that's one of the things that we do in pediatrics, is we have to support the family, because the parents have to help make those decisions for the child. The clinical teaching point here is that what is good for the patient is good for the donor. So good patient management equals good donor management. Just a simple thing, okay? You would never let a patient get hypoglycemic. You're not going to let the donor get hypoglycemic. You would never let the normal patient get hypotensive. You're not going to let the donor get hypotensive. The management of the pediatric organ donor is going to be dictated by regional standards of care and the physicians caring for that child. And I highly encourage you, when you're dealing with a pediatric program, utilize your intensivists, because they're your best resources. We understand kids. Same thing with the nursing staff. Okay? For our OPO coordinators out there, it becomes really important, because we know kids, you know donation, we have to blend that expertise. Now, children are best cared for in a pediatric center with trained staff. And that's important to understand, because a lot of these kids that may end up in an adult ER are not going to go to an adult ICU. They will go to a pediatric ICU, because I guarantee you none of you in this room wants to take care of a 6-month-old with a bad head injury. Collaboration between that critical care team, between all our specialists who are going to work with us to help manage this donor, is critical. Now, if we look at the airway, we have to have an appropriate size endotracheal tube in the patient. Now, if we have a 6-month-old, you could pull out a 7.0 endotracheal tube. It's not going to fit in the airway really well. It'll make a good rectal tube, but it will not make a good airway tube. Okay, so we have to calculate the size of that airway, and we want a cuffed endotracheal tube in there. The goal is to protect the lungs. You don't want aspiration of anything getting into the lungs. We'll talk about the lungs a little bit more in a bit. Appropriate placement of that endotracheal tube is important too. So in the adult, it's really easy. Pull out a 7.0 endotracheal tube, drop it down to 22, 23, tape it in place, and you're golden. You can't put a 7.0 endotracheal tube and drop it to 23 centimeters in a 6-month-old, okay? You'll be way in the right main stem bronchus. We have to confirm placement of that endotracheal tube with a chest x-ray. And when we look at that chest x-ray, again, it's pretty easy in adults to be able to look at this, but we actually have formulas where we can calculate the depth of the endotracheal tube. And so the depth of the endotracheal tube is based upon how old the child is. Easiest thing to remember is 10 plus the age in a year. So if you have a 4-year-old, the tube should be at 14 centimeters at the teeth. Not the lip, but at the teeth. Teeth don't move, or the gum. Lip can swell, the tube can move. The other thing that we look at is the tip of the endotracheal tube. Now remember that kids come in all different sizes, and if we look at this, you can see the tip of the endotracheal tube here. The carina branches at T5, the endotracheal tube should basically be between T3 and T4. And everybody can count ribs, so that's pretty straightforward. Vascular access. Man, in adults, you get like 4 IVs, you got a cordis, you got a central line. Let's see, that's 7 lines, 8 lines, okay. In peds, you get a peripheral IV and you might have a central line. If you're lucky, you'll get a triple lumen instead of a double lumen. Now, that becomes important because vascular access is going to be limited in the child. So we got to look at that. The peripheral IV that you put in day 1 probably isn't going to last until day 4 or 5. If you really get into trouble, you can have put in an interosseous line, and we've done that on occasion as well. But it's not like we can just throw a central venous line in a small baby. Okay, we're limited as far as vascular access. So we have to be cognizant of that. The other thing that we have to understand is that many of our pharmacologic agents are weight-based. For the small child, it's not a problem. For the big child or the child that is overweight, we can easily overdose that patient. So again, above 40 kilograms, we're treating that patient as an adult, standard adult dosing. Below 40 kilograms, you really need to work on appropriate weight-based dosing of pharmacologic agents. And we have growth charts to figure out what that ideal body weight is so that we don't end up overdosing these kids. So the special considerations we need to think about for drug dosing in kids, one, we have limited vascular access. Our smaller catheters limit the rate of fluid administration. Administration of many of these infusions actually requires concentration of these medications. So for instance, if you're running a norepinephrine infusion, and you're increasing that, and say it's at 1.6 mics per kilo per minute, and it's running at 12 cc's an hour, and your patient weighs 4 kilos, that's the majority of the fluid that that patient should be getting for an hour. So those drugs get concentrated down. The importance of that is you can't just say double the infusion rate, because if you double the infusion rate, you're getting a lot more drug since it's a weight-based drug calculation. We have to look at drug compatibility issues too. If you're only limited to 1 or 2 IVs, you got to look at what drugs you can give through those IVs, because you may have to interrupt infusions. And there's a lot of different infusions that we're giving donors in an effort to get them to a stable state so that we can get them to the OR and recover organs. The commonly used clinical indicators that we use in pediatrics become much less reliable. Perfusion. Well, perfusion works okay, but you got to remember these kids are cold, they lose body heat because they're hypothermic. Heart rate, well, we lose beat-to-beat variation with a donor because now the heart has just taken on an automatic rhythm since there's no sympathetic outpouring from the brain, right? So you're not going to see that beat-to-beat variation. You may not see the tachycardia that you expect to see with volume depletion. Urine output's always a great marker, but if you got DI, they're putting out tons of fluid, so that doesn't really help you out as an end organ marker. So we rely on things like biomarkers like serum lactate levels or SVO2 levels that may be beneficial to help guide us as far as cardiovascular management. Pulmonary management, basically, what's good for the patient is good for the donor. We want a cuffed endotracheal tube in place. So when we're dealing with a pediatric donor, put a cuffed tube in. If you can't do it, have anesthesia do it, have the intensivist do it. Lung recruitment maneuvers are always good because we need to keep those lungs inflated. We need to optimize our blood volume, diuretics, and try and get rid of the pulmonary edema because these kids will accumulate a boatload of fluid. The head of the bed should be elevated. We need oral care prophylaxis, just like we would do for ventilator-associated pneumonia prophylaxis. Pulmonary toilet to mobilize patients. We're turning the patient, and we're treating any underlying infection. Bronchoscopy. You may or may not do a bronchoscopy in a child. Recovering lungs on a 6-year-old or less is very unlikely. Part of that is because there's just no recipients out there, and it's really hard to transplant lungs that small. On the 12-year-old or 13-year-old, on the other hand, you probably will get a bronch. So, again, this is where you need to be working closely with your OPO to determine what is the potential to recover those lungs. Our donor management goals for oxygenation and ventilation: maintain our PaO2 greater than 100, normalize our CO2, keep the FiO2 at around 40%, which is a safe range, normalize our arterial pH. We typically use lower tidal volumes and higher PEEPs, although a lot of your transplant surgeons, when they want that oxygen challenge, want them on a lower PEEP and higher tidal volumes, just to see how the lung responds and how it's going to perform. So just be aware of that. Importantly, every donor should be treated as a potential lung donor. Now, if we've got really, really bad lungs, you do everything you can to maintain oxygenation to the rest of the tissues in the body. But the important thing to remember is that most of your donors have a very, very low metabolic rate, and that low metabolic rate doesn't demand a lot of oxygen. So the important thing is, even if your saturations are on the lower side, if your lactate is normal, then you're perfusing tissues. That's a good thing. Every attempt should be made to provide adequate oxygenation and ventilation to that potential donor. Pulmonary blood flow. We do worry about pulmonary hypertension, especially in the smaller pediatric patient. We can treat that with nitric oxide, high concentrations of oxygen, alkalinization. There's a number of different things that we can do. Again, this is particularly true in the child that's under 6 months of age who is at risk for pulmonary hypertension, or potentially even a patient with a complex congenital heart defect that has pulmonary hypertension. Hemodynamic management. Blood pressure should be normalized for age. Now we have tables for that, and if you ask the pediatric intensivists, we have a pretty good idea what that normal blood pressure should be. Okay, again, you can't just say we need a mean arterial pressure of 80. It just doesn't work for a newborn or a 6-month-old. The lowest acceptable blood pressure should be 2 times the age in years plus 70. Again, we need to take this in the context of everything that's going on with the patient. Don't just treat the number, treat the patient. Heart rate may not be a good indicator of volume status, because you lose that beat-to-beat variability. And then we need volume replacement for hypovolemia. So we're using crystalloid, colloid, and blood products. We don't want to use things like the starches because they enhance the chance of renal failure. So the blood pressure should be normal for age. We want to make sure that we have adequate end organ perfusion, and we can do that looking at lactate levels, SVO2 levels, performance of your end organs. Utilize a balanced approach to fluids and really minimize the use of vasoactives if we can. The heart surgeons really like to see these hearts that are studied by echo on low vasopressor support. Now, it's important to understand when to get the echo. You don't want to get the echo right after a patient herniated because they're going to have a lot of myocardial ischemia, probably some endovascular damage as well. That in and of itself will resolve over the course of the next 24-36 hours, so serial echocardiograms become very important. Inotropic support, we use a lot of epinephrine, we use a lot of norepinephrine, and we use vasopressin for DI. Dopamine's kind of fallen out of favor. Some places still use it. We don't use a lot of phenylephrine in children. And it's important that we correct the acidosis because all of your inotropes work better in a pH-neutral environment. So the clinical endpoint for titration of inotropic support for hemodynamic stability is ensuring end organ perfusion with acceptable tissue oxygenation. Normalize your blood pressure and accept lower blood pressures if our lactate and SVO2 levels are normal. We want to restore euvolemia with isotonic fluids. The thing here is the patient's going to be hypertonic because or hypernatremic because they've received a lot of 3% saline. And the tendency here is to use a lot of D5W. That's the wrong thing to do. You got to remember that they're vascular volume depleted. Anytime somebody's vascular volume depleted, you replete them with an isotonic fluid. So you got to get them to a euvolemic state first. Ongoing volume losses. Excessive urine output with DI, replace that with half normal or quarter normal saline. You don't want to use dextrose because you're going to jack up the glucose rate and you're going to get more of an osmotic diuresis and you create more diuresis and more fluid loss. If the patient has a lot of stooling, okay, because the gut has been impaired because of hypoxia, kids can get profoundly dehydrated from that. So lactated ringers is probably the best agent to use because your stool has a lot of bicarbonate in there. We want to restore normal electrolyte balance, and we need to maintain normal urine output. And normal urine output is for the patient who doesn't have good urine output, forced diuresis, or for the patient who has DI, controlling that DI so that we can slow the urine output down. We have two agents, desmopressin and vasopressin. Most people like to use vasopressin because you can turn it on, it works fairly quickly, and it goes away fairly quickly. Desmopressin is actually much more potent, but it's got a longer half-life. When do I use these? Well, I use desmopressin for correction of hypernatremia without hemodynamic instability and if the patient has a coagulopathy. Because remember, desmopressin increases von Willebrand factor, so it makes platelets more sticky and it helps with bleeding. On the other hand, vasopressin can actually augment your cardiac output and your blood pressure, and so a patient who has hemodynamic instability, I'll use vasopressin. It may allow me to wean that inotropic or vasoactive support. So our clinical endpoint for diabetes insipidus is to make sure that our urine output is basically 3 to 4 cc's per hour, and we want to get our serum sodium in that range of 130 to 145. 130 to 150, somewhere in that range. The goal is not to completely reduce or stop urine output. So our serum sodium, potassium, glucose goals are here. Ionized calcium becomes really important, especially in the smaller kids, because they don't have adequate calcium stores in the sarcoplasmic reticulum. So calcium chloride is a very nice inotropic agent. Hormonal replacement therapy, and I talked a little bit about this. We do use this in kids. It becomes very important. Thyroid hormone is important because it reverses the anaerobic to aerobic metabolism that we typically see with brain death. DI we talked about, and glycemic control for insulin. Here are pharmacologic agents used for hormonal resuscitation in pediatrics. This is from the North American Transplant Coordinators website. I developed this many years ago, and it's still in use. If you guys need a copy of that, just contact me. I'm more than happy to send a copy to you. The pediatric donor management goals were actually put together very similar to the adult donor management goals. This was published in Pediatric Critical Care Medicine in 2018. Those are also included in that drug dosing handbook if you want a copy of that. My algorithm for the hemodynamically stable patient is basically they get corticosteroids, they get levothyroxine, we treat diabetes with desmopressin or vasopressin. If they're hemodynamically unstable, you volume load them with crystalloid and colloid to get them to a euvolemic state. We're going to use inotropic or vasoactive agents. We'll use corticosteroids. We'll bolus with levothyroxine because you want to get that level up fairly quickly because that'll help wean your vasoactive agents. And we treat diabetes insipidus with vasopressin. So the clinical teaching point that I really want to leave you with is that when you're dealing with a pediatric patient, it's really important to work with your pediatric intensivist, your respiratory therapist, your pediatric pharmacist, and also your pediatric bedside nurses. We know kids, we know how to take care of kids, okay? You know other disease processes, and we got to all work together. I'm going to close with this because this morning you heard about the number of organs that we can recover from one donor, which is 8. We actually, this is a case that I worked on in North Carolina with one of my coordinators there. So a 14-year-old who sustained a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head, and the child progressed to brain death. We actually recovered 9 organs, and we transplanted 9 organs. You say, well, how do we do that? Ideally, we were going for 10. So you got a heart, you got liver, you got 2 kidneys, you got 2 lungs, you got a pancreas, you got intestine, and we actually also recovered the abdominal wall for vascularized composite allograft transplantation. We transplanted 9 organs. Now, we got 9 organs because we had to split the liver. So you can split the liver, so technically you can get 9 organs from any donor. 1 kidney was not able to be transplanted because of there were anatomic concerns of the vasculature. 2 lungs, pancreas, intestine, abdominal wall, VCA. So again, we are recovering more organs. We're splitting organs. Those have been very successful. We're transplanting more organs in kids as far as livers. So my conclusions from all this, in building on what Dr. Mazzio talked about in adults, is that children are different from adults. You need the expertise of the pediatric specialist. The pediatric donor is best cared for in a facility that has trained personnel who really understand the unique needs of children and their families. You need to involve those pediatric critical care specialists, and you need to listen to them. We do this every day. We're pretty good at this. And donor management, again, is a continuum of care as we continue to work not only with a pediatric donor, but also with the family. We're preserving that option of donation, and we know that meeting donor management goals results in more organs recovered and actually a better organ for the transplant recipient. And that reduces morbidity and mortality for the recipient. So with that, I'm going to close. Thank you very much for your attention. I am just thrilled to be a part of this conference, and I think we're going to turn this over to Deepak now.
Can I have my slides? So my talk will be more of a mix of the previous two slides, both adult and children combined together. It will be kind of a recap with some improvisation, so-called the Indian jugaad that we talk in our language. All right. So it will be primarily on management of eligible donor. You know, we have been hearing about donors, but to maintain, to have the same language, I always use this word, we need to find out what is the difference between a potential donor, possible donor, eligible and actual donor. This talk is dedicated to this little girl, Rolly, whose picture you must have seen outside, and she was the first pediatric donor last year for us, and after that we had a total of 4 children, and the youngest was 16 months of age. And yes, when we were doing as a team, doing the donor management, so we happened to read Dr. Nakagawa's paper, and I was interacting with Anna Teresa, how to manage these children and some small things, and somehow we could manage. So these are the few definitions which all of you should know. It should be ABCD for you people. So a possible donor is a person who has got devastating brain injury. It could be a stroke-induced ischemic or hypoxic brain damage, or a severe traumatic brain injury, but medically suitable for organ donation. That's a possible donor. A potential donor is a patient with a clinical condition which is suspected to fulfill brain death criteria. By this I mean this person, when you do, the pupils are fixed dilated, he does not have any reflexes, but you have not done the apnea test. So just short of the apnea test, you have a person, you call him a potential donor, and these are standard definitions used all over the world. Then is an eligible donor. Who is an eligible donor? Eligible donor is a person who is a medically suitable person who has been declared brain dead on neurological criteria as stipulated by Indian law or law of any other country. Then is the actual donor, who is a consented eligible donor, because you know that many a times we do both the apnea test and then you may not get the result. The family may say no, this and that. So for your analysis of the data, for the quality assessment, nowadays hospitals and the ICUs are being assessed by the number of donations or the certifications you are doing in your ICU. So there it is very important to have these 5 definitions in place. And last is a utilized donor, where is an actual donor from whom at least one organ has been transplanted. So I think the management, it actually begins with the possible or the potential donor management begins with handling the formidables. And who are these formidables? They are the clinician in charge. It could be most commonly a neurosurgeon in our country, and sometimes, as Dr. Marty was talking in the morning itself, you may have some peer group colleagues who will be very resistant to the program, and we also had our own share of problems at our workplace. But now gradually over passing time, people are joining one by one as they see the success of the program. So you need to be just calm and quiet when you have somebody who does not consent to allow a patient admitted under his or her care for brain death certification. This gentleman, 60-year-old old patient, he came to us with a GCS of 3/15, pupils bilaterally fixed, dilated, brainstem reflexes absent. But the physician in charge or the surgeon in charge of the patient decided to put in an external ventricular drainage. He decided to put in the EEG monitoring for 24 hours. And I don't need to give a reason. It was just to delay and let the certification not happen for his whatever. But then, of course, the apnea test could not be done, and this patient was declared dead. So what I'm trying to say with this slide is that we should not be getting too much concerned or finicky about such, because when you are working as a team, there are many people in the team. Not all fingers are same. One finger is different from the second finger. But if you, if you're doing a noble cause, trust me, more and more people will come and join hands. We fight with the anesthetist so many. I'm a surgeon. I mean, over 10 years we were talking during the lunch break. We got immune to each other. We are multi-drug resistant clones now. We like each other. Whether we like or dislike, we have to stay together. Similarly, I think in the organ donation program also, over a period of time, you start speaking in the same language, and it's something extremely important. Ignorance and trust issues have to be sorted out. In a program like organ donation program, If everything goes on fine, it's fine. You may or may not get the credit. But if one thing goes wrong, the entire system collapses. It's a big thing, like in a state called Kerala, which was the leader in our country in terms of organ donation. The donation dropped down significantly for a couple of incidents, and which were just so stupid incidents. This Lazarus sign of the spinal reflex, which was talked about in the pre-lunch session, is not something uncommon. It's very common. Patients who are on long-term ventilator support, children, you will see this very frequently. Dr. Chavi will vouch for that. We have many cases. Actually, we keep on recording the videos of such cases, and so the idea is that whenever there is a doubt, somebody in your team raises doubt, this person is having a Lazarus sign and that person is not convinced, and the team is not convinced, you should keep your ego aside, and the simplest thing you can do is just do one more test. And in this child, what we did was, we did the CT angiogram, and that's it. We showed the CT angiogram, everybody was on the same page. I think our team is also, they know about this patient. We did the CT angiogram, so everybody was convinced, the ICU was convinced, and we knew that we are talking about a deceased child or a potential child, or then we converted this child. There are a lot of physiological and metabolic changes which take place in a person, and I use this word forgive factor. What is forgive factor? 4 is, I'll talk about. Give is like person where the GCS is 3 to 5. I is the person is intubated. V is the person who is ventilated on full ventilator support, and E is I signs. That means his pupils are bilateral fixed dilated. In addition to this give, if he is hypovolemic, they are mostly hypovolemic, they are mostly hypothermic, hypotensive, and of course hyperglycemic also. Whenever a resident gives me a call, we have a kind of a WhatsApp group. We all are part of the WhatsApp group. Whenever we get a call from the resident or our trauma nurse coordinator, if I get a message, this person blood pressure is 140/90 and he is not on any inotropes, my first question is, please show me the CT scan, because this person is very unlikely to be brain dead. A person who is brain dead, there are very strong chances, or more than 90% of these cases, they will be having DI, they will be having hypotension and hypovolemic. They do have associated issues like anemia, coagulopathies, and immunological changes are there. As students, as medical students, as neurosurgeons, neurologists, we have been trained, a kind of a herniation. Herniation goes from the midbrain to the pons and down. And if you know about this slide is extremely important slide, because whenever a patient comes, when the herniation actually sets in, you first get brain ischemia, wherein you get vagal stimulation. And how does the patient manifest? Patient will manifest with the decrease in the heart rate, MAP, mean arterial pressure, and the cardiac output. Step 1. When the pons start getting ischemic, you start getting the Cushing's response, which we have read in our physiology textbooks. You got vagal plus sympathetic stimulation, and it is at this time you get rise in the blood pressure. So there will be bradycardia with hypertension, classical, but this does not last for long. Then as the ischemia progresses to the medulla, or the medullary ischemia takes place, you get sympathetic stimulation, and again you get increase in the heart rate, increase in the MAP and the cardiac output. But at the last stage, when the medullary ischemia sets in, or the brain death stage, or there is a sympathetic inhibition, you get a stage of decreased heart rate, MAP and CO, wherein most of the patients come to us when they reach the ICU from the ED. So in the ED, when the patient is there, a lot of changes are happening in the patient. And so many times we used to get panic, patient having a low blood pressure, 60, 70. And now we are absolutely cool. We have got some protocols in place. And so by the time the patient reaches to us from the ED to the ICU, maybe in 2 hours or 4 hours time, depending on the bed availability, the patient is all settled and we are all there to take up the patient. Most of this patient we are saving. We are not losing any patient because of BP crashing. I heard in the morning that during the apnea test, the patient's BP crashed. It does not happen any longer at our center. Most of the patient we are able to tide through. So, of course, when, as Dr. Agrawal was saying in the morning, we as clinicians should be aiming to save the lives, not for the purpose of organs, but for the purpose of the person who comes to the emergency. So, initially, our effort should be giving complete support or physiological support to the person before death, and do everything. And most of these therapies are, of course, brain-oriented intensive care treatments, ventilation, maintenance of MAPs, cerebral perfusion pressure, osmolar support, diuretics and hypertonic saline, temperature control, and CSF drainage. Sometimes we do external ventricular drainage and ICP monitoring in our patients. And of course, we subjected them to series of investigations and clinical assessments, and we, in suitable patients on day 3 onwards, we start them on low molecular weight heparin and other drugs. But when the person reaches a stage of brain death, our management changes from the saving the brain to the saving the organs. That's a basic difference. So it's from the something like a shift from the intracranial to extracranial management goal. And the first thing, once you have the patient reach that stage, you have done first apnea test, which is found to be positive. That is the time you should stop the medication. So many times it used to happen, patient were declared brain dead and they were getting mannitol, they were getting phenytoin, and you name a drug, they were getting it. I mean, those drugs are absolutely useless. There is no point in giving anti-epileptic drugs once the first apnea test is done. So we have to do this to preserve the best possible function of all organs. And how should we do it? And it is where the SOPs come into the picture. And now, initially we were struggling, we were awake. I mean, even now we are awake the whole night whenever a patient comes. In fact, we have a patient now in our ICU where the things are happening. But now we have got SOPs in place. I think Rachna and other people are there in the hall, our transplant coordinators. So everything is given to them in written, what all drugs to be given, what is the dose is to be given. So we just tell them, please follow the protocols. There's a one line we write to them, and they're so smart now. I mean, what investigations to be sent, when should it be sent, what should be the drug that should be started, they just do it on an autopilot mode. And it is something which is extremely important if you want to make this program happen. I mean, you can't expect A, B or C clinician to be there present 24 hours. You have got thousands of other things to be done in your professional work. So you just have the SOPs and the guidelines for various things. And these are the ICU management which is there for any patient, that should not be disturbed, that should remain exactly the same. For infection control, basics like hand hygiene, and these are the recommendations which came up in Indian Society for Critical Care Medicine position statement came up in 2017, and this paper is now getting updated. I think next year it will be updated and there in the prints. So you follow the basic infection control, there is a grade 1A level evidence out there. Turning of the patient, change of the dressings, catheter care, bronchial toilet, eye care. So many times patients have got exposure keratitis, and by the time you start for the eye retrieval, patient sustains arrest, okay, then you say fine, at least the people from the ophthalmic service, they come and they find that the cornea is completely damaged. So those basic things have to be there in the basic, it has to be there in the curriculum and in the mindset. Hypothermia, you should have SOPs, have SOP for each and everything in your ICU. Everybody should be on the same page. How should everybody is hypothermic, we know that. We get calls where the patient is 92 degrees, 93 degrees. That's the temperature which is usually there in most of the patients. You should not get panic, just stay calm and tell them, okay, fine. And you start your therapy. And what are the basic therapy? Just some blankets, some warm IV fluids, maybe some irrigation fluids through the NG tube, and sometimes bladder washes can be given. And you can always ask your anesthesia colleague to give some inhaled gases, warm and humidified gases. And temperature does build up. It is not that the temperature, actually if you start acting before the hypothermia sets in or before it becomes a permanent, then the correction of the hypothermia is much more easier. It's something like diabetes insipidus. What they say, if you read the Canadian guidelines, I stand corrected by Dr. Nagagawa, the first, I would say, vasopressor of choice is vasopressin. So any person who comes in hypotension after brain death, vasopressin is the first IV drug that they start, not the dopamine or the NORAD or norepinephrine. So all these things should be there and known to you. Coagulopathies in nutrition, infection control. You should not stop the nutrition in a person who is brain dead, because at times, when you are retrieving the liver, the glycogen stores of the liver, they need to be kept in mind. And you should continue. These patients, they do have some amount of stasis, we know that. So you can give some prokinetic to take care of that. And so I think the enteral nutrition should be continued. And the donor should be infection free. There is no recommendation per se for giving any prophylactic antibiotics. But at our center, we follow our ICU protocols with our microbiology, the hospital infection committee in charge, Professor Purva Mathur, and we have the protocols in place, and whatever is there is being strictly followed by everybody. A few medications which need to be avoided, and there is a grade 1 evidence for that. Monitoring, lab investigations, very, very important. It so happens that you may end up doing the test, and then later on the team comes and they say you have not done this, you have not done that. Because all your efforts, whatever you are doing, the tests have to be there. The basic tests, the lab investigations have to be there. We know that there are so many changes which happen in the ECGs, the J waves and the T wave inversions, ST depressions. There is no variation in the RR interval in the person who is brain dead. So all these things should be known to you. LV function, the ejection fraction could be disturbed in these patients who are brain dead. There could be a lot of variations in the blood pressure, hemodynamics, so the arterial line have to be placed. So we always say that arterial line should be in the upper limb, not in the lower limb, because when you're doing the harvesting, that times the line get disturbed, and so it's always better to have access in the upper limbs. The central line we always place it in the subclavian or the jugular. We request our team to do that. You should have a plain X-ray of the chest in all your patients, and then do the blood grouping cross matching. One important thing is that whenever you are giving some steroids like methylprednisolone or hydrocortisone, it's always better to do the HLA typing prior to that, because the results may be biased, especially when the renal recipient are doing it. So we always draw the blood sample for the HLA typing. It's advisable prior to doing the starting the steroids. So these are the series of tests which need to be done in all patients, and they are great to be recommendation for using Swan-Ganz catheter, the cardiac output monitoring in some unstable patients. Screening for sepsis is something extremely important. You know, by the day 3 or day 4, everybody in the ICU for one reason or the other will start throwing up some fever, and it is where the panic button gets pressed. This person is in sepsis, so cannot be donated. No, a person, I'm sure this will be there in the TPM pre-test also, a person who is having a culture sensitive bug anywhere, it's treatable. The only thing is that you give IV antibiotics, culture sensitive for 48 hours, and that's it. MDR bug, which is resistant to everything, is absolute contraindication, especially more so in the bloodstream. Okay, and now how do you diagnose infection? Normally we know that when you send a blood culture or a tracheal culture, it takes 48 to 72 hours, correct? But I think for this scenario, the things are a little bit different. Here we know that the blood culture is one which is confirmatory for the sepsis. So for this, you have got point of care nucleic acid test, the BioFire test. They are available with us, at least in our center they are there. I don't know how expensive they are. How expensive they are, Chavi? They are a little bit expensive, I would say, but I think they are the they should be done, because you can get the culture growth within 2 to 4 hours. And so our microbiologist, she tells us within 4 hours this person culture is no growth, we can go ahead. And in fact we have longitudinally followed up these patients, and all those patients who were negative on the BACTEC, this point of care nuclear BioFire test, they remain negative. We follow up our transplant even up to day 7 after the transplant has been done. Did the patient develop any infection or not? And the reason we did that was because of this procalcitonin. It's the most talked about test these days. You know, whenever a person comes to the ICU, you have a person with a TLC count of 14,000, 100 fever, day 2 of trauma, and you do a PCT. PCT comes as 90, and the first thing you will say, my goodness, it's so high. This person is in septicemia. No way, should not do it. But trust me, it is not the absolute value, but the trend that is more important. So what we do is, we do a serial trend of the PCT. Okay, repeat the PCT. If you see a trend of fall in the PCT, that will tell you this person is not having infection. And we did a beautiful study, and this is in publication stage now, wherein we correlated the TLC count, the PCT values, and the blood culture in the patients, and none of the patient where the blood culture was negative, the PCT was actually not suggestive of infection, I would say. We have to understand, in a trauma scenario, the PCT can be really high. You know, we are taught that PCT has to be less than 0.1. I'm talking about PCT of 90. We have patients 90, 70, 60, it doesn't matter. The trend is more important. So why you need, this, we have heard in the previous 2 lectures, 5 minutes? Okay, so we have heard that in the donor management goals. Why should you need it? Why should you need SOPs? So there have been a few studies wherein it has been shown that if you do 7 out of 9 management goals are met, then at least more than 4 organs can be transplanted successfully. And in expanded criteria, there are more than 90% chances if you follow up these SOPs of donor management goals. And they're very simple. Anna has already told you MAP, CVP, EF, and vasopressors and everything. So this is what we practice at our trauma center, and it's taken from the all published literature and the ICCCM guidelines and what is published in by the other authors, and it's not on rocket science. So I always say that follow a rule of 100. It's very simple to remember. Your blood pressure should be 100 systolic. Output in an adult should be kept somewhere around 100 ml per hour. the core temperature should be close to 100 degree Fahrenheit. That means it should be kept below 100 degree Fahrenheit, and every 100 minutes you assess the person for volume and for monitor the PaO2, which should be more than 100. The blood sugar should be kept somewhere around 100. And of course you need to do the electrolyte assessment every 2 to 3 hourly. So we always say just follow the rule of 100. It makes people remember the things so easily. And so there is actually a study going on for this DMG guidelines. What is the importance of this in Brazil? I think the results are not yet out. Over 60 centers are there which are studying the same thing which I am talking about. Then for management, 3 important things which you should know: ventilation, infusion and pressors. Of course with some pharmacological treatment for the shock and specific management for the etiology cause of shock. So this is what we follow. Number 1, respiratory issues. The management, one out of the first thing is the management of the respiration. Head under the bed has to be elevated, endotracheal tube has to be cuffed, the PaO2 has to be maintained more than 100, and of course avoid overhydration in the patient. I think it's too much hype that if you give too much of fluid or slightly more fluid, you will damage the lungs. In fact, there have been publications available now where it has been shown that there is not much of a difference whether you do a renal targeted management therapy or a lung targeted management therapy. But yes, and sometimes it so happens a patient may be having a very high serum creatinine. Let's say serum creatinine is 3 or 3.5. That patient is unsuitable for kidney transplant. So there your management goal should be shifted towards the lungs, especially giving steroids very early. Okay, and keeping the patient slightly dehydrated. Next is the circulation, the fluids. The most important thing about the fluid is, as Dr. Nakagawa touched, we keep on pumping the fluids, and you do a pH, you see pH metabolic acidosis, and you say, oh my goodness, this patient is in shock. I mean, pH will fall, when a person is hypovolemic, we all know that, we have been taught. And what you do, you give more fluids, and there comes the problem. You are giving them normal saline, 0.9% normal saline in a person. And I just took out my MCH notes. This is the very simple equation to understand, not for the anesthetist friends, they know about it, but for the neurosurgeons out here. In a normal person, if he is having like serum sodium of 140, potassium 4, your extracellular fluid of 15 liters, we always say around 70 kg adult will have a 15 liter extracellular fluid. So you will have a sodium of 2100, 2100 will be the approximate amount of sodium in the body. Now if this person loses let's say 5 liters of fluid, his serum sodium will fall and his ECF, total content of the sodium in the ECF will be something like 1400 milliequivalents. Now look at the situation on the right side. When you give this person 0.9% saline, what will happen in that person is the serum sodium will be like 145, the total content I have written. Now what is actually happening in this person is, look at the chloride. So now this person, because of the hypertonic media which you are giving to the patient, he is developing hyperchloremic acidosis. So this acidosis, you are correcting it wrongly by giving more fluids, because a patient who has sustained trauma, he is already compromised, he already has got so much of tissue trauma, having some acidosis, and you are superimposing another acidosis by your erroneous selection of the fluids. So you should give balanced salt solutions or half normal saline to this patient. Extremely important to remember this. Himanshu, am I correct? Did I explain it correctly? Yeah, I think you have been having a talk on the fluids day after tomorrow. Then is the vasopressors. Vasopressors, again, the first vasopressor that we use in the ICU is the vasopressin, and the next one which we use is the NORAD. Note the dopamine, because dopamine does have some arrhythmogenic potential in these patients of brain death. This has already been talked about. We give Eltroxin or a thyroxine oral tablet because we don't have IV thyroxine available in India as of now. I think Spain it's available, but we don't have it. So we give 300 milligram of Eltroxin by the Ral's tube to the patients. How much does it help? I really don't know, but we give it. And as a protocol, we give steroid, methylprednisolone, to all our patients. And this is one thing which takes care of the catecholamine surge. All those patients who were dying, whom we were losing maybe 2 years back, now we are able to salvage them. We just give them on admission 1 shot of 1 gram of methylprednisolone, approximately 15 mg per kg body weight, and that's it. And we repeat it on day 2 or day 3 depending upon the need. It's a game changer for us. And of course this is how we give the drugs. Then of course there are some special problems which we need to know. If there is some oxygenation problems, we just manage these patients, and sometimes it is recommended you need to do regular bronchoscopies, and sometimes people have also recommended doing prone ventilation. So this is another thing, whether we should shift to the kidney directed or the lung directed, not much of a difference. So these are the SOPs that we have. I'll be very happy to share my presentation with you for management of different organs, lungs, liver, kidney and the heart. These are primary organs which you need to save. Special issues during retrieval. Adequate monitoring should be continued during retrieval. Blood products should be available, but transfusion should be done only if necessary. Normal ventilatory and circulatory parameters need to be maintained. And one more important thing, I think we talked about the patient getting up, having some spinal reflex. It's always recommended when you have done brain death evaluation test, please don't hesitate from giving some neuromuscular relaxant to the patient while he is being shifted from the ICU to the operation room, because it will avoid some embarrassment which may happen on the way, even to the people in the team. You should understand, if there are 30 people in the team in the operation theatre, they may be retrieving the organs, but really they do not know the concept. You have to know this concept again and again and again to be able to speak with confidence and of course with scientific evidence. So it's always recommended to give some neuromuscular blocking agents prior to shifting the patient to the theatre. During incision also there have been incidents wherein somebody gets up to partially. And I always request, please extubate the patient in the operation theatre. Believe me, it has happened so many times that people come and take their organs, disappear, and the gentleman is with the tube, and there is sometimes an issue who will close the abdomen. So I always tell people, please close the abdomen respectfully as you receive and take out the tube. And I always joke around with my anesthetist, you know, this is the only time when the anesthetist can leave the theatre before the surgeon, you know, because once the kind of heart and liver are out, they just switch off the monitor, whatever you call it, and poor surgeon is closing the abdomen, you know, chest and abdomen. So you can safely leave the theatre prior. So this is the, somebody was asking about the statistics of trauma center, what is happening. So we have made as a team, organ procurement team, a few changes together. And so we had a total of 1,765 admissions last year at trauma center. In severe trauma, we had a mortality of 23.3%. 91 patients of severe traumatic brain injury we lost last year. And in a span of 9 months, we had 15 donations, so-called the actual donations happened, and I think it was something like 79 organs and tissues were transplanted to various patients happening between the month of April to December, and these are the statistics of the various organs. Our catchment area is the emergency department, ED. So we start catching, catchment I mean approach area. It is where our team, the transplant coordinators, they start rapport with the family right in the ED itself, not in the ICU. And this is the potential donor. So there is some scope of DCD in our country. We'll discuss about it later. So the last 2 slides, the take home I would give from my talk is, first is identifying possible and potential donor at the ED is the most important, and just handle your colleagues very respectfully and peacefully. No need to fight. Chavi keeps on controlling me. She is my anesthetist. I was very hyper once upon a time. Even now I'm hyper, but she controls me big time. Thank you, Chavi. So we need to control our allies very peacefully. And after first apnea test is positive, you should stop mannitol, phenytoin and AEDs. Exclude contraindications to donations. Brain tumors. Brain tumor is not a contraindication to organ donation. It is only the glioblastoma multiforme, melanoma metastasis, or invasive tumors or metastatic tumor which is a contraindication. Grade 1, grade 2 tumors, stroke patients, they are not contraindications. And for TLC PCT, we don't take it alone as specific markers for sepsis. We take blood culture as the gold standard, and BioFire test is something which is the way to go in the future. And I think we need to correct the abnormal physiology as early as possible, giving the right fluid to the patient at the right time. Good ICU housekeeping principles to maintain normal vigilance and whatever is happening in the ICU in your ICU, just let it happen the same thing. You know, there are 18 or 19 other patients also in the ICU. Their care should not be compromised. And while that care for this person goes, have some drug cards for the brain death patients. Sometimes it so happens you want vasopressin. It is not available in the ICU. What will you do? Or just 2 ampoules are available. What will you do? Dr. Chavi is managing the purchase and she knows about it. So what we have done is we have managed these drug cards for the brain death patients in ICU, and they are in place. So antibiotics, steroids, whatever you need, it is there in place. And whenever ICU team should be trained to have bedside checklist, and whenever in doubt you consult. We keep on talking to each other, even to the consultants in other part of the country. Whenever we have got any issues, and you are most welcome to talk to any of us. We have gained some amount of experience in the last 1 year. And the last slide I have already spoken. please close the disease respectfully after retrieval and don't forget to extubate the patient. Thank you so much. So I always close this slide with one statement, Chloe. I'm sorry I've taken my time. It takes many people to make a donation happen, and everything has to fall in place for a successful retrieval and transplantation. And I think it's a change in the thought process from a thankless job to a thankful job. And we as neurosurgeons here, especially the people sitting in this central row, I think we will have a big role to play. You know, I always say if I do 6 surgeries in a week, whatever surgery I do, and if I'm able to convert one donor, you know, then 6 patients can get saved. So it amounts to almost 1 week of hard work which I do day in and day out. And it's not a thankless job. It's really a job which will give you a lot of happiness when you try to cross the age of 50 years successfully. And so these are the copies of the book, Brain Death, Organ Donation and Transplantation. Some of you might have received the copies, those who have not and are registered for the event. Personally signed copy will be given to you after the tea break. And Professor Anna Teresa Mazzio, who is the brainchild behind this book, she is here with us, and we'll be very happy to give you a complimentary copy of the book. And on behalf of Anna, I invite you to Sicily once again for the 2nd edition of Donate. Anybody who's interested, please let me know, and I am the kind of partner between me and between Anna and you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Wow. We know everything now because it's like 3 times boom, boom, boom. No, that's the way how we learn. Repeating. We don't have time, but we need time for questions. Okay, so any question for Anna, for Tom, or for Deepak?
So it's many point of time, so we face that we do not have the urine output of the patient, so we start up, thank you. So it is like we don't start up with vasopressin, we take it as a vasogenic shock and we start with noradrenaline. Reason being, the urine output in generally when we receive the patient from night to morning 6 is say somewhere around 600 ml or 700 ml. So we don't start with vasopressin unless we have a urine output of more than say 200 ml per hour or so. So I actually want to say is there any way out that which inotrope has to be started and when?
So you have to look at the ejection fraction. If you have done an echo in a patient and if you have the ejection fraction, if the EF is low, then vasopressin should be given. If the EF is low. But normally what they say, vasopressin is a very safe drug. It's a very safe drug, and in most of the patients, the cause of fall in the blood pressure is actually hypovolemia. Hypovolemia secondary to diabetes insipidus. And if the diabetes insipidus already sets in for few hours, in those cases when you give late therapy, then I think the battle is lost. You will not be able to correct the hypernatremia for a long time.
I think when we are receiving the patient and when you are receiving the patient, the time is different.
No, it's the same time. We are one people.
No, we are one people, exactly. But normally when I am given a call and I go to check out the patient, what is feasible for me, I get the electrolyte done, I get an ABG done, which is I'll receive at an early state, and the clinical parameters are with me. And I generally find that the urine output is too low. I give the fluid challenge test with half NS, and then I start up with noradrenaline in general. And it is on an average when the urine output is more than 200 to 300 ml, I take it as, and maybe if I receive the report, then I take it as he's in diabetes insipidus and we start with vasopressin. That is what we are doing.
Absolutely correct, in the approach. So that's what I'm saying. Right now I was talking about in the context of brain dead patients. When I said more than 90% of these patients, they come to you with DI, polyuria. They will have DI output, they are pouring out. And when they have high urine output, of course, and with hypotension, it's always safer to start. And there is no harm in starting them on NORAD, but you have to understand, you have to transplant the heart also in that patient. And to save the heart, it is always better to have as less vasopressors as you can.
Possible, yes.
Okay, because sometimes you end up to reach the target, you put them on NORAD, ADR plus vasopressin altogether. So what we do is that vasopressin and steroids, these are 2 drugs which actually indirectly decreases the dose of your NORAD. And so I always say the NORAD though, I mean, no hard and fast contraindication. It's a beautiful drug. NORAD can be started and should be started, I say. But it's entirely your decision. The Canadian guidelines which were published, they use vasopressin as the first drug. I spoke to many of my colleagues. They also are on the same page. So initially, I was in favor of more of NORAD. Dr. Himanshu, do you want to add to this NORAD or vasopressin or Indu or Charu? They are our neuroanesthesia colleagues and
We are fighting.
or maybe Dr. Yeah, Dr. Bimi is there. Yeah. Ma'am.
After you've actually volume resuscitated the patient, and you find the patient is not yet in DI, which is rare. But if the patient is not in DI, NOR-ADR is a very, very good alternative for bringing up the blood pressure, because most of these patients are vasoplasic. So if you have vasoplasia, you have decreased SVR, then NOR-ADR is a good drug. But in case the patient has DI and you also want to decrease the urine output, then obviously you can go with vasopressin. Yeah.
Another problem which we are facing at our center is the antibiotic.
Antibiotic.
Yeah.
So, you know, in the pediatric population, a lot of times if we've got myocardial dysfunction, we'll go with epinephrine first, and we may add some milrinone in on top of that. The older patient, I will go with norepinephrine first. They'll get loaded with corticosteroids, and we'll start a levothyroxine infusion. Thyroid is anecdotal. There's nothing that says that it improves outcomes for organ recovery. I think that the hormonal replacement therapy that we utilize, though, conditions the organ and gives the recipient a better graft. And I think that that's really the hallmark of using hormonal replacement therapy. It's pretty clear that corticosteroids do decrease free water in the lungs, so they do help with pulmonary edema and some of that lung water. And clearly, levothyroxine reverses the shift from aerobic to anaerobic metabolism that occurs with brain death. Nothing shows that it really helps the donor, but if you ask that question and think about it, I think you're asking the wrong question. It's not designed to help the donor. It's really designed to help condition the organ and give a better graft to the recipient. So, but again, that's the smaller patient. The older patient's going to get norepinephrine.
Any cutoff for the TSH or when to start?
No, not necessarily. I'll look at the echo. I'll look at what kind of pressures that patient generated during the herniation process. If we're dealing with an adolescent, norepinephrine is probably the first drug that I would go to. And if they're in DI, I'll follow that with vasopressin to control the DI. A lot of times once you get thyroid hormone started and corticosteroids, you'll be able to win your vasopressors. Remember, your corticosteroids also upregulate beta receptors, and that's one of the big things that corticosteroids do. So they make the beta receptor more sensitive to any of your vasoactive agents.
Any other
Okay, the last one.
Sir, in any case of death, we certify with the summary, etc. Is there any basic difference when we retrieve the organ regarding the time mentioning
So
that?
the time of brain death is the time when you do the arterial blood gas showing a PCO2 value of more than 60 and no spontaneous aspiration. Let us say when you do the second apnea test. My second apnea test at 10 p.m. PCO2 is 62, no spontaneous breath. So that is the time I will write in the file. This person is brain dead at 10 p.m. after the second apnea test. That is the time of the death we write.
Sir, any additional document is required for the
There
retrieval?
are Form 8 and Form 10 which are available with us. In each and every ICU they are provided, and you have to just fill up and tick those tests. The tests have to be done 2 times apart, and it has to be done by a group of 4 people. They have to sign together on the form. One is a clinical in charge of the patient, and second and third are the neurologists, neurosurgeons, anesthetists or surgeon or RMP. Anybody is appointed by the hospital committee, and fourth is the additional medical superintendent of the hospital. or any
Sir,
hospital administrator.
sir, any specific note required from the
No, no,
retrieval team?
Sorry?
The team which is retrieving the organs.
So after the first apnea test, you must inform all the retrieval teams of your
Okay.
hospital. They will come and assess the organs. And the 6 hour window, we have started utilizing the 6 hour window. In the 6 hour window, all the tests of the potential donor, knowing very well that we may not get the consent, they are done to save time. Because we don't have time. See, the moment you do the second apnea test, you are under so much of pressure. The first and the foremost pressure is you're not very sure whether the family will say yes or no. Okay? And the second pressure is organs deteriorating. Thirdly, the family will say, even if they say yes, we want the body to be taken before the sunset. And fourth pressure is the retrieval team. Let us say if you don't have a heart in your place, right, that the heart, somebody has to come from another state. He has to look for his flight availability, no matter how many green corridors you create. So there's always a time you need, maybe around 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. So that time you have to buy. So we do all the assessment in that 6 hour window. The fundoscopies, the echo, tropi test, so all those things are done. And CT angio, which I was talking about in the afternoon, that's what. If you do a CT angio in a patient for some reason, you also are able to assess the condition of the lungs and the liver just prior to shifting the patient. And you know.
Sir, if any patient is there who is unknown, sir, unknown patient and he is brain dead.
So those are very, very tricky issues, and we have had problems with that. I can talk about it for hours together. For unknown, there are criteria. The person has to be unknown for more than 72 hours. And sometimes it happens when a person is unknown. The moment we start flashing the message to the police and everything, that person becomes known within 12 hours, 24 hours period. So please, I think we should, when you're beginning the organ donation program, just take good cases, non-controversial cases. You have some wife who is separated, man staying with his ex, having some extramarital, staying with some another woman, and that person, she comes to give the consent, no. Just avoid, in those cases, we just wash off our hands, we just sit in the corner and say yes.
And very short comment.
Yes, ma'am.
This 6 hour period, so why is it important and why is it fixed to 6 hours?
So basically it is to ensure what tests you have done, they have been repeated again. You know, declaring a person dead, not by the cardiac criteria but by the brain death criteria is a big thing. Okay, you are declaring somebody as dead. I mean, there were times when people used to declare dead, you know, by putting some mirror in front of the person and you see something, you know, it becoming opaque or whatever you call it. Then time came, people started auscultating. Now in your neighborhood, if some person dies and you are called, the person is alive or dead, you will just look at the pulse rate. The next thing what you will do, you will take a stethoscope, put at the chest. No, you won't have a ECG at your place. And believe me, trust me, 7 out of 8 people, they will not be comfortable declaring that person dead in the mid of the night. And you are talking about a ICU scenario. So what people have done, in fact, in 2019 and 19 or 20, JAMA and the World Brain Death Project, which was published, 2020, yeah. So they have actually talked about it, the need for 2 tests. So they said there is actually no need. 1 test is more than enough. In fact, second test is more dangerous because you are doing the second apnea test for the second time. So that is something which you need to be very, very careful about. So what people in the Emirates have done is they do the second apnea test 30 minutes apart. You can bring down the duration. You can do, you see, the problem is you are bound by the law. You are an Indian citizen. It's a legal thing. You are living in India and you have to respect the law. I am living in New Delhi. I have to respect what is there in my Delhi. You know that health is a state subject. So I can't do what is being practiced in Kerala. I have to practice what is being told by my authorities. Whether it may not be perfectly 100% right, but it is the best way to protect you. You have to be protected. And one important thing for everybody in this audience is, please document. Whatever you are doing, please document and sign. It happened once in Kerala, if I can just take 1 minute. It happened once in Kerala that a person's certification was done and the 2 doctors had signed. And that form was to be taken to the 3rd doctor for the signature. The patient relative took the picture of that form. And next day it was a highlight in the newspaper. Only 2 out of 4 doctors signed and the program collapsed. The person who was the medical superintendent, he had to step down while everybody was there in the test. So what I'm trying to say is, please sign. Very well, sign and date, and everything has to be documented. Let us say you're not able to do 1 test. 1 tympanic membrane is perforated. You have not done the cold calorie test. Just write it very clearly. Test done, test not done. By who is done, by who has done it, who has not done it. If you do the apnea test, the timing has to be there very correctly. It has to be stuck on the paper. I mean, There is no shortcut for that. As I said, in this program, there is no margin of error, but then you are very well protected. Please don't be scared that you will be taken to the law if you declare somebody as brain dead. No, you are very well protected. You are doing a human cause. And come on, if we as clinician, after spending 10, 15, 20, 30 years of our profession, if we can't even certify somebody brain dead by clinical criteria, it's disgusting. I mean, seriously. Can't we document a person is not having spontaneous respiration, he is not having any pupillary responses or cough reflex? Can't we do that? I think we can.
Yeah, it's a law, it's a legal thing.
For the adults it's 6 hours, for the children it's 12 hours, for the neonates it's 24 hours. It's very clear. It still holds true. And so whatever holds true, just go with that. Sir, sorry. So we give it to all our patients. No, brain suspect, the potential patients. All potential patients, when they come to the ICU, absent brain stem reflexes, irreversible evidence of brain injury, we give methylprednisolone. But some people may say it could be an overkill. They say you give methylprednisolone only within 4 to 6 hours prior to the lung transplantation, because there is a lot of release of cytokines and everything, and it's protective for the lungs. Everybody knows that, and it's there in the print and everywhere. But for maintenance of the hemodynamic stability of the patient, the hard lesson which we have learned in last 1 year is it's a good thing. It's a beautiful drug to give to somebody. And sometimes patients, they do have some deranged sugars. You can very easily manage them with insulin, and then they have got some potassium irregularities that you can very well take care of. It's not a big problem.
So trust me, we will have time to discuss in the workshops.
That is the only minimum time. I just want to clarify, 6 hours for adult is a minimum time. So you can do the second apnea after that also, but not before that. Similarly, in the pediatric case, it should be minimum 12 hours. So what happens, sometimes the team have to come at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the night, and you feel that they cannot come due to some reasons, then definitely you can fix it at 8 o'clock. I hope it's clear now.
Okay, let's move to family approach, okay? Maybe first you want to stand up and to stretch a little bit. Yes, do you still alive? Do you still, yeah? Sure, you can stand up, really? No, Nuria? Like exactly, like in the flight, you move a little bit, you stretch. Yeah, it's important. It's important to be well, yeah, to be ready to talk to the family. Yeah. Okay, Nuria, the floor is yours.
Yeah.
I will give you a little bit more of time. Okay.
Every time I lose.
Every time. No. This time you will be rewarded.
Okay. So yes, please. Well, we can turn the light. Well, we talk now about especially breaking bad news, not family approach. I have few slides on family approach, but I think it's more important for you to understand what happened when we break bad news. So, when you have to communicate bad news, you can do like these guys to escape. It's a position. Maybe you don't want to see what's happened. It's another position. Or you are like that, an ostrich. You don't want to see anything. It's happening around. Or you scream. Or you become frozen. It's normal. Okay? Because we feel not guilty, but we feel sad when we have to communicate bad news. So the important thing is to understand how do you feel, and especially how do I feel when I have to communicate? And the next minutes is around that. How do you feel when you have to communicate bad news to the family, to a colleague, to your daughter, whatever? A bad news is that. Doesn't matter the place it is. So you have feelings, and that's the problem. If we are not human beings, probably we don't have this kind of feelings. It will be easier. But we have to deal with that. And I want to remember the McLean model, who talk about three brains, and most of us, you are neurosurgeons, so you learn, you know more than me, but mainly we have a cerebellum that is the most reptilian part of us, and is a survival piece of our brain. And it's fixed on the present. He cannot understand nothing, and it's a survival issue. The next one has the emotions, the limbic, okay, and is what we have been learning around our life. And the major of time, a past experience coming to the present, and for that we have this kind of answer. And finally, we are human beings because we have a cortex and we are rational. But the rational not always is working. We are moving on the reptilian side. For that, it's very important that you have in mind that when you approach a family in that situation. Not the family, we can respond in three ways. We can become frozen. We don't want to afford this situation, and we don't know where to start, what to say. We cannot do anything. We can fight. Some of us, some colleagues scream when they have to explain the situation, and it's because they cannot afford the situation. Or some of them fly. All of you has the perception sometimes that the one who is talking with the family before of you, they don't explain anything because the family doesn't understand nothing about the situation. So probably he explained as good as he can, but the others don't want to hurt him, and that's important to have in mind. Do you have resources? Yes, plenty of resources. And you have to look inside yourself, because you have the potential to make a very good family approach. And sorry, you have more things, and you have to use it. You have your eyes, you have your mouth, you have your ears, and that's very, very important. It's most important hearing than talking in this kind of approach. You have your arms, depending on the culture. Some cultures want to touch, some others you cannot touch because they need a space, so you have to know about that. And then we can learn some skills. With COVID paradigm, we have to learn again how to approach family, because we are not familiar with that situation. We need to have physical distance, not social distance. That's quite different. And they have, and we have to wear masks, so we lose a lot of information of the face. And in the majority of cases, we have to make the intervention through a screen. That is not normal for us. We miss a lot of nuances and a lot of things that are in the flow with us. So it was a challenge for us to make this kind of conversations. If I ask you what is about new, someone can answer this? If my phone fall down and crash, it's a bad name. The expectation is the key. If I have all my life in the phone, probably it's a bad news. No, we are always in the line that bad news is only regarding brain death and life. There are many bad news. The thing is, who is the recipient of the bad news, and especially the expectancies of the situation. It's not the same if my daughter dies, or my husband dies, or my grandmother dies. my expectation of them is different. So the bad news is the same thing, but the context is different. Do you understand? And why is so difficult to give bad news to someone? Hmm? You don't want to be there. Nobody wants to, and someone wants to carry it. Yeah, but you have plenty of time, because remember, yeah, and you have to be compassionate, because if not, you are not a good professional. That's true. But remember, in the morning we said, the majority of time we know that the patient will not be discharged, will die. So we, as professionals, has time to, okay, that's the point. But even we don't like to make this kind of conversation, okay? Because it's unpleasant, and that's true, it's unpleasant. The certainty is here because I think in my situation, I explained this morning that we perform DCD, we perform DBT, we admit patients with no exactly criteria of brain death to achieve brain death. So for us, uncertainty is a reality. In that case, brain death was determined, so there is no doubt. He is dead. Okay? Do you know something about mom effect? What do you think that could mean? Okay? We all do that. And that's a reality. You don't want to be aggressive, you don't want to say all the truth, and finally it's worse than telling the truth. Because the one who is listening to you will catch only this, a slight opportunity, a slight hope, a slight, okay? And then all you have constructed is outside again. And you are in the very beginning, right? We have fears? Sure, we have. To cause pain is the first. We don't want to say something that is aggressive for another one. So, well, we are humans and we try to do our best, but we cannot in that situation. Sometimes the situation is so similar that someone closer to you, or you think it could be my daughter, it could be my husband, it could be myself, who are there. So that's important. But it's good to be empathetic, not extremely empathetic, not because if not you cannot do this kind of job, but it's important to be empathetic. Sometimes to be charged or to be treated is not the case in our country, because normally people doesn't go to the court and we don't have problems, but in other countries is a reality too. Sometimes we know or we think that we have not done the best in some moment of the process, and we feel that maybe it's a mistake. Or sometimes we don't know exactly what happened, and we are in the end of a story, and the situation is what it is. So, well, it's possible. Legal consequences, or again, the uncertainty or the unknown. No, what is behind the door? When I come into the interviewing room, what will happen? It's a nightmare sometimes. Okay. So we can have, we can be skilled, we can have abilities. We are talking about soft abilities. We all us have a lot of clinical abilities. We know how to detect a donor, how to decide if some organ is suitable or not, but sometimes the soft skills are quite more difficult to achieve. And you see that yesterday, but again, it's not luck, it's a skill, okay? I don't have a low ratio of family refusals because I'm lucky. No. I do my homework every time. I start in the very beginning. I train myself every time because I need more skills every time. And people has changed and the situation is different every time. You cannot repeat the arguments or the things without believing in that. So you have to make an effort to be in continuous training. You can search for these articles. There are some methodologies. Spike is one of the best, I think. And again, you have to listen. That's the most important thing. You have to understand where they are, the family, not you, the family. And you have to try to have to be side by side with the family. If not, it's impossible to build a donation process. Okay? So that's very important. You can do that. So believe in yourself. Every one of us can make a very good family approach, but you have to be convinced of that. When we talk about family interview, they used to say that is the worst question in the worst moment, and that's true. Yeah? Because we talk about that. It's a very bad news. It's a new reality from that moment, and when we talk about that, I explained you this morning, we talk about organ donation in the end of life care in our situation. It's different than yours, but it's just because you know there are some different ways to approach the family. And we perform the family approach in emergency department. They have just arrived and someone has seen the patient, the CT scan and so on, and have decided there is no option for that patient. If there is no option, they will be discarded and goes to the morgue. And if someone alert the transplant coordinator, maybe we can build an organ donation process. It's the same in the stroke unit. We do the same approach. And in ICU, normally we used to use the classical model, let's say. We determine brain death and then we approach the family. But this morning you talk about the scarcity of beds, and for that reason, when the doctor in charge decide that they switch the treatment, is not curative treatment, is palliative one, we approach the family in that moment. So you have now to do a regular approach, but in the future you will change. This is an end-of-life pathway, and where we are working now is in these different steps. You are focused here. Okay? In your case, you will be here. We are in different ways. But it's a progressive training, it's a progressive learning, and when you are self-confident with the situation, you are able to do this kind of approach to the family. Remember that we talked about this article this morning, and I said you have to change the proactivity. You have to be proactive to search for the donors around the hospital. So the family interviews could be in every one of these steps. That's the end point of all the organ transplant programs. And again, if you have that feelings, you have to try to understand where they are and what kind of feelings they have. Okay? For that, it's very important to prepare the family interview. And prepare family interview is to determine which is the best moment to do that. And the problem is, sometimes the moment is not when you want to make the family approach. They decide the best moment. And you have to understand that it's not the moment to talk about donation. It's the moment to talk about grief, about mourning, about losses, whatever, but not organ donation. And you have to decide where you will make the family approach. We don't have so many facilities to make this kind of conversations in our hospitals, so we have to search for a place, a calm place with no many people, and etc., to whom the families are different. We have families with 1-2 members, but we have families with 10 members. You have to decide how to organize the family, who will be the leader. You have to have information about how are they organized, and in that aspect nurses has a lot of knowledge that you don't have, because they talk with the family explains things to the nurse that you never know, and you have to check who is the leader, who is worse, who is better, just to organize previously how will be the approach to this family. And as I said, when, the moment. If you start a conversation about organ donation and it's not the moment, it's better to stop the conversation and start later. Okay? I put the 2 models here, but you are in this side. Okay? You have to communicate brain death. As all the things in a donation process, family approach is the process too. You have to explain brain death, and you have to check they understand that this person is dead. If we cannot achieve this point, you cannot continue, you cannot proceed, because they still feel that the loved one is alive. So maybe you have to make 2 or 3 or 4 approaches, but you have to understand them. The only thing that has changed and you decide that someone is brain dead is because you check the spinal, the reflexes, and there is no reflex. There is apnea test. It's very well done. It's a clinical issue, but for there, they only see that the heart is beating, and then the chest is expanding because the ventilator is working. So the difference for them doesn't exist. For that, I said that in the morning, it's very important that they trust in you. And they trust in all the information that they have received all the time that they were in the hospital. And we need coherence between information. The information of emergency, the information of ICU has to be in the same line, right? Once they understand someone is brain dead, then you can proceed with organ donation, but not before, okay? Yesterday someone talked about decoupling or this morning. It's true. But the factors of decoupling the information is because if they don't understood this is the end, this is the death of the person, it's impossible to introduce a new aspect. And remember what we say at the beginning, they are in the emotional situation. If they don't recover the possibility to decide, to use the cortex to make rational and decide, it's impossible to explain them nothing about organ donation. This is a graph of emotion, okay? Here you have the information of the ICU doctor, and here the information of the transplant coordinator. And that's the time of death is here. We communicate brain death, and we give them time to recover the emotional control, recover the rational part to make a decision. You understand? If we do the conversation here, it's impossible. We have to wait, and this time is different for every person. Sometimes you are just telling them that he is brain dead, and they ask, and now what? What does it mean? Maybe you can introduce that. But others will be here for a long time, so you have to give them time and restart again later. Okay? I will skip that because it's about ICOT. And some tips for you. Okay? Yes, type it. It's important to be empathic with these people, and the most important thing probably is the silence. Almost in my culture, the silence from my side give them the opportunity to talk. If they talk, I know where they are. I know where they have understood from the beginning at this moment, and I can restart in the right point. So if you can, it's better to start with silence. Give them the word in the beginning. Okay? Not all people express in the same way as we don't express in the same way. So you have to be respectful with the expression of the people. We have to try to we have to try to convince them that we understand what they feel. It's not exactly that we feel like they feel, because it's not true. Our situation is another. We are there for a job. But they have to feel that we are confident with that, we are there to help, and they can trust in us. Okay? Support every time. We have to offer support always with these people, with the one who is there, with someone who is outside, with someone to whom they have to explain the situation and don't know how. So we can, if we cannot because we don't have the skills, we can search for someone in the hospital, a psychologist or whatever, that can help us. Okay? The information has to be clear. We have to talk and they have to understand us. So you have to adapt the level of the communication to the person that you have in front of. Okay? You don't have to beat them with information. The information has to be delivered in small bites, and they have to understand. And when they have understood, and they have accepted this small bite, you can proceed with the new one. Okay? Don't use jargon, and ICU doctors are very familiar with jargon. We like PEEP and FIO2 and PCO2 and no. They don't understand nothing what you say. So don't talk about jargon. Talk about beliefs, about the values of this person. You have to know the name of this person, and all the conversation has to be around the person who is deceased. He will like to be a donor. He used to be a good person, and that's easier for them. Okay? If the family asks for more information, you have to give more information. But more information not means more samples, more files. No, more information from the heart. Okay? Try to give them the enough information because they can recover the control of the situation and they can decide. If they ask for time, give them time. Okay? We are all tired, we are all workable, but they are in a very stressful situation, so we have to be respectful with them. As I said, silence is good. It's a broken silence, no, but silence is good. Okay? You have to listen more than to talk. And sometimes it's very difficult because we are quite nervous. We don't like the situation, and speeding is easier for us. No, be calm. Okay? Now, in my country, it's very useful to do mindfulness. Well, you do usually. You don't know that you do mindfulness, but you do, because every time that you have to afford a family approach, more or less, you have your own preparation. You take a moment, take a few minutes, and then you start. No, you don't know you do mindfulness, but you do. Okay. As I said, respect for all the decisions, for all the expressions, and empathy, but controlled empathy. Okay? If they have doubts, if they have concerns, try to solve this, because if not, it's impossible to proceed. And for finishing, I used to say that I don't like to inform about organ donation in my country. I used to offer the option because this family is quite privileged. Not all the deceased people could be a donor, and they have the option to decide for Maria or whatever the name of the patient, if he or she can or won't help someone. So they have a special opportunity, and that's important. They have that in mind. And the other thing is, this opportunity is based on the deceased wishes. We are now in a campaign trying that people make the living wills, because in Spain it's not very useful that law has. And one of the things that we discuss when we prepare the living wills is about organ donation, because the family don't want to make the decision in that situation. It's easy for them to continue the wish of someone who died. That's important. Okay. Well, what is active listening? I tell to you that you need 2 hours. It's the most important for making this kind of job. And this is useful for clarifying the situation and the misconceptions that exist, to answer and to make open questions. Don't give them only the opportunity to say yes or not. They want to explain. They want to talk about their feelings the majority of time. And it's very important to summarize every little time to be sure that you are together, evolving to the target. Okay? Don't do, if you can, interruptions, because you are you need to close the session. It's not a good thing. Don't give them the solutions. Don't tell them that it's easy and in a month or in a year they will be recovered. Don't tell that, because it's not important. And try not to focus on yourself. You are very busy, you have a lot of patients, but now the important issue is this family. Okay? When we ask to the families what is most important for them, is the attitude of the personnel who give the bad news, the clarity of the message, and that's very important, the privacy that is very difficult in a hospital, and the ability of the person to answer the questions they have. So that's easy for you. You know all that, so you have to do. Okay? We help them, and they help us, because organ donation for us is a job, is I will say a fantastic and amazing job, and we do that not just because helping someone who will be the recipient, if not helping these people that is having a very struggle situation, and we can help with the organ donation movement. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, questions for Nuria?
Yeah, actually, the question is for you, but was intended to be for the RDG. One of the issues that I have seen is he mentioned that they're trying to get the most from the emergency department. In my setup, and he knows it, the emergency department is one of the places no doctor will actually want to go there and give bad news, because the catchment area, the people, they are of really high tension, and when they rush in, there's no way you could be talking to them about that. What is the strategy in your place, and what is the time frame that you take to calm them, especially for road traffic accidents, where you are in time press to get your organs, and at the same time, you know that the person is really dead? Do you use a team, a clinical psychologist? Do you do it yourself? What do you do, and what is the strategy?
So, the problem with a 20-minute lecture is that at times you are not able to give the right message. While I was giving my lecture, I thought I have given my lecture to everybody. Everybody was awake, so everything is conveyed. But probably I was not very clear. By the catchment area, I meant when the patient comes in the emergency department, the first point of contact of the people who are involved in the entire process should happen there. It is where you develop rapport or relationship with the family, because they are so stressed out. If their encounter in the hospital is like they are struggling to get a bed, they are struggling to get a bed in the ICU, they are not very happy with something or the other going here, and in an emergency department many things go wrong. We all know it very well. We don't talk about it, but many things go wrong. So what I talked about the catchment area was our coordinators who are dedicated to this task. They develop rapport with the family, and they facilitate many processes to decrease the suffering of the person who has suffered an accident. That is the thing. Regarding talk, thank you so much. I was listening to your talk, and we will make some changes in our practice after listening to talk. But yeah, I mean, it demands a lot of time and efforts, and you need to see people making presentations again and again in a different format. I attended one of the course which was held by the Chinese people, and there was this person from Iran, or I don't know his name.
Yeah, Omid.
Oh my goodness. He has written a book. Somehow I could not catch that book. Amazing. So you have to know the skill of breaking bad news. I believe you don't have to be I mean, of course, if you are a neuropsychologist, with all due respect, or psychologist or a counselor, nothing like it. But I think you have to be a good human being to be able to convince to a family. When I entered into this business, I would say, of convincing the family, I did not have an iota of knowledge how to talk to the family. But I think if a man-to-man conversation, eye-to-eye contact, and feeling as if something happened to you, if you have that rapport, trust me, you can convert. And we converted. We had almost 15-16 donations. Me, Dr. Chavi, Dr. Paneet, and our team, they used to sit together. Many sessions we used to have. And sometimes it amounted to loss of lot of significant clinical time of my practice. But then we had the results.
So when in the emergency, when the patient comes to you at first, you can't, in the same breath, you can't treat the patient and talk about organ donation.
We don't do anything, nothing. All we say is, if a person comes in a poor general condition, we facilitate the admission of the patient from the emergency to the ICU. We facilitate the various investigation. Let us say you have to, somebody is ordered for a CT scan. The person is intubated, and he says, oh, how do I get the CT scan despite all the protocols being in place? So all this person who does, the couple of people who are marked on regular rotation posting, they just stay with the family and then look after their suffering. No discussion. no discussion of brain death should happen ever till the time, or the organ donation should happen till the time, yes. It should be completely decoupled from the organ donation. Please, that's why they say you should have different team altogether. I said the first contact, the catchment probably was the wrong word I used, but the first contact should happen in the emergency department. Am I correct? I mean, do you want to correct me, or I mean, yeah.
Never.
Thank you so much. Pediatric neurosurgery, Jogi Patisipu. I like two particular things you said, the mum and the who, what, and when. Those two are very important. We sometimes forget that 1 hour or whatever time we spend with these families is going to stay with them the rest of their lives, and therefore it's worth it for us to take the time to do this. I liked your curve of the emotional preparation, which I personally probably was not as calm and prepared, and so we sometimes did this in a more of a hurry, but I'm pretty good at this, and I've gotten awards for getting organs for pediatrics. But I saw some things that I think, how do we share as a team? Because you see, it's not a, I will decide to meet the family. It's we as a team will meet with the family, and we give them a choice. Who's coming from your side? Who's coming from our side is not always decided, and I found that to be a problem. How do we prepare our team to follow those suggestions you gave us?
You have to talk, because not all people can do. You have to talk with your team. There are some people that become frozen and doesn't help. The others are so aggressive, doesn't help. The flyers doesn't help. So you need someone who will be the leader. And they teach the others how to manage this. For example, you, okay. Normally, who has to do this job is the oldest. I'm the oldest. So when there is a pediatric, for example, when I was in Barcelona and now when I am in Girona, they call me and they said, there is a pediatric. Could you please do that? Okay, I do. But you have to train your colleagues, because sometimes you cannot be there. And they have to have a minimum skills to do that in the proper way. Yeah. But the first thing is they have to be convinced they could do that, and they are not trying to harm anyone. They try to help. That's the difference. We are not asking for organs. We are helping the family to go ahead with this situation. No one wants to be there, but we have this situation.
Yeah, just a comment on what Dr. Deepak said, that we are all good human beings. So I agree, we are human beings, but all of us do not have the same kind of communication skills. So just what Nuria just said. So communication skills are something that need to be taught and developed. We may be meaning well, but we may not always be able to translate that into, a verbal communication. So I think that's very important, and that needs to be incorporated in our curriculum. And from the residence level, they need to be taught how to communicate, especially in end-of-life care.
But not always in end-of-life care. Every time, because some professionals beat with the information to the family. Beat them. It's not necessary. You can talk. It's not necessary to be aggressive.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Deepak. See, we started the program long back in 2010 when I was heading the Department of Neurosurgery and Institute of Neurology, Madras Medical College. We never involve in the motivation of the organ donation at all. We have Mohan Foundation. There is a thing. They have a social workers. They motivate, but we identify the potential brain death patients, and they are good for organ also. See, all the brain death cases may not go for organ donations. So many cases, but it is not our duty, but we have to identify the patients and we have to inform the counselors of that. They will do it according to. no way the certifying doctor should involve in any of the process of the organ donation. We should not open our mouth at all. That what we learnt, and we never do it also. And we identify, and we will ask the counselors to. But we have to do as a human being. The best thing was done for the patient. We have to establish as a consultant of the patient. That is very, very important. Whichever way may the cause may be a neurological or a neurosurgical or any medical problem. That is the way. That's the thing.
I just took some courses. I mean, in the sense online, I listened to the people how they were doing the counseling, and I interacted with the people, and we just learned that way. Nowadays, we have got so much of easy access to the media, ma'am, and so you just listen to some people. And I used to follow Chavi Sani. She used to do the counseling. She used to cry at times. I'm sorry to say this. While doing the counseling, I've seen Dr. Chavi Sani crying, and I used to say, what? But then, when I started doing the counseling, it used to affect me at least for 24 to 48 hours after each counseling. It affects. There is no second thought about that. So I think it's a gradual process. Now my colleagues they are started doing it, and we sit together. And I'm not professionally qualified, ma'am, but we just learn from each other.
Very nice talk. So the continuity that exists in the world of critical care from the time a patient is admitted to the time they're discharged, at least in the world of pediatrics, lays in the hands of the intensivist. That's different in your adult ICUs because you have so many other players in that mix. The importance of the team huddling together to figure out how and also who should talk to the family becomes really important. And I think that this is where our palliative care specialists become so important, because the palliative care specialist bridges that gap between the surgeon, between the intensivist, between the family, and between nursing. And more in the world of pediatrics and also in adult medicine, palliative care is playing a very important role in that end-of-life care and sitting down and having those conversations and actually working with the family and also the medical team who is affected by this whole event too, to move through this process as a cohesive group, not as a disjoined group where we don't understand what the other person is going through or what needs to be done for the other person, because there are second and third victims that we have to think about, and those second and third victims are us as the medical team, because we suffer just like the family.
The problem with us is we don't have palliative care professionals, so the transplant coordinators do this job, but because our background, we come from intensive care, we are dealing with other materials, and then we try to make this juncture with all the structure. We don't have these figures in Spain. Yeah. Now we are introducing social workers due to euthanasia. We are introducing social workers due to euthanasia because we are finding new situations that we don't know how to manage, and we are making multidisciplinary groups just to afford all the visions and all the parts of the situation.
We all need to work within our scope of practice. I am not a social worker.
Yeah.
I don't know who to call for home ventilators. I don't know who to call for all these things. And so working in that scope of practice and finding those gaps in your program become really important, right? To figure out, this family suffered because we didn't have this resource. And it wasn't just the family that suffered, it was the team that suffered. And that needs to be pushed up to the administrative level. That's really important. Now, the other group that really is beneficial in all this are your family services coordinators with the organ procurement organization, because they also fill that gap. They're not just there for organ donation. They also follow the family after they leave the hospital, after their loved one has died, even if they don't become a donor. So the Family Services Coordinator is another venue for you to look at, potentially, to help fill that void until your hospital has the appropriate resources.
Just before you, Samuel, just I agree on this multidisciplinary approach, no, on the family approach. But we as doctor, we will have to talk to the family, because the ones that they will really trust are the ones who have done everything they could to save the life of their relative. So we have to catch this responsibility, and we have to do it in the right way. So how to do it in the right way? Learning how to do it. Tomorrow we will have the opportunity to do it, all of you. We will record it and we will see it. And it's the way how you get better, or in front of a mirror, but you have to learn about that. So even if it can be improved by having more people helping you on that, we need to do that ourselves, because it is part of our care, no? So
I do agree with you 100%, Dr. Cole, especially in my situation. When a doctor is older, when you appear more experienced, they listen to you more than the younger one. So that's just my situation. But the question I have for you, and is for everyone, is this, because I know the Spain system where Sanidad takes care of everyone. In my situation, when you get to the ICU, our health insurance does not cover whatever they use in the ICU. I don't know about India. We have the national health insurance. It covers the basic stuff. But when you get into the ICU, central line, this, is out-of-pocket payment.
Yeah.
Now, the patient dies in the end. You have that good rapport with the patient. I say, look, there is the need for organ donation. But they had to work so hard to get the bill to pay for the ICU staff. And now you want the organs. What is the position? Would you waiver that bill for them and say, look, okay, because we're going to do this and because you've accepted, you don't have to pay nothing? Or would you say, okay, the law says if we do that, or we ask the recipient to pay you, then it's illegal. That's the first one. Now, my experience as a neurosurgeon is the following. Patients, relatives usually do not agree to autopsy, post-mortem, all right? So when I talk to them, I tell them that, look, if you agree, you don't have to pay for it because they have to pay for that. It becomes an academic autopsy. So we take off the listen. But I don't know whether in organ donation, once you tell the people that, or how would you do it?
So, I don't know if you want to answer. Not as Spaniard, okay, but as what I've seen in many places, that happens in many places, unfortunately. And it's ethically unacceptable to make the people pay the bill to become a donor. Okay, so from the moment that the person is suspected to be brain dead, and you are already doing everything with this idea, this cannot be in this charge to them. Yes, but no. Then comes the reality. You have to find a way. You have to find a way. I remember in China that was a big thing because the people didn't understood from the board of directors. So okay, let's stop transplantation then. And then things changed. But it's about fighting for that. As you said, you find a way for the autopsies. So the hospital needs to understand that if you want to implement a disease donation program, they need to have a budget dedicated to that, because it is a cost. You will have people working more time. They will have to pay the bill of maintaining the donor. If you need blood, you need blood. If you need all the things that we were saying. So this can be done easily, more easily, from the hospital perspective. Do not wait on to have a law or to have a regulation from the national perspective. If you find that and you are able to do it, go on. But if not, try to solve that. But ethically, it is not correct to make pay the bill.
So at least in our country, India, I can say the moment you certify brain death, the second apnea test is done, the first thing the ICU doctor has to do is to tell to the relatives in the private setups, go to the billing section. They go to the billing section and tell that my person has been declared brain dead. The billing stops. No charges after that. That's a law. Am I correct? That's very, very clear. Regarding your autopsy thing, you know, there are many, you have to use all your wits and brains to counsel the relatives. One thing which I practiced and it succeeded in some patient was, when I used to do my counseling, I used to tell some of the families, they said yes. I said, anyhow, the postmortem is going to be done in you. Because it's a medical legal case in our country, autopsy is a must. Anyhow, the postmortem is going to be done in you, and for postmortem, your chest and abdomen will be open from here to here. So instead of a technical officer who is not even a medical graduate opening your chest and abdomen, don't you think somebody, a surgeon in the operation theatre, opens it and closes respectfully? Won't it be a better thing? And some cases they actually were convinced with this thought and they agreed. So there are many ways of putting in the things.
You see, the point here is this. My situation is out of pocket. That means that anytime you want, let's say, central line, you prescribe, they go by. It's not done at the end. It's cash and carry.
Budget, hospital budget.
You get what I mean? So even when you declare that, okay, after the first apnea test, you declare that, okay, you're ready, the billing center has nothing to do with it because they've already taken their money. And at the end, when you talk to the patient, then you only have one option, refund the money. Because they've already spent everything before you told them that he's dead. In such a situation, and then you have a family, they will ask you, so who are you going to give it to? They say, these people. If it happens that they are rich and they offer that they're going to do it, it becomes illegal. So, but there are real things we need to think towards policy formulation. That's why I bring it out. It could be my situation, but it could be situation of many other people.
You need to make changes in your policy and the government to make it happen.
And hospital
and hospital policies. You know, patients cannot be, and whenever somebody asks me this question, I always say I myself do not know. It will be Noto who will be centrally allocating the organs. Where the organ will go, I don't even know, honestly speaking. And that should be the way.
Okay, so let's stop it here because tomorrow we will have more opportunities. Now we have the coffee break, and we first will go for a picture, a family picture, downstairs in the, outside the small little steps that were there.
And there's an exhibition, couple of exhibits are there on display, and maybe you could enjoy. And there's a beautiful photograph of Rolly is also there. And me and Anna, we have signed some copies of brain death organ donation book. And those who are registered, they can pick up the copies complimentary from our end. Thank you.
We have half an hour.
We have half an hour.
We have half an hour. We need. Now that we have gone through the medical aspects, now we are going to talk about ethics, and without more yes,
legal, then ethics.
Exactly. So let's go for the legal and the ethical, and for that we have Anil Kumar. Thank you very much for joining, and the floor is yours. Okay, just go on, because if not, we are already.
ये कुछ सब कोई नहीं सब अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन इसको मतलब इसका
स्लाइड सेंटर अगर आपको कीबोर्ड यूज़ करना है कीबोर्ड या अगर स्लाइड सेंटर
ये ऐसे है ना
नहीं सर ये नीचे वाला है
अच्छा ये वाला ये
बैकवर्ड फॉरवर्ड
ठीक है एंड ठीक है और पॉइंटर ये good afternoon and good evening to everyone. Thanks to the organizers of this TPM training being held by Department of by the AIIMS in collaboration with the DTI and I think experts have come from the Japan also. So this training is very important, and the Spanish model is like very. It is acceptable. It is a proven model for success of the organ donation and transplantation all over the world. It is recognized, and I hope through this training most of you will be learning the model. I'll be just talking about the law what is there in our country related to the deceased organ donation. So main challenge in our country is the donors availability. We are as it is there all over the world. All over the world globally also there is a shortage of organs which are available for the transplants which are required. We have a opt-in system where somebody has to agree for organ donation, and then a consent procedure is there. While in some of the countries they have a opt-out system where it is a presumed consent, and somebody who is not presumed to be a donor, he has to opt out. So this law was promulgated by the government of India passed by the parliament in 1994, where it was only limited to the organs. Subsequently, tissues have been added in the amendments in 2011, and now it is called Transplantation of Human Organs and Tissues Act. Purpose is regulatory. One purpose is the regulation of the removal, storage as well as transplantation for therapeutic purposes. So basically the law allows you to use these organs and tissues only for therapeutic purposes, and to provide a system for regulation. Second purpose is to prevent commercial dealings in the organs and tissues. Main highlights that law has provision for living as well as deceased organ donation. Living is more than 18 years of age. Law recognized brainstem death legally. Law has a provision of an appropriate authority. So I'll just talk about appropriate authority. Certain terms are there: appropriate authority, authorization committee, brainstem death certifying board. So what are these? And there is if a rejected donor is there, so that how the appeal is to be done. Law has defined certain terms. Brainstem death. What is the brainstem death? The stage at which all the functions of the brainstem have permanently and irreversibly ceased, and is so certified. Not only the functions have gone, but they have been they have to be certified also. Then law also provides for a definition of a deceased person, which includes either the cases of brainstem death or those which die because of the cardiorespiratory death or in a cardiopulmonary sense. So it includes both deaths due to neurological criteria, that is the brainstem death, or death due to the cardiorespiratory. So that is covered under the definition of deceased person. Then another important aspect of the law, that law says payment. Payment means the cost of removing, transporting or preserving the human organ or tissues. It is not covered under the payment, because the payment is not allowed under the law, but payment can be allowed for these. And these payments, this cost for maintenance of a brainstem dead person, its retrieval, their transportation and preservation, it will not be borne by the donor family, basically donor family, but it can be borne by the recipient, it can be borne by the hospital, it can be borne by a government or a non-government organization also. And the same if specifically can be also implemented by the respective state government. Brainstem death, as you know, this area of the brain which includes midbrain, pons and medulla is called brainstem, and when this is damaged, the person cannot breathe on his own because the vital respiratory centers are located over there. But there is an opportunity for organ donation to happen, because these patients in these situations, they can be maintained in the ICU and their organs can be kept functional. And they are mainly the largest pool of the organ donors, continue to be the largest pool of the deceased organ donors all over the world. And 4 doctors they are needed to certify in our country, and that committee or the board is called Brainstem Death Certifying Board, or committee, which includes 4 doctors. One of them is in charge of the institution and another is a treating doctor, like which are not to be approved by the appropriate authority, but there are 2 other specialists. One of them is a neurospecialist, neurosurgeon or a neurophysician. If they are not available, now the law also says an anesthetist or an intensivist can also in their place can certify in that category. Then next is the independent specialist. Independent specialist is it has to be a specialist of any other field like ENT, eye, or who is not part of a transplant team. So that independent specialist at least should have some knowledge of the brainstem death certification, should preferably have training in the brainstem death certification, and these 2 names they have to be approved by the appropriate authority of the state. I'll just talk about appropriate authority. So it is, certification is very essential for removal of the organs from a brainstem dead person. Without certification you cannot touch the organs of the the brain dead person. So, and minimum of 6 hours of interval between the twice it has to be certified, and the interval further increases in case of children as may be decided by these experts. So it goes higher and higher as the age of the donor is younger and younger. So as per law right now we have living donors. Living donors are of 3 types. One of them is a near related donor, but today and other is in other than near related. We are not going into the near because today we are talking about the deceased organ donations. What are the legal considerations of the deceased organ donation? Then swab donation is also permitted among the living donation. So deceased donation, the donor can be of any age. There is no age restriction like it is there in the living donor. After a natural death, only tissues can be donated, but after brainstem death, both organs as well as tissues can be donated. After cardiac or circulatory death, that is also permitted under the law. Donations, usually in our country, kidneys have been donated after such deaths. So otherwise, as you all are aware, what are the organs? There are 6 major organs which are life-saving organs which are donated. So kidney, liver, you all are aware, kidney, liver, pancreas, lungs, intestine, heart. So all these, and then we have the tissues like cornea, etc., which are donated. So then this appropriate authority, every state has an appropriate authority. Appropriate authority is an officer. It is a person who has been authorized. It could be one officer or it could be more than one officer. It is authorized by the state government or the central government. So appropriate authority is the main authority which regulates the entire provisions of the Transplantation Act. So every state has to appoint one appropriate authority at least, or more than one appropriate authority they can also appoint. So it is just a officer. It is not a board or a committee. It is an officer. So this officer, particular appropriate authority, provides licenses. Licenses to whom? To retrieval centers, to transplant centers, to tissue banks. They all require licenses to function in our country. Without license, you cannot operate. Then this license is granted for 5 years at a time. They are also authorized to do inspection, monitoring and regulation. They can they have to approve the brainstem death committees, the 2 members. They can also investigate complaints. They have power of the civil court. They can order, summon, they can enter, they can summon any hospital, they can even after giving a notice, they can enter the premises of that hospital if illegal activities are happening. They cannot order arrest. They don't have those powers of, otherwise other civil magistrate powers they are carrying as per the law. So they can suspend and cancel the registration also. So, sorry. Then second is the authorization committee. Authorization committee is a committee. There are 7 members in this committee, and it is for approval of the other than near related donors. So if there is a near relation means, can anyone tell me what is a near related donor as per law? Spouse, brothers, cousins are not near relative. Grandparents, grandchildren, spouse, brother, then what else? Parents. So parents, children, siblings, brother and sister both, spouse, and grandparents and grandchildren. So they are near relative. Other than those near relatives, the authorization committee will come into picture. They will approve. That case will go to the authorization committee. If there is a foreigner involved in the donation, then even near relative cases will go to the authorization committee. If there is a swap happening, exchange transplantation between the 2 pairs of donors, even if near relative is there, so that can happen only between near relative, but that case also will be approved by the authorization. So 3 cases to go to authorization committee. Then it is a 7-member body. So this is mainly for living donation. So right now the focus is on deceased donation. So what are the various provisions which have been added in 2011 to facilitate deceased donation? Basically, the Act now says there should be a transplant coordinator in every hospital which is registered under the Act. So that transplant coordinator is mandatory now, because that coordinator has a specific role for coordinating the entire process of procurement of the organ from a deceased donation to its till it is transplanted. So that coordinator has to facilitate everything. Then the other provision is, there is a provision which has been given, the mandate has been given to the central government. They have to establish a national network and a national registry. So this is the mandate. So now the cornea has been permitted to be retrieved by a technician also, by a trained technician. It is also mandatory to request for organ donation from the potential donor. This is as per the amendment in 2011. Now we are also registering the centers which can do only retrieval. So those centers can be registered and they are donor hospitals. So that is also now permitted. So these are the various facilitatory provisions which have been added. So this network which I was talking about, it's a network of the organ and tissue transplant organization. We have one at the national level. We have 5 regional organizations at Chennai, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chandigarh and Guwahati, and right now we have 19 state level organizations also, and they are connected to around now this old figure. So there are more than 700 hospitals which are connected with this network. Basically this is to provide for an efficient system of organ procurement from the donor hospitals to their transplantation for the needy patients in the hospitals. So patient is to be registered through any transplant center, but only one transplant center in the country. All potential requests, they have to be registered. So all potential donor requests, because there is an issue here. Sometimes we see hospitals are only picking and choosing for registration. That is not the ethical way of doing it. They should request, they should inform the patient that this option of transplant is there for that patient, and they should register that patient. Registration number ID is given by the NOTO, and this, even if the hospital is changed, that ID will remain same. Allocation of the shared organ which is not utilized in that particular hospital. One kidney is to be shared. That other organs, if they are not being utilized, they are also to be shared. So that is done by the respective SOTO, state level organization. If not utilized within the state, then it goes to the region, then it goes to the country. At the country level it is distributed, and even if not utilized at the country level, it can even be given to a foreigner, preferably first to the person of Indian origin, then to a foreigner. So these are various types of registry which are provided under the Act. There is a organ transplant registry. The transplant registry starts from the waiting list. So one, the people who are in the waiting list, then second, when the transplant has happened, then the post transplant part. The third part is the post transplant, their follow up also. So all these three components are the part of the transplant registry. Then there is a organ donor registry, both living as well as deceased donor. Then there is a tissue registry and there is a pledge registry. So this is the pledge form. So what are the various duties which have been assigned to the doctor under this Act, basically with respect to the deceased donor case? So whenever there is a potential deceased donor available in an intensive care unit, the doctor has to basically, because the intensive care doctor, whosoever is available, he is required to identify the potential donor. Unless they do the brainstem death certification, brainstem death checking, they will not be able to identify the donor. Otherwise the patient will keep on lying brain dead and nobody will identify. So they have to identify the donor. So that is one duty, they are required to identify the donor. Then second is they have to find out whether this donor had any time authorized for organ donation. Then second, even if he had not authorized, they have to make explain to them this is an opportunity, and if and you can they have to request for organ donation. So this duty is there in the law for the doctor on duty in the ICU. So they are required to make them aware of the opportunity to donate and request for organ donation. So there is a form, so this kind of a board can be put up outside the intensive care unit, where we say the doctor or the transplant coordinator on duty, they are required by law to request you for organ donation. So they can take the help of transplant coordinator. The primary duty lies on the doctor. So then there is a rule regarding the medico-legal cases. Earlier what used to happen, in the medico-legal cases, sometimes the post-mortem doctor will not be available. So now it is allowed that the surgical note of the surgeon who has retrieved the organs, they will be part of the post-mortem report, and those surgical note can be appended with the post-mortem report, and the post-mortem can happen at the designated place after the organ retrieval is done. So before that they definitely have to take NOC from the post-mortem doctor as well as from the investigating officer, that is the police. So if they agree for donation, in this case post-mortem doctor may not come. If they are able to come, it is fine in the OT. Otherwise the notes of the surgeon, retrieving notes of the surgeon, they will be taken as the report, will be appended to the post-mortem report, and they will be used for post-mortem purposes. Then ministry has also issued an order in November 2021 where we say post-mortem for organ donation should be taken on priority and be conducted even after sunset if adequate infrastructure is available. So it is not something which is mandatory type of a order, but if the infrastructure is available, then this should be done. In case of an unclaimed body can be like two situations have been given under the Act, whether in a prison or in a hospital. So if not claimed by anyone in the 48 hours after the brainstem death has been done, then the hospital, the prison in charge or the hospital in charge, they can order for organ removal. So if no information has been received that this particular any relative is not going to come, so if they receive any information that somebody is going to come even after 48 hours, so they have to wait. Otherwise, if no information is received in an unclaimed body, the hospital in charge or the prison in charge. So it is not that the brain death will happen in a prison, because usually the prison hospital will not have a facility, but the prison patient admitted in a tertiary care hospital, and that the person, the prison in charge has to give consent for removal of the brain dead organ, for the organs. So this I have already told. Then there is another provision in the law which you must know, that if there is a unrelated donor other than near related donor, and the person is going for transplantation in a state which is not his domicile state, then he has to get a verification certificate from the local tehsildar or even a higher officer than him. So minimum is local tehsildar. That verification certificate basically to certify the identity, and there is already a discussion that this perhaps may not be required in future, because now everybody can be identified by Aadhaar. So but currently this provision is there, that whenever somebody is going to another state for transplant, both either donor or recipient, then they have to obtain a verification certificate identifying their legal and residential status by the local tehsildar, and this is required for both donor and recipient. If they are from different states, it is required from both the states. And basically this is just to, and this information, somebody who is going, this copy of this certificate also goes to the appropriate authority of that particular state where the person is belonging, the domicile state also. And it is also to clarify, this is not required for near relative cases, only unrelated cases. So transplant coordinator, basically the law, as I told you, it provides for a mandatory transplant coordinator, and the coordinator basically shall counsel and encourage the family members or the near relatives of the deceased person. So basically one is the counseling role, then counsel and encourage. This is that basically the promote organ donation and transplantation both, and counsel and encourage the family, and also coordinate the entire process from donation to transplantation. The laws also defines, in the rules it is defined, the qualification of the transplant coordinator, minimum bachelor's degree of any, but it can be even basically graduate of any recognized system of medicine can also be a transplant coordinator or a nurse, or but minimum a bachelor degree and preferably a master's degree in social work or psychology or psychiatry, sociology or social science and public health. And it is also mentioned in the rules that they have to be, there should be initial induction training followed by retraining at regular interval. Regarding donation after cardiac death, as I told you, the deceased donor definition which is there in the Act, it provides for a recognition of the cardiac death also, and donation can happen from them also. So we have this, most of you may be aware that this Maastricht criteria are there for non-heart beating donor, and but recently Supreme Court has come out with guidelines for withdrawal of life support in a recent judgment in the January, on the 24th January this judgment has come. Though it is for the euthanasia, for those people, it is not for specifically for brain dead cases, it is for those cases where basically those where there is no which are like where there is a demand for removing, because no it is a futility of continuing the treatment. It is not specifically for the brain dead cases, but those provisions can be used for withdrawal of life support in cases of brain dead also, brain dead patients also. So though it is now a two-board system they have advocated, where is a primary board then a secondary board, which the case has to be approved by both the boards, and then you can decide to withdraw the life support. So because on the ground there are still many people, they find difficulty if the donation is not happening, then whether we can withdraw the life support or not. So this provision has recently been provided by the Honorable Supreme Court in their guidelines of withdrawal of life support. So basically, in these cases, so where right now, where we can do the donation in the cardiac death cases, definitely like if the cardiac arrest is happening after brainstem death, so this class 4 category, if it is, though it is a not a very controlled situation, but donation is possible because we expect the team to be ready and they were waiting for the death to happen. So at least kidneys can be removed in such cases. Then also withdrawal, as I said, so maybe in class 3 also we can do it. The law has provision of huge penalties for illegal dealings in the organ transplantation. So the penalty is not only the fine or the imprisonment, well, it's both fine as well as imprisonment. So fine goes up to, it's like for any commercial dealings in human organs, the minimum of fine is 20 lakh rupees, it goes up to 1 crore of rupees, and minimum imprisonment is 5 years and it goes up to 10 years. And both they go, both are imposed, it is not one or either of one or other. So there are different offences for which fines are provided. So basically what we say as a national program or as a ministerial level, that we say and now we say that this act has many provisions to facilitate organ donation from the deceased person. So those should be utilized. We say death is a inevitable truth. We cannot stop death. So we say whether we can think of life after death. So why burn or bury when we have option to donate and save lives? So donate organs, save lives. In Hindi, the popular slogan is there, Ek Khamoshi, Anek Muskan, Aao Kare Angdan. So thank you very much. You welcome for the questions if there are any. Okay.
Next, may I call upon Dr. Sunil Shroff to talk about ethics in organ donation program. I think this name needs no introduction. Should I introduce you?
Thank you. Don't waste time. Thank you so much. And good evening. I just changed my slides. I think, good talk by Dr. Anil Kumar. While my slides are getting loaded, I think we have one of the toughest laws in the world as far as transplantation is concerned. Very detailed. I have looked at other laws as well, but I don't find this kind of detailing in other laws. Can I, is there someone to help me with the slides or? When you talk about ethics, you can't kind of just talk about disease donation ethics. You have to mix the both living and disease donation. Our law itself has a lot of provisions for living donation and how to stop commerce, how to protect a living donor from exploitation and so on. And the law has actually 12 forms for living donation. As far as disease donation is concerned, they only have 3 forms really. One is for brain death, one is for consent, and one is for pledging your organs. There's another form for unclaimed bodies, but in 27 years we've never done unclaimed bodies.
So which one is your presentation?
I loaded it. I think for Has you brought here? Or you want me to talk without slides?
No.
Yeah, sure.
If it is loaded?
Yeah. Thank you.
तुम यहीं रुको बेटा.
Yeah, sure. Full screen कर दो. यहाँ से कर सकता हूँ ना मैं? Yeah. Can I project it? So, no financial disclaimers or conflict of interest. I'm going to share my experience of the last 26, 27 years and what I have seen in India. And many of these case histories which I brought in ethics are real case histories. I have not made them up. So let's look at ethical considerations, and I'll start, ethics has become even more complicated in the last 15 to 20 years, especially with the advent of genetic kind of, tinkering. You know what CRISPR, I don't have to tell you. CRISPR can be used both for, with a lot of good intention and also with bad intent. We can eradicate sickle cell anemia, especially in this country where we have 4.4 million people who suffer from it. But it can also be used for some questionable areas, like in Korea, to kind of look, they have put a fluorescence gene in the cats so that the owners can find the cats in the dark. And of course, the worry is of getting new viruses created. And that's why James Clapper said that gene editing can be weapons of mass destruction and proliferation. So the question on ethics of this century is going to be not if we can do it, but should we be doing it? A lot of these questions are there. And as far as transplant ethics is concerned, I think the template of ethics, what we follow in transplant, will be followed by many other areas as we go forward with the experience which we gain. So just to start at the very beginning, what is ethics? Many of us, when we are in the school, we do moral science and we are taught what is good and what is bad, what is right, what is wrong, what is just, what is unjust, and that's what all ethics is about. And it is your own moral compass sometimes, the ethics, for you to decide. For somebody who decides that the right thing to do, it may not be the right thing to do for the other person. When somebody is selling an organ, he may feel he's doing the right thing because he needs the money, but society doesn't see it as the right thing to do. So sometimes it's your own moral compass which determines what is right and wrong. And we have these principles of ethics which have been there since the times of Hippocrates. And few more have been added since then. Do good, do no harm, be truthful, transparency, autonomy, confidentiality, and justice. If you look at the living donation, it's all about safety of the kidney and liver donor in living donation. And disease donation is more about the safety and outcomes of the recipient. In both donor surgery, the beneficiary, of course, is the recipient. You must remember that, of the organ. So let's start looking at a few case histories and see what are the ethical considerations and where are the conflicts when you look at this. In a living kidney donation, if a young donor donates, does he have health risks? Especially in a country like ours, India, where we know that the incidence of diabetes and hypertension is very high. We have lower kidney mass. We have less access to tertiary care. So should young people be donating living kidney donors? Should there be? Because we know that 1 in 3,200 living kidney donor will die. In liver donation, the risks are slightly higher and there are more complications. In India, probably the liver deaths are perhaps, I don't know, it may be 0.5 or 1%. Can we accept this kind of death or complication in living liver donors? So this, to some extent, has violations of doing good or beneficence. So there is some conflict, and you don't know who the person will be in 100. It could be, if you are a donor, it could be one of you in that 132,000. So the question is, can we accept these figures? There is this another case which we had in the donation when it was happening. A 30-year-old man married and living with wife and daughter had a road traffic accident. He was declared brain dead. The family was approached for organ donation, and the family agreed to donate the organs. When we did screening, it showed that the brain dead patient was HIV positive. Now the question is, as a doctor, will you disclose this to the family? If yes, when, to whom, and how? Because you need to be truthful. So in that moment of grief, would that be the right thing to do? So if you have to disclose to the family, yes, you will disclose. When? Not necessarily immediately. You don't have to do that because the family is already upset. You don't want to lump them with another bad news. Because the wife needs to be screened, obviously. So the wife needs to be told, and you should. If that happens, then you can involve the AIDS counselors who are available for counseling. There's another case of a 2-year-old severely sick child in a government hospital having biliary atresia. The procedure will cost about 15 to 20 lakhs to the taxpayer. And the question comes, should we spend this kind of money to save a child when you can use the same amount of money to save hundreds of children with diarrhea, malaria and so on in our country? Surgery, transplant surgery itself is very expensive. It can be anywhere from 3 lakhs to 30 lakhs in our country. Again, this money can be spent for prevention of a lot of these diseases. And many diseases are due to self-infliction. Should those patients deserve a second chance, like chronic alcoholics, drug abusers, smokers. So children get a priority over adults. Should an earning member in the community get preference over a non-earning member? Then there is the issue of confidentiality which can come up. I had a case of 35-year-old male who required transplant. Brother came up, who was just married brother as a donor, and everything was ready. And just 2 days before the transplant, the donor and the brother and the wife wanted an interview with me, and they were worried. The wife said that the brother was under tremendous family pressure to donate, and that's why he was donating. So she wanted him to be rejected. So I was in dilemma what to do. Should I accept the request and proceed to transplant, since everything had gone through, the consent and everything, or reject him? So I don't know what people would do here. Anybody has any thoughts? Consent was given already, everything was there. So on medical grounds? So should I tell the family, because he's under family pressure? So I thought about this for some time, and then I asked them that, look, if you don't want to have surgery, nobody's going to compel you, first thing, be very sure about that. You're under no pressure to donate. First I reassured them, and then I said, I want you to go and meet a couple of families where a donor has donated and see them and speak to them, and then come back. And if you still feel that you don't want to donate, we'll reject you. So they did that. They met 2 or 3 families, and then they came back themselves, and they said that we are fine to go ahead. So sometimes you have to think a little out of the box and try and see how you can diffuse the situation. It will not happen always, and when you say no, then there is also family conflict, when you refuse the donor, Anyway, then there is autonomy. Patient has right to make their own choices. This is another actual real case. There is a gentleman who is 45 who had chronic kidney failure. He required a kidney transplant. The waiting list in England was about 4 years. So he went on the net, looked for kidney. There was a hospital in Sri Lanka which was offering a kidney, young donor. He contacted the hospital, flew to Sri Lanka, had the transplant, went back to UK. This is autonomy and self-determination. Not the right thing to do, but this is patient autonomy. Many would probably do that in this room if you're in the same situation. This was obviously exploitation of poverty in Sri Lanka. And information, of course, is the power, as you know. Of course, medical tourism of this kind is, heavily criticized by WHO and the international societies. The other question which keeps coming up is compensation. Should organ donors be compensated? How many of you think organ donors should be compensated? Living donors? Quite a few hands from that side. How? So most of you think should not be compensated, or you don't have a view? Should not be compensated. Okay. But there were about 5-7 hands which went up. So compensation. Most of the donations in that situation happens from poor to the rich. So it coerces the poor people to donate to the advantage of the risk, to the rich. It does devalue altruism. That good feel factor, when you do out of love and donate, you have a good feel factor. And when you donate out of money, that good feel factor is not there. And you see some interesting studies, I'll show you. There are strong arguments against compensation. And what are these? It makes kidney a commodity, a grey market commodity. And if you were to really compensate a kidney for a kidney, I've been asked this question many times, what should be the value of kidney? Can anybody estimate what is the value of the kidney should be actually? Enough for the family to become really comfortable. Well, that's it. In financial terms, because you're talking about, compensating a donor.
Enough for the bill to be
2 crores, okay, good. Anybody else? So anybody would sell their kidney for 100 crores, let's say? I had 100 crores. Would you buy a kidney? Would you sell your kidney?
It's priceless.
It's absolutely priceless. I agree with you. But, just very, roughly we should do a some kind of calculation. I have a slide somewhere. Let me see. Is it data? Yeah. So this is let's compute the actual cost of kidney which is there for 10 years in a recipient. And if you equate the cost of kidney with the dialysis a patient receives, that's the nearest way you can perhaps do some calculation. So normal lifespan of a kidney, let's say, is average 10 years. And let's equate the cost with dialysis. So 3 times a week dialysis, 4 times a month, 4 weeks a month, 12 months, 10. If you multiply, it comes to about 2.8 million rupees. But that's only for 5,700 odd hours of dialysis. Okay, 10 years. Kidney works 24/7, not just 5,000 hours. It works for almost 87,000 hours in those 10 years. So if you multiply that, it'll come to about almost 43 million rupees or 4.38 crores. And that is only the cost of the kidney working. It doesn't take into account the immunosuppression, investigations. You're just talking about just the mere cost of the kidney working 24/7 if you equate it to the cost of dialysis. Crude, it's a little crude, but the nearest cost will be probably if you have to create a marketplace for kidneys compensation, the value should be minimum 5 crores. In Iran they did that. Let me go back to the slide. And in Iran they tried to do a paid donation program. It's been in practice for 30 years. It's a real enigma how it's been working. 1,400 apparently Iranians sell one kidney to a stranger every year. They had wiped away the waiting list. And the donor gets something between $1,000 and $3,000. There's a paper from Zargusi. He reported in 2001. He studied 300 donors. And what he found, 71% were male, 29% were female, more male donors, thank God for that. 58% reported negative effects on their health status after paid donation. If once money ran out, they had negative effects on their physical activities. 65% reported negative effects on their employment status. And one potential donor said they want practically free. They think they are buying meat from the market. So, and then there's this another paper by Madhav Goel from India. It's published in JAMA. And he looked at the paid donation program in India. And what he found was, his conclusion was, among paid donors in India, selling a kidney does not lead to long-term economic benefits and may be associated with decline in health. He had a similar kind of impression in his paper as they had in Iran. So physicians and policymakers should really re-examine the value of using financial incentives to increase the supply of organs for transplantation. We have completed almost 25 years of a law. Now it's 26 years since the law was passed. And we looked at our challenges in the disease donation program, especially brain death declaration in India. Brain death in India is linked to organ donation, unfortunately. And this creates a lot of dilemmas in the ICUs in India. Because in India, diagnosis of brain death is only done if organ donation is considered. And many private hospitals, 90% of donations happen in private hospitals in India. 10% happen in government hospitals. Last year was a good year, to 2022. We did the highest number of disease donation, almost 900, I'm told. But most of them happen in corporate hospitals. So they have a problem of switching off ventilators if relatives say no to donation. So in these hospitals, you have a very funny situation in ICUs. If they say yes to donation, yeah, they're dead enough to donate. But they're not dead enough to switch off the ventilator if they say no to donation. They don't have withdrawal. And that's the problem when it's linked. So we need to de-link brain death and organ donation in India. I have a lot of conflicts in the ICU. In India, we have death defined in 3 acts. One is in the Registration of Birth and Death Act, in the Indian Penal Code, Transplantation of Human Organ Act. And the rules are defined in 2. So we wrote a paper on this, the ethical challenges of declaring death in India, in the ICU. And what we need is a uniform declaration of death, just like you have in many countries like US. And we have recommended that to the government of India, and hopefully this will go through and we will be able to de-link brain death and organ donation, especially in the ICU. Because brain death potential in India is huge. We have 8.4 million people who die every year. Estimated 1 to 4% are brain dead in this population. Death due to road traffic accidents. Some of you must have seen the roads in India. Horrendous sometimes. We have a lot of deaths on the road. We have close to 400 deaths, almost 147,000 fatal road traffic accidents in India every year due to road. And in this, 67% have head injury. So some kind of head trauma is there. So potentially there are about 90 to 95,000 perhaps disease donors in this country. But we did 900 last year, so we only convert 1%. And I'm not talking about stroke, I'm not talking about subarachnoid hemorrhage, I'm not talking about brain tumor here. I'm just talking about road traffic accident. And these are young donors, unlike the West, where the donors now are older due to stroke and so on. Here, all these donors are very young, so the organs are likely to work, definitely. There's a widening gap between demand and supply throughout the world in this program, be it India or wherever. I don't have a pointer, but you can see the number of donors and you can see the number of transplants and the waiting list. Waiting list just keeps going up and this gap keeps widening. And as I said that diabetes and hypertension, the lifestyle diseases, are like a silent killer in India, because our incidence of diabetes is 5 times the white population. Hypertension is twice the rate of white population. 60% of our kidney failure is due to diabetes and hypertension. So we have a requirement of almost 175 per million population kidneys alone, and not very far behind our liver, because we have a lot of fatty liver in India, and the heart, because our population is large. This is a waiting list from Noto, which I could access. This is probably 3 or 4 years old. And this waiting list again is growing. I'm told at the moment there are about 28,000 odd patients for kidneys alone on this waiting list. So definitely we feel that organs are very precious in this country. We need to treat them like national resource, and we need to work towards that. So in summary, ethical principles are based on the larger good. In living donations, we do encounter ethical conflicts. Sometimes we will overrule them for the benefit of the recipient. In disease donation, there are conflicts on organ allocation, sometimes on prioritization. And in India, we need to de-link brain death and organ donation. If you are from Jaipur, or if you go to Jaipur in this trip, do go and visit this Angadatta Smarak, which has been created in the memory of organ donors in our country. I work for a foundation called Mohan. This is my team. We are probably the largest NGO in this country. We have offices almost in 9 locations. Thank you very much. I hope I'm well within my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunil. Well, questions about legal, about ethical. You were not this morning here, but the slide that you showed, that you are dead enough to be a donor, but not to retrieve. We have been discussing about that many times this morning, so it was really nice. No, we are connected, aligned. questions for Sunil or for Kumar?
What is it's okay. In your hospital, what will be the incidence of the cadaver or deceased organ donor to the live relative donor?
What's it again? What is the incidence?
Question is that we have this law for last 25-30 years now.
Yeah.
Have we done to our expectation? Or what is in your hospital in Jaipur, the organ donation?
Not in Jaipur, I mean Chennai, but in a large tertiary care hospital.
Then what is your data from you? I would have liked to see your data, how many people.
So we have not recently done an audit on brain death in the ICU at the moment, but when we did an audit about 20 years back in our hospital, which also has neurology and neurosurgery and we get trauma, we were having brain deaths almost 8 to 10 every month.
No, that's true, that's true. See, why I am asking this?
Yes.
The first organ donation I had done from my unit, my patient, 4th August 1995. And from 95 till 2008, only 100 cases were in AIMS. So how difficult it is unless the person who motivate. That time I was not having coordination team. I am talking 4th August 1994. The first cardiac transplant is done. We took heart, lungs, liver, everything. And first 25 cases from my unit, AIMS New Delhi. Question is that I am telling Dr. Venugopal and me organized several conferences on the organ transplant and ethics. That was 95 to 2000 when Dr. Venugopal was not even director here. The question is that our people have not been motivated. I say confidently in this audience, after 30 years of organ transplant, we are not doing enough.
We are not doing enough, definitely not.
So that is the reason I want to know in your hospital what is your experience.
So my experience is this, I'll tell you, we have a experience from Madras Medical College Hospital, and we did an audit. In 10 years, 200 brain deaths were identified. In the 200 brain deaths which were identified and certified, when you have a trained person on the ground to counsel the family, if I remember right, we had 136 families which said yes to donation. We had a conversion rate of 66% when a trained person sat with the family, supported the family. It could be for, I'm from Chennai, I'm not from Jaipur. The support could be for many times when a family says no to donation, it actually doesn't mean no. They say no due to denial, due to anger with the system. And sometimes they feel that the care is not being taken to save the life of the donor. So there are a lot of mistrust in our healthcare system, and that's why we have a lot of challenges. But when a trained coordinator sits on the floor with the families, the conversion rate we find is much higher. We personally feel the challenge is in the hospital domain and not in the public domain. If you have a well-trained staff leading the show, sitting there in the ICU to take care of the donor family, to take care of their little requirements, to keep the communication line open throughout on how the donor is doing in the ICU, many of those families will say yes to donation. And I'll give you a reason, one more reason why our public is giving. We every year have close to 50,000 corneal donations, and most of these corneal donations come from home. Families ring the hospitals and say yes to donation. I know corneal donation is not the same as solid organ donation. I totally agree with you. Because with solid organ donation, in trauma especially, the situation is very traumatic. Young guy who dies, and there's a lot of grief with the family. Grief with the family. We also have 12 million blood donors in this country, all voluntary. So our personal impression as an NGO, which have been working this program for the last 26 years on the ground, and you speak to any transplant coordinator in this country, I'll tell you, and most will say, the challenge is in the hospital domain. We need green corridors and processes in the hospitals. Yes. We don't need it in the public domain.
Actually what I feel.
So that is my personal impression after working on this program.
Non-hospital person talking about donation, you do not understand how the emotionally and ethically, you get that ethics. But once a person, actually another person, coordinator coming and talking and you talking, there is a lot of difference. Yet, Dr. Venugopal started a center for tissue transplant in 1995 after the first 2 or 3 cardiac donation in 1994. Okay, but if you look at AIMS the organ donation is not looked up to the expectation
There
we
is
would
a-
have liked. You know why? There are a lot of, it's not only ethics, it is values, culture, religion, feeling, emotion. What we, ethics cannot explain everything. Ethics cannot understand the mindset of the relative that moment when somebody is dying. So we talk from our perspective. Whether you are coordinator or recipient or donor, doesn't matter. You are a beneficiary side. You are a beneficiary side.
A coordinator.
The people, see the question that I am telling. I have spent 42 years in this hospital, and from 1993 to 2017, we could not get as many as I had a brain death register in the ICU. You ask Dr. Deepak. All my resident will go and explain, but it's so difficult.
So why could we?
Why I am telling,
May I ask you
the
a
lecture
question?
program doesn't translate to the public motivation.
No, I agree. There are a lot of
So
challenges.
the question is that it is better to have a public lectures, public motivation, awareness program than talking to the neurosurgeon, anesthetist in a closed room, because motivation is not our side. Motivation is the donor side, patient side, community side.
I think.
Yeah, actually, to some extent you may be right, but like we have done, we have actually.
Sir, I'll
No,
ask
no,
you one thing.
yeah.
You started the program in AIMS. You did about 15-20 donations, I think. No, right in 94-95 period, you did donations were happening very fast, and something was right going on, and then suddenly dropped. So I don't know whether the problem was in the public or whether in the hospital. And in 95 there was no awareness at all.
Let me tell one thing. In 94 we had a resident, Dr. Ajay Bakshi.
There you go, yes.
He was an MBBS student from AIMS and was a very bright student who left for US and spent several years, and he was very much motivated after the first donation. We used to sit down with the relative for overnight.
Yes.
Every organ transplant Dr. Venugopal did, or cardiac transplant, I used to sit in cardiac OT being the donor side.
Yes.
My doctor from donor side, first thing. Then we had a lot of donation by Dr. Prayer Naik in 2006 and 7, a resident, who had 1 year donated, motivated about 15 people and converted 10. And that year Dr. Venugopal was director and gave a gold medal for motivating the organ donor.
So
the question is that we as a neurosurgeon, you basically know that 90% of donation is from neurosurgeon ICU.
Sure, absolutely.
It's not any other thing. And people target neurosurgeon, आप नहीं कर रहे हो. Everybody used to in the corridor of AIMS campus है, आप हमको organ नहीं दे रहे हो. जैसे मेरा organ निकाल कर उसको हाथ पे पकड़ देना. अरे भाई, how difficult. You come and do motivate one case.
So
I will say, how many of you motivated one donor? Tell me. Honestly, raise one hand. How many in this audience? That is very unusual, no? You know how difficult it is, no? You have to really
Can I say something, sir?
You have to
what
really
I said
put
was, sir, what I'm trying to say is, with all due respect, what I'm trying to say is, so you had a person who championed the cause and he did it, right? So this was a person driven. From a person driven, if you make it a process driven, that's why I said we need to create those green corridors in our hospitals now. That's what I try to say. And if you have a very well trained, motivated transplant coordinator who's part of the ICU, not different from the ICU, not a foreigner who comes in, part of the ICU, counseling the family constantly, then your conversion rate, just like your doctor did, will be much higher. Last year, a doctor in IKRDC who was a plastic surgeon resident, he did 65 donation in a government hospital, which was not doing any donations. Again, he was motivated. So today the program in our country, in many hospitals where donations are having, is person driven. It is not process driven. And this workshop is about creating those processes.
System, about creating
That's what
the
I'll say.
system.
Thank you.
Without any coordinator there. So he himself took it.
So he was the coordinator.
Yeah. Yeah, but
No, he was not actually involved with the treating team. He was just motivated, just like your doctor.
it depends. It depends. I think what is important here also, and just to summarize this discussion, is that we have a role. The ones that are here have a role. We understand that the donors are in the hospital. As Sunil was mentioning, it does not need to, we cannot put all the responsibility on one person, because then this is a short-term shot. What we want is long term. If you want long term, that means system. That means to have protocols, to be experienced and to be professionalized on that. So I would say stop blaming the population. We are the first ones that need to change the things.
Exactly.
And once we will be ready, then they will follow us because we are the reference in healthcare. Yes?
Absolutely.
Let's move to the organ procurement now, okay? Yes, but we really are running out of time, so very, very short, okay?
A small question, sir. Sir, we talk about filling the forms for organ pledging. I have pledged once in PGI and once in SOTO in JNK, but that number which we are supposed to get, I haven't got from any of the places. So how do we know that I'm a potential donor and all that? Who knows about it?
Actually, that pledge, your pledge has to come to NOTO basically.
I went once in PGI.
No, have you
in
done
NOTO,
on the
yeah.
NOTO website? Because this number system.
There was no, this is about, I'm saying 4 to 5 years back, 5 to 6 years
So there
back.
is a pledge,
Yeah.
maybe that pledge has not been taken into account, but your family should be, because pledging is only to create awareness. It doesn't have much legal value in the term that it is only to create awareness, and your family should be aware that you have wished to.
No, that is okay, but that form and all that.
Without the consent of the family, the organs will not be removed.
to
But
the
if you want
family.
a registered number, you go to the NOTO website. There is an online pledge form. Please fill it. And regarding this, sir, your question that you were raising, we have been doing now brain stem death audits, and particularly of the tertiary level institution, even the AIMS Delhi also. And if I share the data, like one first question is the number of brain stem dead patients identified in your hospital in the ICUs. So if the figure is coming nil, if not even one donor has been known, even one potential brain stem donor, which could have been a donor, has been identified, that is the primary lacunae which has been observed. So nobody is taking pain to do the test and identify the donor. So it is just not possible that the ICU has not had even a single. Yeah, so it is nil. All the new aims, the report is nil.
Okay, let's move to the recovery. You are the one now.
Recently you have picked up.
Yes, well, we will continue. Thank you so much. We still have 4 lectures, so that's why I'm getting stressed. So here I have that Dr. Milin Hote will be the next one talking about the heart. Please inspire us in a very fast and very effective way, okay?
Yeah, good evening. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It was a very fascinating day for me. It was a really good learning experience from the whole of the Spain team, and also Dr. Deepak Gupta, wonderful talks by Dr. Shroff and Dr. Anil Kumar. So I shall be talking in a quick way about the harvest of the heart. So we all know that heart failure is a very big problem. If we see the US statistics, it is the commonest cause of hospitalization in that country for people above 85 years of age, and it's a global pandemic. Almost 10% of the people in the population, they need hospitalization because of heart failure. So this is just to indicate what is the magnitude of the problem. So exactly what is heart transplant? In a patient who has got a diseased heart, you just replace it with a healthy heart. That is a very simple definition of heart transplant. However, before you consider any recipient for heart transplant, it is extremely important to ensure that this option is to be given to only patients who have got end stage heart failure, that means stage D heart failure, not to any other patient. All the alternative therapies which are available for heart failure should have been tried and exhausted in such a group of patients. Then only this option is to be accorded to those patients. So just a brief figure about how many transplants are being done worldwide. Roughly the average figure is about 4,500. The graph shows only up to 2012. However, the numbers have not much increased dramatically over the next 8 years also. So it is roughly about 4,500 to 5,000. The other, that means the red bar in the every bar, that indicates the proportion of patients coming in from, let's say, Asia. India is gradually gaining pace, and more transplants are being done. This is the AIMS figure. Dr. Mahapatra sir It was wonderful to know about your, efforts to kickstart the program of heart transplantation along with Venugopal sir in our country. These are the figures that indicate the number of heart transplants that have been done at this place. So if you see the sudden surge in 2016, that was because in that year we started the outstation harvest using the commercial flights, not chartered, commercial flights. So, sorry. Yeah, please, yeah. Yeah. So if you see, it was in the initial stages, the program, and we were going very, carefully about progressing and applying this therapy to end-stage heart failure patients. As you all know, our patients come mainly from neurosurgical ICU, some patients from neurology also, because they have spontaneous intercerebral bleed because of hypertension and reasons like that. So who is a good heart donor? We get our hearts only from brainstem dead donors right now. DCD right now is not, is a bit off the mark right now. So age should be less than 55. There should be no prior history of chest trauma or cardiac disease. There should be appropriate hemodynamics. These are the values. The patient should be on not very high inotropic support. The investigation parameters, especially related to the heart, should be good, normal. Serology should be negative. The rule of 100 applies to all good donors. That means SBP more than 100, urine output more than 100, and you know all these values. So blood sugar also less than 100, and targeted 100% normal, and PO2 above 100. So marginal donors, there is one category of donors which is marginal, wherein you see that they are not fulfilling the ideal donor criteria. However, because let's say we have long waiting lists and we have potential donor in our hospital, and there is some one or the other factor which is a bit of a concern, but we can still consider taking that heart because our recipient is possibly on ECMO and may die in next 2 or 3 days. So what are the marginal donors? They are above 55 years of age, patient on high inotropic support, LVF less than 40% on the echo, or a recent CPR, one episode of CPR has been done. Otherwise, essentially normal heart, 25-year-old road traffic accident victim, normal heart but underwent cardiac arrest, essentially let's say because of increased ICP. So transient arrest and CPR done, revived. In terms of the heart cardiac activity, patients can have donors can have high myocardial enzymes. However, looking at the setting, you can really accept that to some extent if there is a contusion on the heart, mild contusion, or calcified coronaries and palpation. So these are some of the situations where you would be wary about taking such a heart, but not exactly totally contraindicated. So it is extremely important to preserve the myocardium very well. Why? Because if the preservation is not good, if the donor heart, the cardiomyocytes are not well preserved, or if the ischemia time is, let's say, more than 5 hours, then the survival in the recipient is not good. There are early perioperative complications in the recipient. The 1-year survival is low, and maybe the long-term complications are also more frequent in such patients in whom the ischemia time has been higher. So coming to the nitty-gritty of the steps in donor harvest, once we get an organ call, we arrange the logistics, including, if it's an outstation harvest, we arrange for the return flight or the return journey if it is by road. So it is very important to assess the functioning of the heart. It should be good on echo. It is important to carry some important equipments, the sternal saw, because there are some hospitals which are very much in periphery and they may not be doing active cardiac surgeries, so they may not be having a sternal saw. Then you will be stuck that you are not able to open the chest to harvest the heart. So ideally you should carry a portable sternal saw. You should carry chest retractors, the ice crusher machine, and of course the organ box. There is one important solution, custodial solution. I will allude to that in a short while. The important surgical steps in the harvest: we do the sternotomy in the donor. Simultaneously the other teams do the abdominal opening, and they inspect the liver and kidneys. We inspect the heart after doing sternotomy, pericardotomy, and heart. We do the assessment of the heart. As I said, we palpate the heart to find out about any, let's say, contusion or the calcified coronaries. We dissect the SVC, aorta, pulmonary artery in the inferior vena cava. We put marker stitches anteriorly on all of these structures. Then we wait for some time. We allow the liver team to do their dissection, and then once all the teams are ready, they say, okay, we are ready to go ahead. Then the anesthetist gives heparin. Systemic heparinization is done. Almost 30,000 units are given to the patient. Subsequently, the cardioplegia cannula is inserted. Cardioplegia means arresting the heart. The solution that arrests the heart, that is cardioplegia. So cardioplegia cannula is inserted, and then the inferior vena cava and the pulmonary veins are incised a little bit to ensure decompression of the heart. If the lungs are also being harvested, then rather than incising the RSPV, you can incise, chop off the left atrial appendage to ensure decompression of the left side. So once this is done, you ensure decompression. Immediately you apply aortic cross clamp and inject adenosine solution that causes immediate diastolic arrest of the heart, and then you give custodial cardioplegia solution into the into the aorta that arrests the heart in diastole. That takes about it takes about 2 to 3 minutes to infuse the cardioplegia solution, and then we cut the various sequentially in the structures, the SVC, IVC, aorta, pulmonary artery and the left atrium to get the heart in your hand. So custodial solution is very important. It's a very good preservative. This is the composition, and roughly the cost is 150 euros. This is the cost to our institute. I mean, it may be a bit variable in other places, but that's the cost to our place. In a donor we infuse about 1500 ml of custodial cardioplegia, and the rest 500 ml out of the 2 liters we put it in the organ storage bag. So it is very important to collaborate with other harvesting teams about the exact time of aortic cross clamping, because one team may be having return flight at 8 o'clock, the other team may be having return flight at 11 o'clock. So you have to really optimize what exactly is the time that you want to apply the aortic cross clamp. You should also ensure immediate decompression and diastolic arrest of the heart, because as I mentioned earlier, it is very important to ensure the long term functioning of the heart. There should be no ice in direct contact with the heart, and then you put the harvested heart in 3 layers of storage. There are newer advances in actually transporting the organ. There is one Paragonic Sherpa pack that is essentially probably has been brought in use by the University of Manchester. It is now being popularly used in some centers in Europe as well as USA. One important point here is that there are several papers that have been published which indicate that the cold ischemic time, if it is beyond 4 hours, then the outcome becomes a bit dicey. So this is the Paragonic Sherpa pack. Essentially it's a system of 2 or 3 containers in which the heart is placed in an upright manner, and then the important point here is that it maintains the temperature between 4 to 8 degrees Celsius, which is the ideal temperature for transport of the heart. It is supposed to have shown that it increases the viability in terms of the performance. So the ischemia time can be prolonged safely to maybe 5 hours also, or 6 hours, and the results have been very good. And the harvesting team in the OT, this is very important. Dr. Deepak Gupta also emphasizes on these points. Whenever there is a harvesting team in the OT, it is very important to respect the donor. They should ideally preferably meet the donor family prior and convey their gratitude for the great act that the donor family is doing in their time of grief. We should also ensure that there is no overcrowding in OT. There have been several instances where let's say the surgeon, the liver harvesting team or the kidney harvesting team, they bring in many trainees also, and essentially there are 4 or 5 harvesting teams in the OT. It can essentially lead to 35 people or more in the OT, so that becomes a little bit of chaos, plus there is possibility of infection transmission. So you should ensure that minimum team as much as is required should go to the harvesting OT, and we should always ensure that the closure of the incision is done properly. It's not that I have harvested the heart and then moved out and there is nobody to close the chest. It's a very wrong practice, and we should ensure that one member of each harvesting team stays back to ensure proper wound closure of the donor. So paperwork is important of proper handover of the organs. The harvesting teams have to meet up with the hospital coordinator so that proper handover of the organs paperwork is completed. The other option is donation after cardiac death. One important parameter that is added here is that there is a point of termination of ventilatory support. So there is anoxic period of about 5 to 7 minutes. That definitely adds up to the stress to the cardiomyocytes. Subsequent steps are similar. DCD has been practiced. It was initiated in Australia. It has been now practiced in UK and more so in USA also. There is a important paper from Pagani group recently only, and they have studied about almost 3600 donations. Why is it important, the DCD? Because it improves the donor pool by 30%. However, it does have unique ethical and legal concerns, and there are 2 different techniques by which you can actually apply perfusion techniques to improve the procurement of DCD hearts. One is the in vivo normothermic regional perfusion. The other is direct procurement via ex vivo perfusion. So about 3600 patients were studied, and as Dr. Arindam mentioned in the morning, the concern, yes, the donation rate for heart after DCD in their series also was only about 3.7%. So obviously it is a very select group of hearts that are selected after DCD. So if we do a study of DCD versus DBD hearts in terms of their let's say performance, so post transplant outcomes were studied. There were no significant differences. This is an important point which was raised in the morning. There were no significant differences in the 30-day or 6-month survival or the incidence of PGD in over 30 days or other complications like in hospital stroke or hemodialysis or post transplant length of stay. So essentially the science has advanced, and DCD hearts are faring almost as good as the DBD hearts. So that's a very important advance, and more countries should come up with the legislation and the infrastructure required to conduct more DCD transplants. TransMedics OCS is a system that improves the, let's say, transportability of organ, and it is a complicated system which ensures it is a costly system also, but it ensures good viability of the heart, and you can actually assess whether a particular donated heart is suitable for donation after maybe 8 or 10 hours of perfusion in terms of the lactate and other parameters that are studied through that machine. So does ex vivo perfusion help? It's an elegant study published in 2021 April. It was a donor sheep BSD model, wherein you can see that the red bars in the two graphs, they indicate that there are higher lactate levels, as well as the means basically the performance of the heart after implantation, if the ischemia time was more than a particular level, was poorer as compared to the other hearts which were, let's say, having less ischemia time. However, if you did ex vivo perfusion, then the performance and viability of the heart was better. So it definitely helps. And at the end, I would like to thank all the organ donors, Department of Neurosurgery team, Dr. Deepika Gupta, a good friend, and the Spain DTI Institute team and Orbo and Noto team for all the help and support that they have been according over the years. Thank you.
To you, because you were really
thank you
on time, and it was really nice. You were not talking only about surgery, but about what comes behind and surrounding the surgery. So thank you. It was really nice. So let's move now for lung retrieval. So did you already? Yes. So the same. Try to. Thank you, dear. So Dr. Parshad, thank you very much. Thank you. The floor is yours.
So thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Deepak Gupta and the rest of the organizing team for asking me to speak, although I'm not very sure whether I'm the right person to talk on this, because we have a very limited experience. We have just been given a supportive role to the cardiac transplant team of Dr. Milind in the 2 lung transplants that have happened here. Still, I'll try to, and I would like to acknowledge Dr. Kamran Ali. I have taken some of his slides because we don't have much of pictures, and also I just thought I'll take. So this is how this lung transplant went. First one in 1963, and then a heart lung in 81, Stanford group, then Toronto 83 single lung transplant, and then first one in India was by Dr. Cherian. These are the types of donors, the live donors and deceased donors, and then you have these donors after circulatory arrest, which has been spoken about, and largely in our setup, in particularly in lung, we are only kind of concerned with deceased donors. Now, so one of the important things, if you talk to people who have been in lung transplant for a very long time, Dr. Klepekto from Vienna, once we spoke to him, and if you ask him what is the only thing that matters in this, he said patient selection, and patient selection. So ultimately that is what is very important, and these are the ideal lung donor selection criteria. And the problem is that there are no ideal lung donors. So about less than 10 to 50% donor lungs are suitable for transplant, and this percentage depends upon the expertise of local donor team with active donor management, confidence by the recipient team to relax the preset donor criteria, and willingness of the lung retrieval team to travel to the donor hospital to verify whether the initial information regarding lung oxygen capacity, appearance of on X-ray, bronchoscopic findings provided at the time of organ offer truly reflect the lung quality at final evaluation in donor after endotracheal suctioning and maximal alveolar recruitment. Because many a times the information that you get through pictures and other things is not necessarily, does not translate into the actual thing. When you see the actual thing, it may be a little different, and you may actually say, okay, fine, we'll take this lung. So what are the goals of donor lung retrieval? It's the careful assessment of the lungs, meticulous dissection so as to have an undamaged organ with adequate vascular cuffs, uninjured tracheobronchial tree, minimal to no parenchymal damage, and careful preservation of the lung. Now that these are all important goals. Now what you do before retrieval is you confirm for the availability of instruments and preservation solutions. Donor coordinator informed for logistic support. You have to confirm the donor history, group check death records based on state legislations, evaluate and stabilize the donor for surgery, inform recipient team regarding the estimated cross-clamp time. So this is how you do the donor management. You have to maintain the volume status, adjust the vasopressors to maintain a MAP of more than 60. You have to offer a protective ventilation, PEP 8 to 10, peak airways, pressure less than 35. Correct acidosis hypoxemia, reduce SIRS and hemodynamic instability using methylprednisolone bolus or insulin and prevent dyselectrolytemia. So this is a kind of a flow chart after initial management. You obtain an initial echo and a chest x-ray. If chest x-ray is clear, initial echo is okay, you proceed with recovery. If you have a abnormal x-ray but PaFiO2 more than 300, you go for bronchoscopy. Then on the other side, if abnormal echo, again you try to resuscitate and then go for ongoing management. Target criteria being MAP more than 60, CVP 6 to 10, PaFiO more than 300, repeat x-ray, repeat echo, adjust fluids ventilation, venotrope, inotropes. If criteria met, recover. If criteria not met, then you have to kind of discuss with heart-lung team. Now for lung retriever, these are the kind of things you have to do: assessment checklist, initial donor evaluation, lung procurement, which includes mediastinal dissection, preservation and pneumonectomy, then backbench, and then organ packing for the transport. When you are shifting the patient to OT, you confirm the legal documents are in place, confirm that consent is there, and then this is a checklist which has been proposed both for heart and lung transplants. So it includes before the skin incision and before retrieval. So before skin incision, these are the things you should check: consent, blood type, brain death note, serology, supplies, chest x-ray, bronch, ventilation parameters, and limit the IV fluids. And before retrieval, then you look at the lungs for nodules, selective ABG for singles. I mean, if you have one lung being good, other lung not looking so good, you do a selective pulmonary venous sampling. Atelectasis, recoil, contusions, consolidation, edema from the lung standpoint. Rest are for the heart. On table, you position the patient supine with arms tucked to the body, shoulders are lifted up with towel, head is extended backwards and rotated to left. Anesthesia is requested to switch the gas mixture onto ventilator to 100% oxygen, bring PEEP to 5 cm. New ABG sample can be taken after 5 minutes, though it's recommended that you prefer to wait for intrathoracic pulmonary vein blood sampling if that's possible. Post intubation, you have to do a quick bronchoscopy, verify the correct position of the endotracheal tube and any bronchial anatomy pig bronchus, which can preclude the lung from being harvested and transplanted. And then appreciate the amount and color of airway secretions. Look for any stomach contents, etc. Clean the airways, give a good wash. The warning sign is if purulent secretions persistently keep bubbling up into the central airways despite your initial cleaning, it's a bad sign. You do a median sternotomy and a median laparotomy, of course, because there will be the other organs to be taken, and split the sternum in apnea, otherwise you can end up hitting the lung or open the while you are opening the sternum. So first we go to the lung evaluation. You open the bilateral pleural cavity, incise the mediastinal pleura. Transection of the diaphragmatic is recommended by some so that you get a better exposure to the lower lobes. Blood sample from the extrapericardial part of both lower or middle lobe veins to assess oxygen capacity of left and right lung individually using a Heptanized syringe. This is what is recommended. So we inspect the lungs for any abnormality that may preclude safe transplant. Collapse test is you ask the anesthesiologist to disconnect the ventilator and you will see the lungs, they will collapse and go back, recoil into the chest. If it doesn't happen, that means that the lungs probably have secretions or some congestion or consolidation, and that's not a very good sign. Observe the elasticity. If lungs don't collapse instantly, that is indicative of secretions, interstitial lung pathology. Palpate both lungs looking for any nodules, blebs, adhesions that may need further attention during or after the retrieval. So you gently do that, and it's recommended that you should not try to extrude the lungs from out of the body, because it can sometimes cause hemodynamic instability, and you should not kind of be very vigorous and not actually create more injury than this thing. The idea is to recruit the uninflated lower zones of the lung or any other zones of the lung. So this is a recruitment maneuver. Anesthesiologist is asked to manually reinflate both lungs with 50% oxygen to sustained 30 centimeter of pressure for recruitment of all atelectic segments. It is helped by the gentle massage, as you saw in the picture, in the video. Meanwhile, your blood gas results will return, and you will, if the PVO2 values fit with macroscopic findings, then you call the recipient team and inform that lungs fulfill quality requirements. And what is the estimated cross clamp time? Coming to the procedure per se, mediastinal dissection, mobilization of the SVC from right PA, separation of aorta from main and right pulmonary arteries, open the oblique sinuses separating IVC and right inferior pulmonary vein. Lung preservation is very important. We normally Perfadex is the solution, which is a dextran based low potassium solution, which has been shown to be superior to the high potassium solutions, both in terms of immediate and long term outcomes. So when all the recipient and donor teams are ready, patient is systemically heparinized. You put a purse string in the pulmonary trunk. If a simultaneous cardiac transplant is also happening, probably aortic cardioplegia cannula is also put. Then you put a large bowl cannula, and the location of this has to be, if you look at this hollow, this is where you should put. If you put it too close to the bifurcation of PA, then you can have a preferential flushing of one side of the left pulmonary artery, and that's not good. So you have to take care that it's placed in a proper position. Prior to exsanguination and cross clamp of aorta, prostaglandin is injected into the pulmonary tract. It basically, being a potent vasodilator, it counteracts the pulmonary vasoconstriction with cold pulmoplegia, improves perfusion through the lung. Then the donor is exsanguinated, partial transection of IVC and amputating LA appendage. Alternatively, left heart can be drained through LA at Sondergaard's groove. Superior vena cava then is ligated using a silk suture or a vascular clamp. Shed blood is cleared by multiple field suctions. Aorta is cross clamped with a large vascular clamp. Pulmoplegia flush is initiated by gravity dependent flow, and simultaneous cardioplegia is administered in case heart is also being procured. It is important that lungs continue to be ventilated with low tidal volumes and FiO2 of 100%. The pleural spaces are packed with ice slush. Total of 4 to 5 liter Perfadex is administered antigrade. So these are various groups that have given different formula for giving Perfadex solution. The Pittsburgh group, the Essen group, the Belgium group, and the Vienna group. What is important to remember is that inadequate positioning of the cannula for hypothermic pulmonary arterial flushing, insufficient topical cooling, inadequate timing of the start of perfusion, and forgetting to flush prostaglandin even. All these are errors and incidences which can lead to poorer outcomes. These are the pitfalls. Finally, you come to the donor pneumonectomy. When heart is not being procured for use, surgeon will perform cardiectomy. SVC is divided, taking care to avoid the right main PA because it is right behind this. IVC is transected completely. Then left atrium is incised in Sondergaard's groove, and the incision is extended circumferentially, leaving an atrial cuff of tissue to accompany the lung. This is very important because this is where a problem can happen, and then when you are trying to transplant, then there is a problem. Lastly, aorta and main PA are transected, and the main PA is transected just proximal to its bifurcation. So again, an important key point that preserve the vascular cuffs, especially pulmonary veins. The LA cuff fight is there always between the thoracic and the cardiac surgeon. In our institution, I think it should not be a problem because we are kind of very close and work very closely. Then following cardiectomy, excision of the lung block is performed, beginning with release of inferior pulmonary ligaments. Excess pericardium anterior to phrenic nerve is excised. Posterior pericardium caudal to pulmonary veins is then incised, exposing the esophagus. Then dissection proceeds cephalad very close to esophagus on the right side with a combination of blunt and sharp dissection extending to azygous vein. The same is repeated on the left with careful attention to left mainstem bronchus because it crosses over the descending thoracic aorta. So the plane between esophagus and lower trachea is developed from caudate to cephalad. Trachea is then exposed anteriorly by transecting the brachiocephalic artery. Vein would have been transected right in the beginning when you are putting the sternal retractor to give a good exposure. Circumferential isolation of mid trachea is accomplished, and then again you have to be careful that you don't end up hitting the esophagus and opening it up. ET tube is then withdrawn to the upper trachea, and a moderate size breath hold. You should not overinflate, that is very important. A moderate size breath hold is performed to inflate the lungs, and then mid trachea is then double stapled with a TA30. Remaining attachments are released and lung is extirpated. The key points again: avoid overinflation because it makes it prone to lacerations due to during extraction. Avoid injuring membranous bronchus, left PA, esophagus. So this is how it looks like once you have retrieved the lungs on the back bench, and then the lung block is placed into a large basin containing ice. Then a retrograde flush is done through the pulmonary veins, 500 ml per each pulmonary vein. It removes the pulmonary blood clots which are and you do a manual palpation of respective lobes. It encourages the egress of any remaining clots during the retrograde flush of pulmonary veins. It improves the distribution of preservation solution to include flushing of bronchial arteries also, and it improves the surfactant function. That has also been, it improves the surfactant function and kind of leads to a better outcome. And then if each lung is being located to different recipients, then you can split it. First you split the left atrial cuff, then you go for the pulmonary artery, and then the mainstem bronchus, which is stapled and taken down flush with the carina. And then you pack the organs in 3 layers, one cold Perfodex, first one which is de-aired, and then 2 other plastic bags. And after that, check for all the surgical instruments, donor samples, lymphoid tissue. Thank the local team for help. Fourth call is given to recipient team with exact time. So this is a good lung, this is a bad lung. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you once more for the concision and very interesting. So let's move to kidney. Here you are. It's Dr. Bansal. Thank you. The floor is yours. The same than your colleagues. I like surgeon.
Yeah, generally, thank you so much. Thank you, Deepak, for giving me this opportunity to speak here. And at the onset, I would like to say that kidneys are the organs which are the last to be retrieved during organ procurement, and they can bear the maximum insult, but still they will function. Unlike maybe sometimes the heart or the lungs or the pancreas, so they can bear the maximum insult and they can still function. Maybe they may require some push in the form of dialysis. That's how we are lucky as kidney transplant surgeons to have a dialysis at our disposal. So just going on to the talk, renal transplantation is the gold standard for end-stage renal disease, and diseased donor allograft survival rates are more than 90% world over if you look at the world figures. And diseased donor transplantation is the way forward in transplant if there are no living donors and the mental and physical status of the patient is in question. But the question is of demand and supply, as has been discussed throughout the day. And the ultimate goal of a cadaver or a diseased donor renal transplant is to preserve the function of the kidneys while allowing adequate time to find a suitably matched recipient. Sometimes that may be a challenge in smaller centers. But generally there are a lot of recipients waiting for a kidney transplant, so generally it's not much of a challenge. And as I think has been discussed, what is the major reason for the problem in cadaveric donation in India is the lack of awareness, skills and attitude towards the diseased organ donation, as was discussed in the last lecture also by Dr. Sharoff, that basically it is, I think, the attitude of the hospital personnel which makes the difference in the brainstem in the cadaveric organ transplant in India. And these are the disease donor criteria. I think I don't need to go over them, but I think generally as a renal transplant surgeon, I would accept all the kidneys except maybe frank systemic sepsis. Maybe then the other thing is maybe recent malignancy and maybe a chronic kidney disease patient. These are generally the major contraindications to a kidney donation, but rest I think all the kidneys can be easily transplanted with some deterioration, some loss in the function of these kidneys, which you can always explain to the recipient beforehand and select the recipient accordingly. And now the expanded donor criteria, I think donor less than 6 years is even not the criteria now. I think donor less than 2 years, even recently we have done a donor of around 16 months of age. We have done that AIMS also. We have taken the unblocked kidneys from that donor, and then the other expanded donor criteria are there. So as I said, the contraindications to kidney donation are rarely very few. Generally we end up taking almost 90% of the kidneys which are offered to us, maybe rejecting only 10% of the kidneys. These are the main the goals of maintenance of a donor as far as the kidneys are concerned is maintain a systolic blood pressure of more than 90, a mean arterial pressure of more than 60 millimeters. A urine output is sometimes important, but a terminal oliguria or a terminal rise in creatinine is also acceptable for a kidney donor. The initial function may be delayed for some time, but then eventually the kidney picks up the functions. The dialysis can be tied over for that, and then monitor the glycemic control and heart rate. These are all normal requirements. Generally we don't require much for our retrieval if you are doing a single organ retrieval, but generally kidneys are a part of multi-organ retrieval, and so the aortic cannula, the perfusion fluids and the organ carriers. The preservation fluid, I think I just skip these slides. This is generally our preoperative donor workup pro forma, which we fill up to look for the various problems which the donor may have, and to have a record of the things. And generally the workup includes the normal blood parameters, the viral markers. The cross-match samples have to be taken pre-donor workup has to be taken up for that. And generally in India we try to rule out tuberculosis, HIV, hepatitis B in our donors. And the kidney retrieval, coming on to that, I think it is en-bloc retrieval majority of the times, multi-organ, or sometimes sometimes it is the liver and the kidneys only which are being retrieved. The heart team may have their own contraindications. So the process of retrieval is generally heart, lungs, followed by the liver and pancreas, and then the kidneys are the last solid organs to be retrieved. Sometimes we do have to go for isolated kidney removal. So as has been already said, a median incision suprasternal notch to the pubic symphysis. The colon is mobilized. The right colon is mobilized medially. The duodenum is cauterized. The aortic bifurcation is exposed. And once the aortic bifurcation is exposed, the SMA and the celiac artery are ligated if you are not taking the liver and the pancreas. But if they are being taken, then the liver team takes that, and the inferior mesenteric artery is ligated so that the perfusion fluid is not lost in that. And one should exercise caution before ligating any laterally running vessels, because sometimes the accessory renal arteries may be rising above or below, quite below and quite above. So one should always be careful of that. And IVC is just ligated above its formation, and for drainage purposes a cannula may be inserted. The IV heparin infusion just prior to cross clamping of the aorta, and the aorta is cannulated just above the aortic bifurcation as shown in this diagram, and using a 20 French straight perfusion cannula, and the supraciliac aorta is cross-clamped and the cold perfusion is begun. Generally, we use University of Wisconsin solution or custodial if available, and 4 to 10 liters of the cold perfusion is required for the liver and kidney harvesting together, and the abdominal cavity is packed with finely crushed ice slush before the retrieval process is started. So this is just a diagram showing the aorta cannulated and the clamping done above the celiac artery level. Once the liver team and the pancreas team have taken off their liver and pancreas, then the retrieval of the kidneys begun. The ureters are identified at the pelvic brim along with the gonadal vessels bilaterally, and one should be careful of not stripping the extra fat tissue there to preserve the blood supply of the ureters, and the kidneys are freed from the lateral attachments and flipped medially to divide the posterior attachments till the aorta and the IVC are seen. Once that is done, then some surgeons would do a incision of the interior wall of the aorta, but majority of us would just lift up the aorta and the IVC from the spine along with both the kidneys, so that the accessory arteries and all the things come along with it, and this is just a diagrammatic representation. Once the kidneys are retrieved, they are transferred to the bench. The renal arteries are generally procured with a aortic carrel patch, so that if there are multiple arteries, they can be taken care of. In benching, the perfusion is done first of the kidneys, then the dissection of the extra of the Gerota's fascia and the other things are done, and then the vessels are prepared, and if required, sometimes the liver team has taken too much of the IVC, then maybe sometimes the renal vein or some of the arterial reconstruction may have to be done. So this is just a diagrammatic representation of the retrieved kidneys on the bench, and the aorta is being incised on the bench so that both the arteries, renal arteries, can be perfused separately. This is just diagrammatic this is just en bloc removal of the kidneys from a child around, I think, 14-16 months old, wherein both the kidneys were transplanted into the same recipient, also a young child around 4 years old. This is the final view of the benched graft kidney. The vein and the artery are seen, and the kidney is also seen. The kidney is then packed and sent to the center where it is where it has to be transplanted. Generally, in our setup, one of the kidneys come to us and one of the kidneys goes to some other center, which is not a long distance in Delhi. Generally, kidney recipients are very frequently available. So isolated kidney retrieval, the only difference is that the celiac artery and the SMA can be ligated, and the aorta can be cross-clamped after that, and the rest of the procedure is, majority of it is same, and the outcomes are good after diseased donor transplant, as I said, but they do have higher mean donor creatinine level. If the donor has a higher mean donor creatinine level, then the function is initially a little bit slow, but then obviously they pick up, and the outcomes depend upon the pre-transplant urine output, the absence of the other problems. Our experience with the diseased donor kidney retrieval at AIIMS, recently, I think with the enthusiasm of Dr. Deepak Gupta, we have been in 2022 we were able to do 16 retrievals. Then there was a surge in the 2015-2016 wherein a lot of retrievals were done, but there was a lull period in between for 5-6 years where I think none of, maybe 1, 2, 3 kidney retrievals were done. So to conclude, I would say that the diseased donor transplant is the only solution to the current donor crisis. Efficiency and success of diseased donor transplant can be increased by awareness about brainstem death and certification, online waitlist systems for the recipients, which is still a far cry, especially in a city like Delhi. Lots of problems there. Early recipient workup in the night to match the recipient, the availability of cross match and other things, and the development and propagation of skills in organ retrieval is also an issue in some of the hospitals, which I think we need to have much more courses, maybe hands-on courses, cadaver courses, and which can reduce the donor-nephrectomy time and reduce the cold ischemia time, and we can have more efficient cold preservation techniques like the machine perfusion if the kidney is going to wait for long. But in the Indian scenario, generally we are transplanting as soon as the kidney is being removed. Generally we transplant the kidney within say 30 minutes or 1 hour. So that those things especially I have not discussed. Thank you so much for your attention. Well before time.
Wow, amazing. We're going to finish on time thanks to the surgeons. We continue with the abdominal organs, liver, pancreas, and intestine. So thank you so much, Mohanka, to Dr. Mohanka. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So it will be a quick one. A lot of yeah. So basically the goal of retrieval surgery is to preserve the organs well without any injury. So the injury meaning in terms of surgical injury or any preservation injury. That's our goal. And also it's important that we identify all the anatomical landmarks while we are doing this, so not to inadvertently cause any damage to the organs. The main two principles behind organ retrieval and preservation is exsanguination, which means remove all the blood from the organs, and cold preservation, which means the organs have to be within this preservative solution, which is very similar to your intracellular fluid, so that the metabolism can be slowed down and the organ can be well preserved. Now there are several things that will depend from surgeon to surgeon, where whether you want to do a single versus dual perfusion, whether you want to do warm dissection, cold dissection. So these variations will happen between centers and between surgeons. So we will only discuss what like a standard retrieval is. So the important anatomy here is that in the aorta, all the blood vessels that, at least for abdominal organ retrieval, all the blood vessels that you are interested in, that will supply all the organs that you are interested in, will come from this small segment which is marked in blue, which means that there will be the celiac trunk, there will be superior mesenteric artery, and there will be renal arteries. These are the only three blood vessels that you want the fluid to go into. Because this fluid is very expensive, if you perfuse the entire body with the fluid, instead of 5-10 liters, which will still cost you about 2 lakhs or something in Indian rupees, it will maybe cost you 6 or 7 lakhs rupees. So you can't afford it. So therefore what we do is we restrict the perfusion through these three blood vessels. It will perfuse all the organs that you are interested in and none of the organs that you are not interested in. So our main principle is replace the warm blood in the solid organs with optimum amount of preservative solution and cause hypothermia. Hypothermia meaning reduce the temperature of these organs in these organs by two methods. One is core cooling, which is through the cold solution that you are putting into the organs, and two is surface cooling, for which you will use sterile ice, which is basically normal saline that you put in the refrigerator and then crush it and use it as sterile ice. So with these two things, as long as we can keep the organs cold at about 4 degrees or between 4 to 8 degrees, the metabolism will slow down to about 10% and they will not have any significant damage. Like discussed in the earlier presentation, it's important to coordinate with other retrieval teams for several things. But more importantly, when do you start, when do you cross clamp, which preservative solution you are going to use, what will be the sequence of retrieval, what's the plan for organ transportation, because there may be a few teams that will be using a chartered flight, there will be few teams that will be using a commercial flight. So we have to adjust the cross clamp time or the retrieval time according to their needs, because in India the cost of chartered flight is very expensive, which is like a norm in the West. So here a lot of retrieval organs are transported through commercial flights, which are relatively less expensive. So therefore, in order to benefit highest number of patients, we need to have a transportation plan. And then also the most important thing is to respect the donor family's request for what time they want the body to be handed over. The absolute important thing, even if it means that sometimes you cannot do a retrieval, it's all right, but this is something that we cannot allow. To ensure that we are doing the right thing,
we have to identify the donor correctly, we have to identify that the brain death declaration has been declared correctly, we have to ensure that the consent is in place, blood group, history, serology, all investigation. This is the responsibility of the retrieval surgeon, also the transplant coordinator, but the legal responsibility lies with the retrieval surgeon, because if an incorrectly certified brain death, if you do a retrieval in such a case, it's murder, because the death is not certified and you retrieve organs from that person, so that's going to amount to murder. So to protect yourself and to protect your institution, you have to ensure that the brain death certification is valid. Sometimes you go to a hospital, and this has happened not once, several times. You realize that the CO2 did not rise before in the ABG, and then you stop there, you say ki this brain death declaration is not valid, please do it again. And once they do it again, only then you retrieve the organs. Please don't, because this is all going to come back to the retrieval surgeon, nobody else. So it's generally done in a supine position, standard position. You do a big incision right from thoraco-abdominal, make a big incision. Sometimes you divide the ligament teres, and all the abdominal organs are examined. This is especially important because nowadays the donors are older, and it's not uncommon that they may have an undiagnosed malignancy. And if you don't do a CT scan or any endoscopies on these donors, so therefore it's likely that they may have an undiagnosed malignancy. It is our responsibility to try our best to diagnose it during or before the retrieval. So the incision is like a big midline incision. Sometimes you do a cruciate incision, which makes it easier, because in the first case, if you do a midline incision, you have to have a nice good big retractor, but in the second case you can do it practically without any retractors. And this is how it opens up the entire body. Sometimes you look at the liver and you don't like it very much. Sometimes it's fatty, sometimes it's quite beefy and red. In those cases, you'll have to do a biopsy of the liver, and that's often a problem because frozen section is not available in most smaller hospitals, and even in large hospitals it's not available at night. So therefore, you'll have to ensure that you talk to the pathologist beforehand that a frozen section may be required. So, most of the assessment of how fatty the liver is just by your experience and by looking at the liver and sort of making a decision. But then, if it's rounded, if it's yellow, then it's generally fatty. If it's sharp edges and if it's brown or pink, it's not fatty, So that's a very subjective assessment. So you do a sternotomy, open the sternum, put a retractor, and like our previous speaker said, that hold the ventilation when you are opening the chest because you can injure the lung. Avoid a sternotomy if the retrieval is only abdominal, because if there is a previous history of cardiac surgery or bypass surgery, because you can actually make the donor unstable while you are opening the sternum. The left mammary, the previous graft comes off or gets injured, the donor will crash immediately within minutes, and therefore we should avoid that. And sometimes the hemostasis of the cut end of the sternum is a problem, so you use bone wax or electrocautery or something. And then this is how it is done. Just image picture of the same thing. Open the pleura on both sides, open the pericardium, so fairly standard. And then in the abdomen, what you do is this was mentioned by our previous speaker, but what basically you do, you mobilize all the intestine out of the way, because even if you are retrieving the intestine or even if you are not retrieving the intestine, both situations, first you get all the intestines out of the way, so the the kidney, the aorta, the IVC, the entire retroperitoneum is visible to you, because this is where most of the work is going to be done to get control of the blood vessels. And then there are several small tips and tricks that you do. So cauterize the duodenum, so lift up the duodenum, lift up the colon, all the small and the large intestines have to be lifted up. And this is how it's done. So for people who are general surgeons, or they will be able to appreciate what this shows, but it's very simple and a standard procedure for most surgeries. In fact, I think for all general surgeons should be trained in organ retrieval, because it's such a experience in your general surgery that you will never get with your routine things. So for all residents in general surgery, they should be trained in organ retrieval. It makes them so familiar with the anatomy, it will really make their general surgery better. So this is my suggestion, strong suggestion and belief. The next step is get control of the aorta, which means that you'll see the aorta right there. You just put a sling around the aorta, and I typically like to use 2 ligatures, because this is, if that aorta ligature slips, then it can be a huge problem, not just for bleeding and making the donor unstable, but also for inability to perfuse the organs. So therefore, you look for, make sure that there are no renal arteries that you're missing. If there is a lot of calcification, you have to be sure that the cannula that you put inside the aorta is in the correct plane. Otherwise, sometimes the cannula can go into a dissection of the aorta, and then the organs will not be perfused, and it has happened with me also. So therefore, these are some of the tips and tricks that we have learnt over time that we should do. And then once you have control of the aorta, so that is a blood vessel that that's the aorta. So it's like there are 2 slings around the aorta which will help us control the blood vessel. The main thing is, when there is a patient donor who's unstable, or there is a DCD donor, this is the first thing you do. And leave behind everything, even don't mobilize the intestines, doesn't matter. This is the first step you do, because this will allow you to perfuse the organs quickly, and that's the goal in unstable and DCD donors. Then for liver, what we do is we try to mobilize the liver from around the tissues, and one of the ligaments is the hepatoduodenal ligament. This is a ligament which you typically divide, but there is a possibility that there could be a blood vessel going into the liver called as left accessory hepatic artery, and if that is the case, we need to preserve that. So therefore, look for that while you're making that division. And then similarly, on the right side, there could be a replaced or accessory right hepatic artery, and if look for that, and if it is there, then we have to preserve that also. And that's best done by just feeling the artery. So if we look at the inflow of the liver, you just put your finger there, feel it, and you will know whether there is a replaced or accessory right. Otherwise, it's very safe to dissect in this area. First thing is, open the gallbladder, flush it, because the bile that is inside the liver is toxic to the liver. So if you flush out all the bile, it will be easy, there will be no damage to the liver because of the bile itself, because bile is a digestive enzyme. So not only can it digest food, but can also digest some of your tissues. So therefore it can be a problem. So do that. Identify the bile duct, cut it and divide it, and so this is how it's done. So that thing is where the bile duct is, this one, and then it has been cut and all the bile is being flushed out. Then the most important structure for the liver is the hepatic artery. So you look for all the branches of the hepatic artery and identify and follow the hepatic artery till you reach the aorta. And what are the branches you are going to encounter? First, the gastroduodenal artery, GDA, then the splenic artery and the left gastric artery. The GDA can be divided right in the beginning, but the other 2 can only be divided later. It's best to divide them later, because once you have started cold perfusion, because sometimes it can be messy and bleedy if you do that at this stage. So it's best to just divide the GDA and leave the rest for later. And then just dissect all the way to the aorta. You find the origin into the celiac trunk. And then if you are retrieving pancreas, then this step is important. If you are also retrieving pancreas, then it's important that you loop the stomach. So the pylorus of the stomach and the first part of the jejunum have to be looped, and then the mesentery divided, so that it will be easier to do the pancreas retrieval later. And then if you are doing that, then cut the stomach between staples, jejunum between staples, and the small bowel mesentery also between staples. Now we don't typically do this because a stapler is expensive in India. So if you do this for all cases, you will end up spending about 30,000-40,000 rupees extra, which you can avoid. So therefore, unless there is pancreas or intestinal retrieval happening, this step is generally not done. And then this is how it's done in the actual surgery, and then you're ready for the perfusion of organs. So what we do is, first there are 2 slings around the aorta, and the lower one is to prevent blood going into the limbs. The top one is to secure the aorta around the cannula. So and then it's always a 2-person job. One person is not going to be able to do this, because what happens is, when you hold the aorta with one hand and cut the aorta with the other hand and pass the sling, both your hands are occupied. There is no way for you to then tie. If you leave this, then there is going to be bleeding. So it's best that you have 2 people that you are comfortable with, your assistant who is comfortable with, so that you hold the aorta, you cut it, you put the cannula, and then your assistant ties. Once that happens, then you are safe, and it has not been a problem so far. In the initial part, there was one case, then I learned this. Then make sure that you don't put the cannula too far in, because if it goes too far in, goes beyond the renal artery origin, then the kidneys will not perfuse, and that's some disaster. Because so anyway, so we can't do that. So just put it a few centimeters, 1 or 2 centimeters. But to ensure that, and then while you are doing all this, make sure that you have given heparin, which sir spoke about, 25,000 units, and then keep the cannula de-aired, no air in the cannula, and then make sure that all other teams are happy with the cross clamp time, because this is your cross clamp time. And then once you have, this is how the cannula will go into the aorta, and this is typically how we do it. So we secure the cannula twice. Once at proximal tie around the cannula, around the aorta, and then the other distal tie also, we will again put it around, tie the aorta with that, the cannula with that. So with this, the cannula is very secure. We've never had a cannula come out of the aorta after we started tying it twice. And then the next thing, again this is optional only for liver, is you can cannulate the inferior mesenteric vein to do portal flush, but not everybody follows it. I've stopped doing it for last few years, and it hasn't made any difference to our outcomes. So but a lot of teams do it. So this is easy to do. Actually, it's a small vein. You just put an infant feeding tube or a small suction catheter through this, and then use it for cannulation. And this is how it is done. So you'll be able to easily identify it IMV when you've mobilized the bowel. And then cross clamp. So basically, the moment you start flushing the preservative solution through the aorta and plus minus the IMV, at the same time, so that the preservative solution does not go into the brain and the chest, you cross clamp the aorta somewhere. So it can be done either in the chest. So pleura, mobilize the left lung, and then you will see the aorta right there. So you can cross clamp it there, or in the supraceliac aorta. So above the celiac trunk, you will be able to mobilize the and loop the aorta, and then you can cross clamp there. If there is both thoracic as well as abdominal retrieval happening, even then the thoracic team will do their own flushing and perfusion, and you will do your own flushing. So it doesn't matter, the plan for this remains the same, but it actually helps, because if there is thoracic retrieval happening, then you can tell them to cross clamp for you. They are very happy to do that all the time. And then just put a lot of ice both in the abdomen and in the thorax to let the organs cool. And one of the things I've done once or twice actually was that there was a very heavily calcific aorta, and there was no way for us to even go and do the cannulation. So we used a Yankauer suction and cannulated in the chest thoracic, because the thoracic aorta is generally less calcific, atherosclerotic compared to the abdominal one. So therefore we used that, and then retrograde we flushed everything. So a lot of things you sort of improvise. So this is ice slush that will help you cool the organs, and then 2 suctions to make sure that all the blood that comes out is vented. Then you open the aorta and then see the renal arteries from inside the aorta, and then similarly divide the inferior vena cava, the left renal vein, so that the inferior vena cava stays with the right kidney, and then divide the aorta obliquely between the renal arteries and the SMA. Because unlike there is hardly any distance between the renal arteries and the SMA, so it's best to cut it obliquely so that you don't damage either of these vessels. So the IVC is identified, renal vein is identified, it's cut, the aorta is identified, it's opened anteriorly, and you'll see all the blood vessels going there. And then if there is a replaced artery, you preserve it. If the pancreas is being retrieved, do not hold the pancreas. Hold the spleen, and then mobilize the pancreas and cut it, separate it from the retroperitoneum, and then mobilize the diaphragm. So everything that is not liver and pancreas and intestine has to be divided, and then so that these organs can be removed without. And the separation of the diaphragm from the liver has to be done on the bench, because this is not a time when you do fine dissection. You do all that on bench. Here you just do gross dissection, get the organs out, and then do the fine dissection on the bench. And then this is how a bench will look like. So in a bowl you will have all these organs sitting, and then you separate them on the bench. And when it's pancreas, then you also have to ensure that there is a significant, a reasonable amount of vein, the portal vein and the SMA and the splenic artery, so that they can be reconstructed on the bench. And if it's multivessel retrieval, then a lot of this doesn't have to be done. What happens is you take the entire end block stomach, duodenum, small bowel, sometimes part of large bowel, liver, pancreas and spleen. All this is taken en bloc with the inflow as the aorta, and on the other hand the outflow will be with the IVC. And then you can also split the liver. Either you can be planned for 2 adults where you do a right left split, or it can be done as left lateral and right extended split, and the split can be done in situ if the patient is if the donor is stable, or ex situ if it is not stable, or if the 2 organs are lobes are going to 2 different hospitals. Wonderful, thank you very much.
That those are the best presentations I have seen on retrieval, the 4 of you, because usually, you know, the surgeons put a video, plenty of blood, and they say, do you see here? And then everybody is there looking at them. But really amazing. I mean, really, really interesting. Thank you so much. So now we were talking about multidisciplinary teams. We are not only doctors and nurses, biotechnologists also are part of the teams. That's why Joaquim Albiol is with us. We are going to talk about this is not the future anymore. This is the present. We are talking about ex situ perfusion machines and all the preservation solutions that are now available. But I think that we are going to stress out that by the fact that they exist, it doesn't mean we need to use them. We need to know when to use them. Okay, and that's basically the idea of this presentation. So, Joaquim, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity of sharing with you my experience in ex situ organ perfusion. My name is Joaquim Albiol. I'm project coordinator of DTI Foundation in R&D projects, and I have been participating in different projects related ex situ machine perfusion. I have no disclosures to doing this presentation. So this is the index of my presentation. First of all, we are going to talk a little bit about the importance of the organ preservation. After that, I'm going to explain the differences about the static cold storage and the ex situ organ perfusion. And we are going to do a short overview of the current techniques and current devices that are in this area. And after that, some thoughts about the future of the organ perfusion for the next years. I like this definition of what is organ preservation. That is the action of put an organ into a state that allows later reactivation and restitution of the function of the organ to minimize the damage during the period of non-perfusion between the retrieval and the transplantation. There are some important concepts related to organ preservation. You know that this is the process that we do after the recovery. There are very important the solutions that we are going to use to perfuse the organ and to maintain during the preservation, and the ischemia time, that is the time that we have after the flush of the cold solution in the organ and the transplantation. So we do all of that to prevent different metabolic and biochemical processes that are occurring in the organ before the transplantation. As you also know, each organ has different period which we can maintain in cold storage before the transplantation, and there are different solutions that we can use, depends on the organ, to maintain the organ. But what is the comparison between the static cold storage and the ex situ organ perfusion? The static cold storage, it's a process to flow inside the organ after was the blood, and is in a static way and hypothermic conditions that it depends on each organ, as we said before. But in contrast with the ex situ perfusion, we can maintain in a continuous way the organ perfused. We can do in a normothermic or an hypothermic way, and that allows us to increase the period of which the organ can be preserved. as we see, there are organs like the heart of the lungs that has short ischemia period. So doing this type of techniques, we can increase this time. And also, it is a closed system that we can manage and we can control. So some of the parameters during the perfusion and during the preservation of the organs can be controlled more than in a static cold storage technique. But what is one of the reasons that we could find to develop these techniques? In the developed organ donation systems, there was a situation where we have to find new pool of donors, we have to find new sources of donors, and this is why it appears the DCD, it appears the expanded criteria. But with this type of donors, also some organs are not as good as the organs that we can obtain from donors, from normal donors. So we need to develop tools to make a better assessment of these organs before the transplantation, to make sure that the graft will have a better survival. So this could be one reason to develop these ex situ organ perfusion techniques. But after that, there are other associated benefits, not just to increase the number of organs, but also improve the organ conditions before the transplantation. We also have the opportunity to have the teams to have more time to make decisions about the process of transplantation, and as I will explain in a few minutes, we also have the opportunity to recondition the organ, not just to preserve for a more time, also to increase the viability of the organ and to increase the conditions of the organ before the transplantation. Regarding the technical aspects of the ex situ machine perfusion, there are different devices. There are different companies developing this type of devices, but there are some common parts of these devices or some common aspects that they all share. So we need a circulation system. We need pumps to circulate the blood or the preservation solution. We also need a reservoir for the solution, and depends on the type of machine. If it's hypothermic or normothermic perfusion, we need some systems like a refrigerator or a heat exchangers to maintain the temperature during the perfusion. Mostly of the current devices have oxygenator to maintain the oxygenator of the organ during all the process, and we also have control systems to have a better control of the hemodynamic and temperature and some biochemical parameters during the perfusion. That's something that we cannot do during the using the cold storage techniques. As you know, there are two main types of techniques to do the ex situ organ perfusion. There are hypothermic perfusion, that we can maintain the organs from 4 to 10 degrees. Most of them have a membrane oxygenator, and they use the liquids that we use also for the cold preservation, like Belzer, Eurocolins, or Celsior. On the other hand, we have the normothermic perfusion, that the goal of this type of perfusion is to maintain the organ in the physiological conditions that we have in the patient. So the range of temperatures are higher, from 25 to 37 degrees, depends on the organs, and most of them also have oxygenator systems. Preservation solution here, it's different from the cold storage. We have to use special preservation solutions like a STIN for the lung preservation, or a lot of them use also blood to do the perfusion. There are also some differences in a technical way, depending on if the perfusion is pulsatil or continuous. And now we are going to do a short overview of the current machines and the common use of this type of devices nowadays in some hospitals. For kidneys, there are a lot of different machines. Most of them are portable because they are simple and that allows to continue the perfusion between the transplantation of the organ from one hospital to another. Most of them use the hypothermic perfusion model, and there are oxygenated and non-oxygenated devices, and currently they are using for, as I said at the beginning, for expanded criteria donors and also for DC donors. In fact, there are some hospitals that in their protocols they use systematically the hypothermic perfusion for all the DC donors for the kidneys. Here you can see some pictures about the connection of the kidneys to the ex situ organ perfusion. About the livers, there are also different devices developed by different companies. Most of them use normothermic perfusion. There are a few that use also hypothermic perfusion, but with the liver is more common use normothermic perfusion. Maybe this is the most difficult organ technical level, because you have to cannulate different circuits, not as in the kidney that is more simple. And I want to share two studies that I think that are very interesting. One of them present the result of perfusing a liver during 1 week, a human liver, and they finally validate this organ can be used for transplantation. And also in the UK, a group developed a study with discarded liver that they discard for transplantation in the first assessment, but they perfuse the livers using ex situ machine perfusion, and more around the 70% of these livers finally would be accepted as a liver for transplantation. About the lungs, we have a few devices. Also, there is a device in Europe and one device approved in the US, and there are also used only for expanded criteria or DCD donation, and also it can be used to recover lungs from injuries like edemas. Here you have some pictures about how to connect a lung into a ex situ machine perfusion. And the heart, that is the organ that nowadays has a lower use, because only there is a machine approved from the United States. They use a mild hypothermia way of perfusion, and it uses blood. It is blood. The use is not as common as the previous one, because the cost of the perfusion is too high, and it's technically difficult, and there are not many cases that are indicated for machine perfusion. I also want to present there are possible alternatives in the future to correct this or to manage with these problems. This is a prototype device from a US company that are developing. They are developing a very small but portable and hypothermic device, not blood dependent, that makes the cost of the process decrease a lot. Finally, I would like to share with you some thoughts about the future of these techniques. As I said, these techniques has normally a high cost, and you have to use in indicated cases. So it's very difficult to have one perfusion machine of each organ in each hospital. So I think that in the future we have to develop programs or to develop the perfusion systems that we have to centralize in one big hospital or in one laboratory. A center for perfusion organs. There is an experience in Austerlitz, in Innsbruck, where they did in that way, and they have very good results. And also, I think that we are going to change the way of thinking about organ perfusion, not as well as organ preservation. We are going to go to an organ regeneration system where we are going to be more active during the process of preservation, also to recover organs that initially were discarded for transplantation. Finally, some conclusions about my presentation. I think that organ preservation is a critical step during all the organ donation process. The ex situ perfusion techniques can allow us to reduction the ischemia damage, can allow us also to do a better evaluation of the graft, and give the teams time to better organize all the process between the retrieval and the transplantation. There are some studies that demonstrate that it's possible recovery organs, so that will increase the pool of organs. Finally, I think that we need more studies. It is something that is just beginning, but in a few years, I think that there will be very common to have devices in some hospitals or some perfusion centers that allow us to recover more organs for transplantation. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joaquim. Almost like a surgeon, huh? On time. Perfect. So I don't know if there's any burning question about machines or about...
Just general. My burning question probably will be for you, because I think our Indian colleagues just answered it, that they don't have any specific transportation. In your setup, do you have a transportation, or in the world, is there any specific transportation system just for organ, driving organ transportation?
Well, I don't know if Joaquim wants to answer, but for the transportation, in Spain, we use the picnic, the how do you say that? The small, the cooler that you use to do, you know, the same. But it is true that in the market there are, and in fact, in Italy, I think you have a program. In France, there is a program of specific transport things. The point is the cost. Of course, the ideal is to monitor the temperature, to monitor even the location, but it has an increased cost.
Vehicular transportation, like helicopters to fly in.
Yeah, the kind.
Yeah, but dedicated just for.
Exactly. Yes, but it is so expensive that you have to balance really what you are doing, no, and how to use your resources. Maybe it's better to pay the cost of the donation of the donors than doing that, but come on.
The good fact is that the costs are progressively lowering.
Yes.
So those devices that were very expensive now are affordable, and you can buy boxes with the possibility to monitor the temperature, to track the organs with less than 500 euros.
It's fascinating technology when you think about it, and there is competition, so cost will come down. The benefit of this is that you can take really a marginal organ and condition it and see what that marginal organ will do, right? And so you can potentially enhance or increase the donation pool of organs. The downside to this is that there's really nothing for small kids. This is really adolescent and above, probably 40 kilos. But I think that this is fascinating technology. We grapple with normothermic regional perfusion in the United States, which people are doing in situ. And there are a lot of concerns regarding in situ reperfusion and violation of the dead donor rule in the United States. There's a lot of debate going on right now. Ex vivo perfusion, removing that organ, removing the heart, for instance, has no effect on the patient. They're already dead. So you get around that ethical conundrum of, did removing the organ kill the patient, or did the patient die naturally as far as a circulatory death?
Yes, Anna.
Only 1 second to answer Samuel's question. I know that here in India and also in other states or countries, they are developing drones. Because I think that it's easier to transport an organ in Spain or in Italy. It's more difficult here for large distances, and I know that there are systems developing drones to transport them.
Yes, I mean, the future, I think will give us a lot of good tools, no, and technology development. But it's always the fact to see what is what makes sense, no. Yes, and the only thing is that what it is important is that if you start a disease donation program, you don't start by the machines. You start by dealing with the donor, and that really it's the message also that we would like to give you. So just to finalize, I think Loli has just two little things to say, but most of the people is not there anymore, so maybe tomorrow would be the best moment. She just wanted to say that you have to go to the platform, you have to do your pre-test, you have to know things like this, but tomorrow it will be a better day. So it has been super intense, we know it, but tomorrow it's gonna be hands-on. Okay, so you will be more active even than today. So thank you very much. It was really enjoyable. I would like to give you...
And a little bit tiring also, probably. But believe me, I mean, you will become a wiser person after the course, and after when you actually sit on the computer and do the post-test, the certificates will be given, and I think the marks will be there. And so it is up to you how many marks you get. You know, they come in points, 6.0, 6.5, something like that. It's worth doing it. I did it a few months back, and it's really very good. That's the reason we decided to ask them to come to AIIMS to do this TPM course. This is the first TPM course we are doing in the institute, and I hope with the Speed In project coming, we may do many such courses in the coming years for the benefit of everybody. On behalf of Department of Neurosurgery, no, you can do it from your computer within 10 days of finishing this course. You can go back home, read the kind of text again, and then you can do it. But you have to do it within 45 minutes. You just can't, you know, that's it. So we want to thank you all. It's a free evening for you, and tomorrow, so that you can sleep early, and then tomorrow we'll see you. Have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you. For the ones that remain till the end.
When I went to him, Matthew, I asked him,
Sir, thank you so much. आपका वो किड्स प्रोग्राम में भिजवा दूंगा